Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Screamer Large Boot Camp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, where do we start? So, one, we have Jerome Powell here at 11 a.m. Eastern. So that one's going to be big, him and Bernanke. Everybody is looking out for that. It is a triple witching. There is a big options expiration. And now you have even more optimism for the debt ceiling. We have a lot to talk about. We are looking for the terms to be outlined this weekend. However, the timeline is getting pretty wild. So we're going to talk about that a lot today. I'm sure we're going to have to wait there till we get Powell. That's the first thing. China ended up doing very bad, even though the Europe and the rest of everywhere else did good. And then not too long ago, Fed President John Williams, he said that interest rates could come back to pre-pandemic levels. That's very, very bullish. That's very, again, he's saying you're going to get a 1% mortgage at one point in your life again. So very, very bullish there in that sense. That just came out now. We don't have any other data. You had bad Foot Locker earnings, and that kind of affected some of the retail stocks. But overall, everybody is waiting here for Powell and then outlining and seeing how you feel ahead of this weekend in the debt ceiling. So, Chattadonia, it's going to be exciting. It is going to be exciting. I hope you're ready for it. I hope your morning is good, and welcome to Friday, Chattadonia. And good morning. What's up, baby? Let's get this shit. What's up, Matthew? What's up, Laurie? Good morning, Najee Wolf, Laker, Jay. Oh, what's up, man? Rob Irwin, Mayhem, Josh Weber, Battleborn, Pafanis. Good morning. God bless you. Oh, Mr. Malone, yay, Alaskan Assassin, Mr. Sosa, Doug Lovin, baby, B. Dizzle, Smoz, Open Face Sandwich, baby, live and direct from the golf course. Let's go, baby. Have a beautiful day. Enjoy it. Campanelli, baby. What's up? What's going on? Mr. Riley, Ryan Calvo, Norman. Oh, my God. Samuel, Esco, Ryan, R. Amin. Good morning, Chattadonia. Happy Powell Day. Happy Friday, man. What's going on? Lateral. Christopher Eubanks. Ibn Salam. Good morning, Ahmed. Oh, Bo. Nuke Mile. Remixable. Clinton Meyer. Good morning. Brian Essayas. Dirty Bird, Malloy, oh, Mr. J, what's up? Mr. Creighton, good morning. Christian Edwards, baby, how you living? What's up, Wendy? Oh, Michael Meyer, that's either scary or good. Either way, you're ready to play. Miss Powell, Maria Powell. Oh, my gosh, it's Jerome Powell's daughter. Good morning. How are you? We love your father. Amen. Angelus, good morning. 8012. Woodrow, Robo Handtech, Angelus, Payday Devil, Dr. Suede, Biotech Muscle Lab. Oh, good morning. Where's Charlie? Good morning, Charlie. I don't know if Charlie there. I'm saying good morning, Charlie. I'm trying to wake Charlie up, baby. You just got an F-150 and you still got the lawn turn, baby. Let's go. Congratulations. I want you today. When you get in that car, I just need you to sit there and go. Just do a dragon breath when you get into the car, okay? It hits different when it's the new car smell, okay? So just do a dragon breath once you get in there, man. Congratulations. And good morning, Chattadonia. Wow, you guys are ready to go. You guys are ready to go, baby. Happy Friday. So it's going to get wild. Again, you have a very interesting expectation. The SPY and NASDAQ are at 9 to 10-month highs, and you have to deal with optimism, and then you have the Fed chair of the United States of America. So it's going to be a good one, man. It is going to be a good one, Chad, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're having a good morning. And now let us get into the news. Oh, Nakati Marat Yassil, good morning. Oh, with the peach and the Nakati peach, baby. Amen, amen. Any trade to watch is bonds, and I'm mad that we cut out early. We would have made way more on it. But now there's a couple of plays. We may even do some weird hedging for the weekend in terms of the hedge plays, and then keep an eye on tech. That's what a lot of people are saying coming into this expiration. So we will see what happens. But Getting into the news, Morgan Stanley CEO James Gorman will step down within 12 months, he said at the firm's annual meeting. The stock fell pre-market. He will assume the role of executive chairman. Markets were cheery after a Biden official said debt negotiators are making steady progress, echoing Kevin McCarthy's optimism about a possible agreement in principle this weekend and a House vote next week. Still, any compromise is likely to involve fiscal tightening. JP Morgan's asset Miles Bradshaw said that is not going to be good growth for next year. But again, they're saying an agreement in principle. So, Chad, I said it yesterday when I made the watch list, but nothing is getting agreed upon this week, believe it. So, a couple of the timelines are that you will not have the final vote until May 31st. So it's going to get wild. Just keep that in mind there, but that's what they're going to be talking about today. Futures gained with stocks in Europe. Germany's DAX headed for a record close. Benchmark treasury yields fluctuated. TD Securities entered a new long 5-year treasury bet, saying that the sell-off appears overdone. The dollar weakened, and oil advanced with gold in most base metals. JP Morgan will expand their algorithmic trading offering in treasury investors. In addition to growing rates offering their execution and analytics tool, Algo Central. It'll include the same market structure information it offers the FX space in coming months. Meanwhile, Wall Street has built a $370 billion business, cloning the quant trades and the strategies that are surging in popularity. A baby bubble is forming in tech and AI. Bank of America's Michael Hartnett said he reiterated his call to sell U.S. securities, though 60-40 portfolios are seeing a delightful 28% return this year. One technical measure suggests a tech pullback may be right around the corner. The NASDAQ 100's RSI has entered the so-called overbought territory for the first time since February. Oh, this one's good. Are you ready for this one? Skip is the new pause. Jerome Powell may shine some light on the murky rate path as the FOMC looks increasingly split on whether to pause next month or keep hiking. A compromise would be a skip, where they put off an increase in June but return to it in July. Powell takes part in a panel discussing at the Fed conference today, and there'll be a Q&A. John Williams also spoke there. They're saying skip. I've never heard this one. There's pause, there's cut, there's hold, and now they're saying skip. Yes, skip, not pause. This is just like when the narrative went from hard landing, soft landing, and then they invented no landing, if you could recall. As for investor news, OIS pricing shows a 38% probability of a 25 hike in June and 34 chance in July, but July may become a more coin toss if inflation becomes sticky. The ECB is at a key juncture because they need to keep the fight against inflation. Just as consumer prices are showing signs of slowing, Christine Lagarde says we are beginning to see efficiency of measures, but we will still need to have sustainably high interest rates, she told TAV. The euro extended gains. Fears of a turbulent summer are driving investors to seek protection in swaps and options that profit from FX volatility. BNB Paribas recommends long tenure forward contracts that hedge against rising volatility. Sell rate volatility, buy Forex volatility is a Fulcrum Asset Management's tip. Nomura also sees demand for FX options as rate hedges are cheap. The move gauge of expected rate volatility is still elevated. Barclays plans to hire BCG Strategy Review in a bid to boost their share price. The mandate will cost north of $10 million. Deere lifted their profit guidance on strong demand and dissipating supply chain woes. Foot Locker sank pre-market after saying their revenue this year would decline as much as 8%, and GM will begin producing the Silverado EV pickup this month. And the chart of the day is that U.S. and European investors sell in May and go away. As the cliche has it, Bloomberg said, Stock 600 volume is down, and while the drop-off in the S&P is smaller, it is still the most since 2014. The Nikkei, though, is pretty brisk. Lower volumes bring in better returns. The average return for the S&P in high-volume months of May is negative 1.5. In low-volume ones, it's a gain of 1.7. That's a fun fact. So in the high-volume months of the SPY of May, you're down, and when it's low-volume, you're up by double. That's beautiful. Today, 8:45, Fed William. We already got those headlines. 9 a.m., Fed Bowman. 10:55, ECB Schnabel. And then again at 12 p.m., 11 a.m., Jerome Powell and Ben Bernanke are speaking. 1 p.m., Baker Hughes rig count. And then 3 p.m., ECB Lagarde and DeCos. And then G7 leaders are meeting in Hiroshima through Sunday. And then you have the Morgan Stanley shareholder meeting. CEO said he's stepping down. The U.S. and Taiwan agreed to boost trade ties, the first tangible results under an initiative announced last year that faces vehement opposition from China. It isn't a formal free trade agreement and doesn't address thorny issues such as tariffs. Meanwhile, U.S.-led Indo-Pacific trade talks are nearing an agreement on supply chain coordination, and there may be a deal next week, people familiar said. Bank borrowing from the Fed's backstop liquidity facilities rose to $96 billion of loans outstanding in the week through May, compared with $92.4 for the previous week. Republican Senator Tim Scott is due to make a major announcement on Monday regarding his decision on a potential bid. The AP reported he'd start a bid with roughly $22 million more campaign dollars than any of his 2024 rivals. Dianne Feinstein, who was absent from Senate for months after being hospitalized with shingles, suffered serious complications, including encephalitis and a nerve condition, as spokesperson said. Even a mild recession comes with steep prices and lost jobs. The ECB will step up their scrutiny of bank liquidity reserves, and they may impose stricter requirements on individual firms this year, people familiar said. Their annual review of banks will probably pay more attention to the management of liquid funds. Italy may be cut to junk by Moody's in what would be a stress test for bonds after a year of relative calm. Citi reckons a downgrade would widen the Italy-German yield spread by 50 basis points. G7 leaders will impose more sanctions on Russia and add restrictions on goods that they use on the battlefield. A U.S. official said they'll track Russian diamonds, but stop short of slapping an outright ban on the gem trade. Vladimir Zelensky will be attending the meeting, people familiar said. UK consumer confidence rose 3 points to negative 27 in May, a fourth improvement in a row of the GfK gauge. Japan's inflation, excluding fresh food, picked up to 3.4 in April from 3.1, in line with consensus, but Bank of Japan boss Kazuo Ueda warned against premature policy changes. The cost of the impeding nascent developments towards achieving the 2% stability target are finally in sight. By making hasty policy changes would likely be extremely high, he said. The PBOC, they vowed to curb speculation in the forex market, sending offshore yuan higher against the dollar. It will correct one-way bets and curb speculation when necessary, according to a statement from regulators. Shout out to the yuan at 7. Olive oil climbed to the highest level since 2010 as a drought slashes production in Spain, which accounts for more than 40% of the world's supply. The country's output may more than halve this season, a farming industry group said. Oil is headed for their first weekly advance in more than a month as optimism the U.S. will avoid a default. Prices are likely to rise in the second half on a supply deficit, Bank of America's Francisco Blanch said. Base metals climbed, gold rose, but it's set for the biggest weekly slump since February. Iran poses the biggest risk to oil supplies among OPEC members because of the very serious chance that Israel will target their nuclear program, the RBC said. Libya aims to boost production by about 8% in December, the oil chief said, a level that would catapult it to the highest in over a decade. China ramps up safety checks on old ships as the dark fleet grows. Bridgepoint plans to buy Spanish wind turbine maker Windar Removables. Len Blavatnik, a naturalized U.S. citizen, sold his stake in a Russian aluminum producer, Rusal, divesting his last major asset in the country where he seeded his $33 billion fortune. Catalent slid after cutting full-year outlook by more than the troubled contract drug manufacturer warned last week. Applied Materials edged lower after they said sales will drop. Analysts noted that the strength in the IoT, communications, and automotives, power, and sensors might offset some of the weakness in the memory segment. PacWest rose, set for the third day of gains amid a relief rally for U.S. regional banks. Lazard CEO Ken Jacobs will step down and be succeeded by Peter Orzog as the investment bank retrenches. And then UBS hired Credit Suisse's former Australian equity capital market syndicate banking head Tim Uzas. Alibaba to exit cloud business after Beijing undercuts potential. Apple and Samsung look to expand in India, minister says. Twitter accuses Microsoft of improperly using its data. Apple Music is having problems on Down Detector. Nike rated new outperform at CICC, price target 151.87, and Disney cut to neutral at Macquarie. And meet Devin Haney, the 24-year-old lightweight boxing champion trained for the influencer era. Tomorrow, he'll defend his title against Vasily Lomachenko at the MGM Grand Garden in Las Vegas. The kid they call the Dream will earn $4 million plus a share of the pay-per-view. His photographer started shooting when Haney had 380,000 Instagram followers. That number has grown sixfold. Devin Haney. Ooh, he's fighting Lomachenko? Isn't Lomachenko the mayor or whatever? That's in Vegas tonight? That's crazy. Sports, North Americans dominate the PGA Championship after the first round with Bryson DeChambeau, Scotty Scheffler, Dustin Johnson, and Canadian Corey Connors near the top. The changing of the guard in men's tennis is evidence at the Italian Open, where 27-year-old Daniil Medvedev is the oldest quarterfinalist. Dane Holger Rune, who turned 20 last month, is the youngest. Oh, it's his brother? Oh, okay. Yeah, Foot Locker got clapped. Global markets Goldilocks era, where equities go up over a sustained period of time alongside bonds, is now over. According to BlackRock Investment Institute Wiley, investors need to be very dynamic and tactical, even if their strategic asset allocation, the 38-year-old chief investment strategist said, as she looks ahead of how geopolitics and AI will change management. A glass of wine with that. Bordeaux's 2022 growing season was a drama of nonstop extreme weather, April frost, June rainstorms, record heat waves, severe drought, and hail. So Lynn McCoy was happy to find the resulting wines beat everyone's expectations. One winemaker described it as an amazing, unique vintage. I love giving you wine updates. Outdoor dining in New York has flourished in the pandemic, is set to become permanent. The New York Times reported a bill backed by Mayor Eric Adams proposed a license structure that allows outdoor dining sites and roadways from April 3rd through November 10th between 10 a.m. until midnight. Light has gone out with the death of Smith's bassist Andy Rourke at age 59. The Guardian reported Rourke played on the band's classical, including The Charming Man, and There Is a Light That Never Goes Out, as well as solo songs for Morrissey. After the group split, he also played in the group Free Bass. And then on this day in history, oh my gosh, this one's dark. Anne Boleyn was beheaded at the Tower of London in 1536. The second wife of King Henry VIII and mother of Queen Elizabeth I protested her innocence against charges of adultery and treason. Henry married Jane Seymour 11 days after Annie's execution. Dang. All right, man. All right. Today's the beheading day with Jerome Powell. Okay. I don't know. I'll take it. That's a crazy one. It's okay. That's at least it was like 500 years ago. Anne Boleyn. Anyway, let's just get to the pre-market movers. I got a couple for you. Applied Materials, AMAT shares are edging lower, down 1.7 after the semiconductor company said that sales will drop in third quarter as the memory chip slump weighs on their business. Catalent falls 6.3 after the contract manufacturing company cut their adjusted net income guidance for the full year, missing the average analyst estimate. DXC Technology shares are down 5.2 after the IT service provider cut fiscal 2024 guidance. Deere shares jumped 3.8 after the farm equipment maker boosted their net income guidance for the full year. Foot Locker tumbles as much as 26% after the athletic retailer slashed their sales and projected or profit projections for the year, saying sales have softened recently given the tougher macroeconomic backdrop. PacWest shares rose 4.4, set for a third day of gains amid ongoing relief. No news. Ross shares are down 1.3 after the discount department store reported first quarter results and earnings, while results in the period beat. Analysts noted that the second quarter earnings per share outlook was light, and then sneaker makers Nike, Adidas, Under Armour are trading lower after Foot Locker's first quarter results missed estimates, and they cut their annual guidance, stating that the sales have softened meaningfully recently given the tougher economic backdrop. Woohoo! So those are your pre-market movers. Not too bad. Not too bad. Are we making good time? I think we're making good time. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. And BRB.
The activity upswing seen around the turn of the year, helped by the falling gas prices in Europe, by China's reopening, is unlikely to transition into an acceleration in the second half. Nomura's Jordan Rochester following up. European and Chinese data surprises are in free fall, pushing the Eurozone data surprises to big lows. It points to weaker growth expectations and with it, a stronger US dollar in the near term. Are these just cracks, or is one big consensus trade unraveling? Emily Rowland, Joe Poloski, back with us. Emily, weigh in on this one. Are we pushing back against that rest of the world story?
Yeah, John, I'm going to say something not a lot of strategists say on your show. We've been wrong about the call in Europe. You know, it's been unbelievable to watch the resilience of European markets over really starting in the third quarter of last year based on China reopening, based on better weather in Europe. But our view has been that you want to allocate assets to higher quality markets. You want to underweight more cyclical areas of the world that should be more impacted as global economic growth slows. And we did start this week with some pretty disappointing data out of China, out of Europe, industrial production, Eurozone GDP came in at just about 0%. And meanwhile, these markets continue to surge. There's a FOMO element here. There's a sentiment, momentum element that's been driving these markets higher. And I don't know what the catalyst is. You look at Japan reaching new highs. You look at European equities at 52-week highs. I don't know if it was better news around the debt ceiling, which doesn't make a ton of sense to us, or something else. But there's been a lot of resiliency there. We would trim those areas of the market. We would redeploy to the U.S. more higher quality, more defensive assets as we wait out this late cycle environment.
The DAX right now, record high. Luxury names year to date, they've been absolutely flying. Jay, I know you're going to push back against the view that maybe we should retrench here.
Yes, John, I will fill my role here, buddy. We've been quite bullish on Europe for well over a year. As you know, we've talked about it forever. At the end of last year, beginning of this year, on this show, I talked about switching our focus.
DAX. Chattadonia. All right, man. And I don't know what happened yesterday. It's not the last two posts. The post didn't go through yesterday. I just straight up posted it. That's why y'all still commented on the other one, though. That's what I'm talking about. But we do not have the daily post for today, unfortunately. I got to get to the bottom of this one. We're going to have to figure it out. So, Chattadonia, we're skipping ahead, baby. We're skipping ahead. You're here. You're bright and early. You just got a lot of the news, okay? And we have a lot of updates to talk about. Again, the deal, and Powell, 2 hours after the bell, hour and a half, I think. But, Chad, what do you got? What's your first play of the day? What are we playing? Post it in the chat. Let's go. It's game time. What do we got? SPX put. AMD topping. DAX hit a new high. Boyle puts. Palantir. US 30. Gold. TBT next week. 34 calls. Long-term spot. Puts today. Uber Law. NVIDIA puts. PayPal calls. AMD calls. Netflix puts. FL calls. Oil play. Pac W. Sox S. Palantir. Watching the bonds. Labu Long. SPY puts. Short AI. SPX 30. US 30. Heavy UVXY. AMD calls. Apple calls. Long on JPOW. SPY. NVIDIA. Selling my SPY call. NVIDIA put. Gold calls. Morgan Stanley puts. UVXY shares. SU. DraftKings. PayPal. Disney. Palantir call. Tesla. Long on QQQ. Google calls. NVIDIA, short, MMM under 98, Boyle, SPY puts, Palantir, Leap calls on the Qs, or SQQ, shorting NVIDIA, sitting on my hands, 0-day puts, Josh calls, Walmart calls, Tesla calls, GIMDA flip, Bitcoin long, KRE puts, Coterra, Deer calendar spreads, XOM long, Disney calls, BlackBerry for the long term, calls on everything, Palantir calls, wait until Monday, UUP getting squeezed, 5% of my portfolio on Palantir calls, USB shares, WTF, RKLB, Palantir calls, shorting bonds, good morning, Josh, Laker puts, NVIDIA puts, Meta and Amazon calls, Boyle flips, no pause on the deal, DraftKings long-term, NOG calls, TMV calls, sell US 30, 401k, bubbles, and the final play. Tesla puts, let's go. It came, I was waiting for the final plays, and then it was like, God, chain link, Josh's girlfriend. And I was like, what? That's not. Then the Tesla puts came in. Then the Tesla puts arrived. So, Chattadonia, let's see what we got here. Oh, yes. I got levels for you. So I gave you a rough update on them, but it looks like we were on target. Again, the levels from up here are insane. Just so you know, remember, we have not been up here. There's literally only 3 spots until 4,300. So, like I said yesterday, we're probably going to move 25 points at a time. At this level. So it's either we do nothing or we do a lot, but I'm going to stop saying it's going to do nothing because last time I said that we hit all-time highs or yearly highs. Japan PM, Fumio Kishida speaking at G7 right now. But I got a couple of plays to be looking out for here. So, one, I'm going to be watching Foot Locker and Target and Walmart. Again, watch any of the struggling retailers. But again, Foot Locker with that consumer data, that is not good. So watch out there. Alibaba, again, China was the only thing doing bad. And we had that news there about messing with the currency a little bit. So let's see it a little bit. But watch out for that one. I'm going to be keeping my eye on them. Tesla is doing good. Tesla, Microsoft, again, people are saying even NVIDIA, even Amazon and Apple, just watch big tech. For this expiration, there's a lot of money money on it already and you're already getting a lot of moves, again, the last 3 days have been all about tech. So I'd watch out for those names. Then Deere, their earnings were good. We're going to see how that one plays out. And then Nike, as well as a sympathy to Foot Locker. Then Bank of America, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley. Banks, we want to see how they close out, especially on expiration. But then again, that Morgan Stanley news of Gorman leaving, that news is actually not good. So we'll see. But the market kind of tempered it. It was down 2% right when it came out, and then it was able to bounce back up. So viva see what happens. But Charadonia, what do you got, baby? What do you got? We got a minute. Any pressing questions? We have so much to talk about. I'm telling you, Chad, are you ready? Are you prepared? We are going to get an outline of a text for the weekend, but the debt ceiling deal is not expected to go through till May 30th. I don't know if they hear me right now. Oh, man, it's going to be fun, Chatadonia. So what do you got? If you got anything. Otherwise, it's game time. It's game time. We getting ready. The Jets are fueling up, baby. Happy Friday and good morning. Good morning. Jerome Powell's at a conference. He's just going to be talking. This is not specifically about the debt ceiling at all. It's actually about monetary policy. So he may address the debt ceiling, but that should not be his primary focus today. But it will come up. He's going to talk about rates. Rates, bonds, the path, inflation, all of that good stuff. And I hope he talks about what we talk about every day. Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves. One thing we talk about is how important the veterans are to our society and how much we love and appreciate anybody who has sacrificed for this country, the families, the veterans, the active servicemen, the past servicemen, all of them. So for real, from the bottom of our hearts, I know a lot of Chads feel the same way. We want to give a huge special thank you and shout out to all of the veterans out there, even their families. God bless you and thank you for your service. And if you're out there helping out your local community, you giving back, you volunteering, helping with the nonprofit, you a doctor, nurse, teacher, firefighter, police officer, and you giving back for real, God bless you and thank you. And I hope you know you're appreciated, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Ah. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah. Let's go. Oh, happy Friday. Happy Powell Day. 11 a.m. 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Hour after the bell. Hour and a half. Oh, Chatadonia. Good morning. Amen. 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 So, again, a lot of optimism still. Looking for weekend outline of the text. You had bad China. Everything else was good. You have big expiration. Foot Locker earnings were bad. And then one of the biggest bank CEOs just stepped down. And then SPY is at 9-month highs along the NASDAQ. So let's see. And again, big expiration on a couple of the different bonds. Wait, do we have any contracts expiring? I don't think so. So let's see what happens. Foot Locker could. I mean, all of the consumer stocks have bounced the day after bad earnings. So like Target, and then it could go up. But I think we'll have to see, and then let's see how the market feels on this expiration. But we will find out. The SPY just had a little dump. I mean, this is a very high level, like I'm telling you, based on your levels now. If we're opening up above 4,200, like, that's it. You have 3 levels. You have 42, 20, 30, 70, and then that's it. And then before you know it, you're at August highs. And then we have 1 minute. The Chad tagged me on this one. This is a good one. But pretty much 9 months ago. 9 months ago was Jackson Hole. And Powell said there's going to be a lot of pain ahead. 9 months ago, the S&P opened at 4198. Last night, the S&P closed at 4198. And unemployment is down by 0.1. So literally, we are at the exact spot of Jackson Hole as Powell arrives here today. So it's going to be very, very interesting. But Chad, we got about 35 seconds left. I need you to drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. Call out any plays. If you need any help, you let us know. We could confirm any news or anything you got, baby. Anything you need to be flying these streets. But let's have a fun game. Keep it clean and get ready. And welcome. Again, Jerome Powell in an hour and a half after the ding-ding. Palantir. Oh, did I send out the plays? I did. All right, we're good to go. We are good to go. 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, let's see. We're at 0.1 on the Dow, 0.17 on the SPY. I don't know where the NASDAQ is at. You are above 4,200. So our open is, again, you're opening at a new high. So that's it. Today's opening candle has legitimately just set a new high of the day. Morgan Stanley's down 1. Again, watch them in any of the other bank stocks. And then keep an eye on any of the tech stocks, especially here for expiration. Just see who is leading and lagging. But I got Tesla red. I think Apple is red. Apple just went green now. Amazon is barely red. And then Google is up by 0.5. Options expire. Oh, and then Bill isn't bad anymore either. We still might have to sell out by the end of the month, but I think they heard me talking shit about Bill. Those last 2 days of jumps have rocketed up Bill to where it should be at this month. So the yield's actually not looking that bad if it keeps coming up now. So those last 3 days of Bill, for some, I think it's maybe because the new bonds they're buying, but that literally rocketed up. Google's on the high. Amazon's coming down. There's Tesla. Square is down. PayPal is up. MP Dubs, 3M. Again, you got a lot of ex-dividends yesterday, so even see some of these value plays. Boyle up 3. Again, Baba 2. Baba in China, very bad today. And then Amazon's down 0.3. Oh, where's NVIDIA? I forgot. Are we still down on our short? Airbnb dumping. Filled on ATM. ATM Palanters. Actually, is Palantir still holding? Yeah, Palantir's up 3 and going up. Again, expiration 2, but they're at 12.12 right now, up 3% on the day. Remember, $10 was a big deal for Palantir. So right now, the only thing red on the day is consumer discretionary down 0.4. Tech is only up 0.04, but the NASDAQ is up 0.15. And then best industries are industrials and energy. So Palantir pop, again, a little bit of a green even on the market. Coinbase is on the high. And then bonds are absolutely murdered. So bonds are down 0.38. Remember, the inverse correlation was very strong yesterday. So right now, the SPY's up a quarter while bonds are down more than a quarter. So let's see if we get any signals from that. Oh, yeah, Meta. And then where's Amazon? Amazon was the one kind of selling off. Meta was down and then just popped up. Giglet. What's the other one? Was it AMZU? Ionis came back to life. That bond short. I know it would have been like triple. It was good though. Again, I was just wrong. I was expecting way more calm coming into the weekend. I thought it was going to be a harder cuck, but it wasn't. We had to pay for that. But it's better than getting caught in it. But for now, the bonds are good. And then we'll talk, let's talk middle of the day here about some of these hedge lottos related to the debt ceiling. Yeah, Walmart is selling off. Spotify's on the high. Bud and Dish are on the high. Target's actually green somehow. Microsoft down 0.3. Again, tech is red now, or it's about to go red. And then the NASDAQ's up 0.18. Powell is going to be talking monetary policy. It's at the Thomas Laubach Institute. So he's just going to be, it's going to be a Q&A, but he's also going to have some pre-written statements that he will discuss with Ben Bernanke. It will not be about the debt ceiling. It will be primarily about the economy and monetary policy. Baba's coming up here out of nowhere. Google now, Tesla, Meta. What just happened? I think Amazon's the only one. Maybe Amazon. You did get a little bit of the bad consumer stuff from Foot Locker, but it seems like that's the only one not playing along right now. And then Foot Locker's even down 20%, trying to come up. Cisco, Tesla popping, Nvidia's on the low. Very interesting. Couple names on the high, but then a couple of your leaders are now even selling off here. And again, Amazon, they're not bouncing. Bonds are hitting a new low. It's a high of the day for the SPY, and this is pretty much a new high. Again, 42.08. Next level is 42.23. Nvidia, this is pretty much where we shorted. I'm down like $1 a share on it. Again, just watch the push and pull, though. Again, Meta's on the high, Amazon's on the low, Nvidia's on the low, Apple is like coming down, but it's green. Microsoft's holding. I think Google was hitting a high. So you're getting a nice push and pull. And then Tesla, 170. 178 is actually big for Tesla. It didn't get above there last time. So we'll see if that actually holds. High ticker gas in. Amazon, another low. Palantir calls. Toyota to continue to report details on Ray's vehicle matters. They're working with Daihatsu to address Ray's matter. I don't know what that means. Then Amazon still at the low again. Nvidia. Let's see. Morgan Stanley. They're starting to bounce again. CEO said he's leaving, but they're moving up there now. Again, they were down 2% at one point. Microsoft and Tesla into the high. Dow Jones barely green. SPY is the best by a quarter. And NASDAQ 0.16. Yeah, all these banks. XLF is up, and then regionals are green, but they're coming down now. There's Tessie. Google now, 52-week high, 125. Netflix selling off, and then so is Amazon. And the video low, 31.30. Still holding up, high 300s very, very well. But I think all the other chip makers, they're, again, after their crazy run yesterday, they're kind of calming down. Tesla's still, then bonds catching their first bid. SPY's at a high. Again, this is like 42.08, 42.09. So we have not really came down, and you opened into a new high of the year. So 42.08, 58's the high. You're right about this. You just said another one. NVO on the high. Microsoft trying to go green. Again, Google was the one, and then Apple not really playing along. Powell's at 11 a.m. Eastern, yes. So about an hour and a half. I mean, it's only been, 7 minutes from the bell, and you're hitting another high. Again, so it's been 5 points since the open, but that's almost a point a minute. Again, we just opened up right now. So now Tesla's about to hit 180. Amazon and Apple are the ones not really playing along. Apple has better gains, though. And then again, your Nvidia and chips are not looking as hot today. Nvidia.com. Swung Roblox. I can't Roblo. In that news yesterday. Roblo down 2.9. Where's Upstart? We got out of that one yesterday. SPXL. Tesla again. Tesla and Google are the behemoths right now. Those are, again, 1.4, 1.8 respectively. Banks are starting to rise back up again. Just don't forget, we started this week with regional banks rallying. So let's see how it plays. Yeah, Netflix is Netflix went insane yesterday. Meta, 52-week high. Google now, too. So I guess we haven't been giving Meta attention. 250 is a big level at Meta. I don't know if it goes past it, because if you get past 250 on Meta, that was a gap down from 300. So just watch out there. But Meta is on the high. I think you need Amazon and Apple to play a lot. Amazon's almost $1 off the bottom. Yeah, the 10-year, all the bonds are still clobbered, though. So another 0.5% down on bonds. So that means either stocks come down 0.5% or stocks, S&P, NASDAQ could either rip minimum 0.5. But we'll see. Again, very, very early so far, and that correlation has been tricky. Coupang on the high, TQQ, DraftKings, Amazon's up another $1 now. Tesla trying to get past 180. Google, 52-week high. Microsoft, 0.06 down, but is about to go green. And then NVIDIA is just holding our level. They don't want us to go green on the short. That 312.50 is big. Rivian on the highs. DAX all-time high. Dollar's coming down. Or excuse me, the bonds are coming down. I want to check the dollar. I want to check the yen or the yuan. The yuan came down a little bit, but then they also said they're going to intervene. TLT down. Google, 52-week high. Bonds are flushing, and all of your tech is still going now. Again, some less. It's all big tech, if anything. Let me see if I could get you the breakdown right now. Googly wiggly. You're doing good. You have 360 names in the green on the SPY, 164 that are negative. So it's a majority to the green side. I think same thing for the NASDAQ. Please hold. Again, big movement on bonds right now in the 10-year. They're flushing 1,800 names green on the NASDAQ, 800 names red, 800 names break even. So either it's not moving or it's mostly green on the NASDAQ. Yeah, Target back to break even. Walmart down 1.2. Tesla and Rivian. You need Tesla above 180. If it goes above 180, it could really run, but it's rejected there from last week a couple of times. Apple's kind of playing along, yeah. But again, it's not even then, it's not just Apple and all of them. The last couple days, the breadth has been awful, but today you have a little bit more movement, broadly speaking. TMV on the high, bond volatility. AMD, Okta, IonQ, Roblox, Mega Clap, Ross. They were on the low, or they got downgraded after earnings. They're trying to move back up. Cigna, TJX from yesterday. Yeah, healthcare's killing it. Number one on the day is communication. So that's Google and Meta. They're the ones leading. Energy is number 2, and then healthcare is number 3. Staples and discretionaries are red. Only thing. That bond short, you would have made like $4,000 off of it. We took 1,000. I think you would have made like 3,200 or 3,500. And then if you kept the Fed futures, you probably would have made another 150. Pac W downgraded to junk by Fitch, up 6%. Palantir, Chicle. You guys have been talking about Palantir a lot. I've heard more Palantir references in the last week than like Uber, Snap, Palantir, Uber. But it is big. I mean, $12. People were freaking out at 10. Catalent on the high. I thought they had bad earnings and they went up 10. They were negative earlier. My goodness. Abivi breaking out. Bro, you just popped up there even into another high again. The market is doing good off of the yields going higher. So just inverse correlation is still hitting. Let's see, Amazon. Amazon came back up to the open, but that was like about $1 move, just under that. And then Tesla coming down. Again, Microsoft or Google and Meta, your communications are really, really leading, but those are chilling. Merck, a couple of healthcares, Merck and UNH on the high. Again, healthcare is like number 2 now on the day. Communications just flipped off of those candles. And then Catalent, bad earnings turned green. NVIDIA even popped. Oxy's on the high. Again, oil's the best on the day right now. What is JP Morgan? See the banks. I feel like banks are going to be big in their own weird way. Remember, this week started with the biggest rally on regional since 2021. So it loves. What's up, man? Holding it down. God bless you. Good morning, Dustin. Happy Friday. And get ready for Powell, too. Right? Whatever movement we get now, I mean, this is just going to be the setup coming into Powell. And ironic, dude, I love it. It's just, you got to realize you're having Jerome Powell today at a side meeting that is not sanctioned by the Fed or that is not a FOMC, right? You have that meeting today at the exact same price when Powell 9 months ago was at Jackson Hole. It's beautiful. You can't make this up. That's perfect. You know what I'm saying? That's like the Lakers and the Celtics facing each other again, 17 times or whatever. It's amazing. Your amount on Robinhood doesn't correlate with the value. I don't have any options. Do you have margin on? If you have margin on, that could probably be it. Otherwise, Robinhood. I think last week there was issues people were saying. How'd LeBron do next game? I think he missed 18 three-pointers in the last fourth quarters. I can't believe the Lakers went 0-2 like that so quick. Micron sell-in. Remember, they had the Japan deal yesterday. Intel is climbing, actually. Out of any of the chip makers, Intel is the one solidly up. If NVIDIA could shake it off, though, and keep going, they'll wake up. But Intel is just somehow melting up. Low ticker picking up a little bit on the 30-second velocity. Back to VWAP, a.k.a. opening candle. A little bit above it, actually. Your high of the day is 42.12. I think Walmart is probably reacting to Foot Locker, but Walmart might be able to do good. But then again, Target and all of them did the same thing. One day following earnings, fine, and then the next day sell off. But Foot Locker earnings affected even like Nike and everyone else. Nike's down 4% off of Foot Locker, so that should give you an idea. Just broad consumer news. Zscaler. ETNB, no. ENVB was the hype play from yesterday. Palantir back above 12. Conoco on the high. Again, oil plays are running. Meta flipped red. Yeah, it just brought communications down. Communications went from number 1 on the day to now number 9. So Google and Meta drops right there. That had a big effect. And now energy and healthcare 1 and 2. Tech is now red as an industry. And then discretionaries are down almost 0.5%. American pilots reach agreement in principle on contract. Is that related to FedEx? EPAM on the high. ARC only 0.8. Amazon came back to the low of the day. The ES and MES should have the same price, yes. Same price, just different size. MOH, dude, a lot of healthcare. Oh, MOH down? No, yeah, MOH popping. So it looks like they got something going on. UNH again on the high. More energy, this time TJX. Again, Ross got a downgrade, but they're trying to work their way up. And then Netflix, 366. I beg you to play Virgin Galactic. Why? Like, does it matter if I play it or not? I don't think it would. But if you're playing it, good luck. I haven't seen anything on Virgin Galactic as of late. But I haven't really looked for it. Excella on the low, down 14. Palantir now dropping a little harder. NVIDIA on the low. Oh, wow. All right, we break even on the video. Oh, my gosh. Well, we'll see. I haven't gone green on that short since taking it. It's only been, now I'm up $10. Wow. So now your short is in the green for the first time. Hey, Matt. Didn't they have good earnings? No, they're down 0.3 or 3%. Tesla, everything's starting to kind of flush right now. So again, I'd watch Google and Meta. I think that could have the biggest impact on the indexes just after watching the communication back and forth. Yeah, Tesla is selling. It's only up less than 1%. It's good that it's green, but considering nothing's really moving tech side, 0.09 in the green. Tech as an industry is in the red. SPY's up a quarter. That's been holding all day. And then Dow has been able to recover a little bit. LSDI. I feel like I've heard of that one. Lucy Scientific. They had something. They had something this morning, I think. LSDI. NVIDIA tanking a little bit. So watch, I mean, if it doesn't hold 312, just watch back to like 305, 307, and then we'll see. But that's the first time we've been green on it since getting past this level. But I don't know, it's them. They said buyback, no. Oh, LSDI is a mushrooms play. So they working with Therasil to research, expand access to psychedelic psilocybin. I don't know how to say it, for patients in Canada. Mushroom play. LSDI. I should have known by the LSD, but maybe I shouldn't have. I don't know. So then they had 500K buybacks a month ago, but that's it. I think just something related to a mushroom study. Psilocybin. There it is. AMD going lower. I think all the chips except Intel. Nah, even Intel gave it up there. I was telling you, Intel was looking good. And SPY still, again, energy is energy into healthcare. That's the irony, because like NVIDIA is not leading. Your tech isn't killing it today, but now energy is not being a punk. Neither is the rest of the market. So 42.11, your high of the day is 42.12.69. So you're what, 2 points, 2.5 points away? Do you reply to chat emails? It depends. It just depends on what time I have that day. And then also if I'm being harassed on there, we've gotten that solved for a while now, so that's good. But just all depends on what it is and my timing of that day. But best way to contact me is literally right here. If you have anything we could discuss. Abivai, I like it, but I'd want to get it cheaper unless I run out of options. And I really believe the market could only go up and then everything's already too expensive. And then I have to say, well, there's nothing else I could buy, so I might as well pay a higher price for Abivai. Otherwise, I'd wait a little bit. But not really. It's not my first choice right now. But if I run out of options, we love them. Kansas wheat tour finished 2023. Harvest expected to be dismal. Lowest estimate in 20. That wheat tour is actually very important. Wheat's only up 0.5% though off of it. My plan for the lotto debt plays, just out of the money gold and bonds. And then that's it. Just cheap enough where it makes sense, where you won't care if you lose. And then if it hits, you know, they could 30x is what some people are looking for. And NVIDIA is still at the low. SPY is working its way back to the high somehow. I think this is all energy. Energy is up now 1.5. Healthcare is up 1, and utilities. So it's weird. Today is is more like safety names. So I don't know if you realize, like, tech is just not moving. Tech is barely down. So it's not like a rotation where people are selling tech, but people are definitely buying the middle of the market today comparative to the last couple days. So we'll see how that comes into Powell. We got an hour and 6 minutes. Nice call out for NVIDIA. I mean, if you waited and shorted it, if you shorted literally, because we were talking about it even 315-ish and 318, but if you waited a little bit, you got nice $1 per share. Now we have $2, which is not bad, or almost $2. But if you caught a higher short on it, you actually made money, believe it or not. Where it's like, I know it's very intimidating to short it, but that's already almost like $6 from the high. Should I wait to Powell to trade? It depends. I mean, you could get in and out of stuff now if that's what you're looking to do. But, I mean, we're no questions asked. Powell should probably move the market. So that's where the drivers will be. Do you think Powell will move us big if he comes in bearish? Or if the market is too high off the debt? Yeah, 100%. I don't think Powell is he's not here to destroy the debt ceiling. Powell, he's not going to talk about it as much. If anything, Powell's job today, and if he doesn't, then it tells you something. But Powell's job today should be to bat down the rate cut expectations. That's it. Like I said yesterday, the only thing Powell that is not up to his standard right now is that the market is saying he is going to cut 3 times by the end of the year. And that is the only contradictory thing to what the market is pricing in and what Powell has said. So that would be that's his only cause to be bearish. But he doesn't have to be, but that is what we got to look for. I said yesterday, the market can stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. This is an age-old Wall Street quote. I think I learned this when I was 15 years old when I first heard that. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. That makes sense, because like, I only had like $100 or something at that point. I had like $2,000. So I'm like, yeah, I can't stay solvent that long. So it's true. It's true. Makes a lot of sense. That quote is irrational. No, I don't know, man. But hey, listen, just like sometimes quotes hit and sometimes you got to think about them. That's all. Because, like, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. The other day, I was backing out of my driveway, and I was thinking about that one quote we had the other day. And I was like, are humans the only animal that think they own stuff? And I was tripping. I was like, all right, man. Anyways, I got to get going to this property, man. But I was thinking about it. So, you just got to think about it for a little bit. Mm-hmm. That's why when you're bearish, you just buy Bill. You don't actually short. Shorting gives the market an incentive to squeeze. Indeed. And we're going to see, just because now, like we said, all of yesterday's video, even yesterday, we're talking about the next steps already, which is sad. But welcome to the market. And we got to see if they solve everything and everything goes back to normal. I mean, what is going to happen with interest rates? And now, how does this, again, now we will have a green light for 5.5%. So we'll see. Powell should be monetary policy. So I'm sure somebody is going to ask him. It will have a Q&A portion, which is great. So he has a statement. He's going to talk. We don't have a pre-written statement released yet. We should. But even if we don't, he's going to talk monetary policy and then a Q&A. Somebody's going to ask him about the debt ceiling. However, that's not what is more important. Believe it or not, like, words you should be looking out for today are like R-star, inflation, terminal rate. What's the other one? Real rates. Liz Powell's probably going to say more about real rates today than he is going to say about the debt ceiling. So Before I exit out of it, here's that crypto chat from the morning till now. Good morning. Green number, good. Not good morning. Where's the devs? Miami with bent. That's it. The crypto chat is awful. That's not as bad, though. But yeah, so watch real rates, though. That will be part of his topic. The video bouncing a little bit. We're still up on it, surprisingly. And then SPY just hugging to the highs. We got, what, 30 minutes? Or no, we got an hour till Powell. We were talking to Adobe the other day. I wish I grabbed it. It went too crazy. I was saying, that was the down AI play, and then it went up. Again, bro, the AI wave is now it's getting heavy. Again, who is it today? Was it Bank of Michael Hartnett? He called it the mini bubble. I don't know. I think the big money knows we're good in 6 months. They don't want to leave the dip for retail to buy it up. They play chicken with the Fed. If the bond market doesn't give up the rate cuts, you could be correct. However, as long as money market funds stay up and go look at the balances of cash for institutions and retail, that will let you know a lot about who's buying the dip or not. So in a weird way, pretty much I've never seen an extraordinary dip buy with money market funds at the highs. But now if they pull back it into stocks, then there's your dip buy. 2020 is a great example because that's people got worried. They flocked to the cash and everything else going up, and the market was dying as cash balances, even if we were getting volatility, people were holding a lot of cash. But once it was like after we kind of recovered and into the second level, once that cash turned from cash into equity, then you really saw that. Then the dip buy in big money and literally all the money went from cash to stocks. So we'll have to see, but that's why I'm saying some of these next steps as we move forward, we're not really out of the woods in terms of what's happening with all this cash on the sidelines. What I mean by that is, again, people investing for 5% returns in bill and bonds. Does that lead to bank deposit withdrawals? And then do more people now, instead of at some point, if 6 months from now, if we're still up here, do people take the 5% or do they take the Amazon? And that's really what we're going to be looking out for. We are not out of the Cathy Woods. No. Mini Clifford a little. Honestly, VWAP just turned down heavy on that in a weird way. It looked like, because you hit a new high there, but this is kind of looking like it's starting a downtrend. And then VWAP's there. Bonds bounced a little bit. Dow is still green. NASDAQ just went red. SPY is up a quarter, just under. Price target on O for the buy or to what? But I bought it at $56. Anything 56 and lower, I love it. But upside, I don't really have an upside target. I just want to hold that forever. Dude, target's up. So weird. How many rate cuts does the market? Market is pricing in about 3, I believe. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. I'll just show you the easier one. There's different ways to, again, you could use the Fed rate monitor tool, but essentially this one will make it. I need to save this. but this is the easiest thing you need. So right now rates are at 5 to 5.25, and the current Fed futures are saying by January we will be at 4 to 4.75. So realistically, that's like 2 rate cuts or 3, depending on the top end, because 4.7 to 4.75 or 4.75 to 5, and then 4.5 to 4.7. But right now we're at 5.25. It's saying by June we'll even be a little bit higher, and then come October or really November, December, and January, rates will be back to 4.7. And then they're saying by April we'll be at almost 1% lower. So about 2 or 3 rate cuts depending on how it fluctuates throughout the day. How do you properly quantify how that's baked into the current TLT? There's some of it. That's what I was saying yesterday. This is, I think the people who are never going to learn anything from this and not make any money are going to be the ones who are kind of like trying to pigeonhole, the most complex thing in the world and make it, produce answers like it's a Woody doll, right? But like I said yesterday on the watch list, there's so much going on with bonds that you have to price in. It's one thing about the debt ceiling, but now you have to think about what's going on with the refunding. Now people are also buying bonds not only because of Fed policy and interest rates, people are using it as a safe haven, and people are buying it also with whatever happens in Japan and then whatever happens with the banks. So it's like there's a lot going into the bonds right now. You don't know. Nobody will know for certain. And that's why I'm saying it's like, there's no way to quantify exactly how much of this is into TLT or IEF or the 10-year, and that's why these moves are so weird, because you have 4 different factors all with a push and pull. So 2 things mean one thing and the other 2 mean the exact opposite. So it's like, again, it's pushing and pulling, and that's what's giving us the yields that we have here today. So what I would say is watch out, pay attention, and try to spot the correlation. That's kind of what we've been doing to try to figure that out. But overall, it's taking these events one step at a time and seeing the response and seeing what it does. That's why, like on the refunding, after we get the refunding and if the yields do something, depending on what range they stay in and where they go, and we could get one event out of the way, then we could start looking at the other factors, and then hopefully we could answer your question with more certainty. But as of now, I don't think there's any real way to measure the exact amount of risk premium tied into the bonds for said risk event, because there's 4 of them. Amazon bleeding. So is the bonds here a little bit. Walmart's at the low, Target's at the high, Nvidia's at the low. Yeah, too many risk events baked on top, 100%. So until we got to just start isolating things to find out what the main ingredient is. But right now we don't know, and that's why the bond market is both fascinating and wicked right now. And then 707, shout out Vallejo. We gotta wait a little. Got $2 a share on the video. Woo. It reminds you of Dr. Manhattan and Watchmen when he can't see the future. At one point he can, and then he can't. It's simply that we can't see what's normally clear. It's murky out there. It's a good example. I think it's like picture the bonds right now is like it's like a Lakers jersey. It's like being a Lakers fan. And you don't know why people are being a Lakers fan. That's so like everybody could buy a bond and wear the jersey, but everybody's wearing it for a different reason, and then everybody's meeting up in the middle. So you're watching people wearing a Lakers jersey. There's one portion who's wearing it because of a bank collapse. Then there's another people in bonds, they're wearing the Lakers jersey. They're there simply because of the debt ceiling, right? And then there's another set who are there, and they're wearing a Lakers jersey because they think Powell in a recession is right around the corner. He can't keep the rates up here. right? And then there's another one who is like, well, guess I'm wearing the jersey because now the Treasury too adds on to the debt ceiling. So now take everybody, put them in the same jersey, and then throw them into an arena, and now you have 4 different groups of people. What's the event? You see what I mean? So we don't know. Is this going to be a concert, a game? Like, what's going to happen here? But everybody's wearing the same jersey, and now it's getting to the point of you can't really tell if you see someone in a Laker jersey, you see someone in a 10-year bond. Why are you wearing that? What's the like? And that's where we don't know the exact premium towards every event, and that's why this information is so important, because every time Powell, every time data, every time debt ceiling, every time we're getting this data now, this info, we're able to whittle. You could play the game of, okay, that jersey's here for this reason now. Okay, maybe now we're seeing what it is, but we got to find out. And there's people who change their jerseys midday. Oh man, Charles. Insanely insightful verbalization. I hope you guys get it though. That's my big thing, because I was trying to explain that on the watch list yesterday. I think it was received pretty well, but it's like, just being straight up about what's going on right now. If you want to get the best analysis on this right now, just try to understand that this isn't a one-trick pony on the bonds. You know what I'm saying? And there's so much going into it. If you could, once we figure out why and who's wearing what and doing what, then we'll have a dramatically better idea. But until then, it's easier. It looks way easier than it is. So just don't forget to juggle. MT5. Does the Treasury route selling affect LQD and HYG? Eventually it will, yeah. So if the Treasury needs to refund, it will affect everything. So here's a good example for you in terms of government bonds and corporate bonds. The word you're looking for is premium. So when you look at the difference between the two and you want to understand the relationship, in general theory, it's just like corporate bonds, people compare them to treasuries, and then there's either a premium or a discount to treasuries. So like with Pfizer the other day, when they funded that was one of the biggest bond offerings. The headline for it, the thing people were looking at, is that it was 188 basis points above the treasury. So depending on what the treasury yields do, there's a correlation with corporate yields, but that's about as far as it goes. And that's like the question is going to be now, if the treasury moves up or down, that could impact how corporates start to move. Because most people are looking for corporates in the sense of how much premium or discount do they have compared to a treasury. I've been asking about triple B bonds and the risks for 2 weeks in the chat and no answer. Just Google it if that's the case. Otherwise, that I don't see where it comes up in context of everything going on. Triple B is just a credit rating. The lower the credit rating, the higher the risk. Yields go up with or without deal. No, because yields will go down if there's not a deal. Why? Because people will buy it out of fear, sadly. A default would make it go up, but then, again, Wall Street's dumb and will probably buy it. No, I closed the bond thing 2 days too early. We would have tripled up our gains on it, but the idea was right. I've been cutting things way too early. Shout out Netflix. But that one it worked, but we're gonna have to reload. We'll see if we take any of the lotto tickets today, and then I'm hoping by Sunday we'll have an idea. But like I said, I'm already getting prepared. Sunday has meaning, but not really anymore. Again, I'm telling you, even so right now, here is the timeline. If they agree to a draft over the weekend, so they don't make an agreement on Sunday, but they have a draft, right, where they're able to say, okay, we've agreed on the text, the broader element of it, right? That would happen on Sunday. They wouldn't get into a meeting to vote until next Wednesday or Thursday. So again, today's the 19th. The agreement happens on the 21st. They wouldn't be able now to get a deal till Wednesday or Thursday, which would be like the 24th or 25th. If they don't have that situated or they have any other changes, the only other available time will be around May 29th, May 30th, next week. So that's where it's getting interesting, because you're pretty much, even if we get the draft agreement today or on the Sunday, it leaves them only 5 days, 5 to 9 trading days to actually get the deal agreed. And then if anything happens ahead of time, you legitimately run out of money in the treasury. So that's why I'm saying, though, this weekend, like yesterday, we were viewing it very like, okay, boom, Sunday we get something. It's all about Sunday. It's not really, again, even McHenry and some of the comments last night, they're tempering it. Like, people are getting ready for this to go beyond Sunday. So we're looking now. The event is a broad agreement on Sunday rather than a full-on deal. Oh, and speaking of which, we negotiated for it and got it. We have Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, no, let's go, Peach Nation. Oh, you made it. We all did it. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle, God bless you. Wow. Wow, do you feel that? You feel it? That's amazing. Wow, Peach Nation. The man, the legend, the Peach. Amen. 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 It's in the house, baby. Amen. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning. Happy Friday. Tesla is pushing 180. Yeah, 180 is very big for him. Even this spot, bro, you're holding up very well, and the bonds are coming back down. So realistically, bonds caught a bid. You stop going up, but if they come down again, that could help us a little bit until they don't. And then, are you ready? Here's a fun fact. Dude, I love this range, but to show you where the bonds are at right now, look at the 10-year. You guys remember those like old lines I drew for the bonds? I only gave you 2 of them. You finally broke below it here today. So this is actually a wild development. If you, again, only times this has happened, it's been very unique shifts. So this is big. I think that means it's above, that has to be 3.7 or 4. Is that 3.75, I think? Or no, that has to be 4. Let's see, load up. They work. Well, these levels are for bonds. I mean, it's legitimately like, I think it's like 3.5, 4%, 4.2 on the 10-year. Those are huge prices. Like, we're talking 10 years. Yeah, so that's like 3.7, 3.75, 3.7 now. So a little bit higher, 3.75, and then you'll magnet back to 4% on the 10-year if rates keep going up. Yeah, we will be streaming Jerome when he's live here. And we got a little bit of time. Good vibes to everybody, baby. Positivity, always. Where's my horn? Give it to him. Amen. Yeah, Powell and Bernanke at 10.50 to 11. Wait, 10.50, yeah. Nike's on the high again. They were down from Foot Locker, still down 3%, but they recovered 1% there. 9 out of every 10 economists suggest the daily Bradley Peach. They do. New study from the IMF. Josh, it's me again, your inner voice. Now is the time for SQQQ. I understand inner voice. As a safety check, what was my last thought? Because inner voice, you were telling me about something all day this morning. What was it? This is like a CAPTCHA. I need to see if you're a robot or not. Let's see if he knows. I don't think he has it. Low ticker picking back up here. Little Clifford or Chicle, but it hasn't developed in anything. Just a low ticker tweaked out. Jamar knows. See, yeah, I was thinking about pooping. That one wasn't hard to figure out. That's why if he didn't get it, I'm like, come on, dog. My inner voice ain't tell me nothing about the cues. My inner voice only told me about taking a shit. And he's like, yo, man, you got to take a poop right now, Josh. He's like, hey, Josh, don't forget about me. And why are you pumping Virgin Galactic to me? I feel like it's a very targeted pump. You're not even like pumping the stock. Like you're just like, you want me. Like you're going, is that your hope? Is that I buy it and then I pump it? Otherwise, I don't like why. I haven't bought a spaceship ever in my life. I've never bought a space stock, actually. I don't think I ever have. I've kept it real down to earth. Amazon. Yes, you pump it. Well, unfortunately, I wouldn't touch space. Unfortunate. Any airlines I don't like, but spaceships I really don't like. It's not. And yeah, a little George W. laugh. Now, can you explain to me the artificial intelligence? Okay, I'm reclaiming my time here. Can you break it down for me? Now, if the AI, if he wanted to play basketball, could he play like AI? Would that be allowed? No, that's what I was thinking. Exactly. Okay, now my next question is if the AI, what if he needs a glass of water? Would that affect our plumbing system? Exactly. That's exactly what I was. Is that now? Once again, I'm reclaiming my time. I'll just. I love it. I love that one. What if the AI defines himself as a human? Will you treat it like a human? Will you get a little AI clothing? Will you get him shorts? Will you get him little sneakers? No? Yes? Hypothetically. Bop. I think his name's Ken. I don't even know his name. He's just funny. I legitimately love it when he asks questions. He asks any question, I'm like, oh hell yeah. I'm like, it's about to get good. And then Nvidia bounced off the bottom. ENVB. That's that runner from yesterday. ENVB. Yeah, that was up 150 the other day. All right. I need to go pee, though, Chad. So I love you. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're feeling blessed. You know what I'm saying? I hope you know that you're blessed, okay? Because blessings on blessings on blessings. Look at my life, man. It's blessings on blessings on blessings. All right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back.
It's a guy for that one.
Yeah, so there you go. But, you know, I think the key is here. He's built the firm through all kinds of acquisitions. He's been a brilliant acquirer. They were really not, you know, they didn't handle small retail, but then they bought E-Trade, quite honestly, making them a competitor of ours now. And, you know, their asset management business, much of it has been through acquisition. And so maybe now you translate from an acquisitive CEO to a managing CEO who puts all these disparate pieces together. I think that's going to be their interesting challenge.
In terms of, he was a wealth management guy, right? That's ultimately what he became. That's where he took the business. So let's talk more about that, Steve. As we look at the markets going forward from here, what do you see? The markets have been dull as dishwater for a very long time. We have been in a range. Bond markets are starting to break out. Equity markets may follow. What do you think happens next?
The key here is the 4,200 level, which is where we're flirting right now. It was fascinating. On Tuesday, we actually closed dead unchanged on the quarter, like within less than 1 point on S&P 500. Now we've obviously had a bit of a move since then, and you know it's been on debt debt ceiling enthusiasm. The questions to me are, can we break through this 4,200 level, which has provided resistance on the last couple of attempts? And the other question is, if we get an agreement on the debt ceiling, is it now a buy the rumor, sell the news event? Because we weren't really pricing it in before. Now we're pricing in the good news, and now if we get the deal, does that become the sell the news part?
Well, before we get to the longer term thing, Guy, we have about $1.7 trillion of derivatives contracts expiring today, the stocks and indices, and a lot of the calls are pegged to 4,200, guys. So it's going to be interesting to see what if you roll it over and they expire, sort of what pickup there isn't on Monday.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who've been talking about the fact that it's been the algos driving the market recently. The humans have been sitting out. They don't like this market. They don't like this rally. But, Steve, if we get a breakout to the upside, do you think people are going to chase it?
It's human nature, right? I mean, FOMO is an amazing motivator, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing already. The AI enthusiasm does have a big ring of FOMO.
It's human nature.
Wants to miss the AI trade.
FOMO
just like no one wanted to miss crypto, just like no one wanted to miss blockchain, just like no one wanted to miss the internet. We've seen this movie before, but what we also know is that this can persist for some time because it's the hot, sexy topic right now.
Yes, and we have
but it takes 5 years. So every single thing listed, you had 5 years after the initial result to make over 30,000%. Whether it was crypto, the internet, FANG stocks, even EV. I mean, you had Tesla. I didn't want Tesla for a long time. So, but that is, damn, he said FOMO. He said the FOMO kosher is human nature. Oh, my man. FOMO, they're trying to get FOMO back in town, but I don't believe in FOMO unless you give me 4.2 trillion, and you know what I'm saying? And then that's it. I'll believe in the FOMO once MPW gets a stock squeeze. Once every stock that is shorted is running up, that you all forgot about it. Y'all forgot about it. I remember if you shorted anything, bro, you were put on the FBI watch list, the WSB watch list. And then that's it. If it was shorted, it would go up. You weren't allowed to short anything. Everything would go up. There was so much money around. Graphics cards works. That's it. Once the PlayStation 5 is $1,200 again. That's it. Now you could get a PS5. It's just not even cool. So, but we'll see. You never know. I'm anti-FOMO. I'm very anti-FOMO. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dogecoin at 57 cents. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Deer getting clapped on conference call. Good call out, actually. Yeah, that's actually, damn. That's already $15. Oof. Great call out on that. NVIDIA is the same price where it cost you $1,000 for a graphics card from 2015. Nice. Yes, I am FOMO-phobic. I am. I'm not into FOMO. Not anymore. I mean, sometimes it just depends. But now, that's it. I don't know if we'll ever get to peak FOMO. I think peak FOMO is 2021. But we'll see. Treasury announces additional Russia-related sanctions. Happy anniversary to my wife, Lorena, 25 years. Thank you for putting up with me and listening to the chat. What a great, wholesome message. Amen. Thank you, Lorena. Horna. Amen, man. Honestly, shout out to all the wives and girlfriends who let us stay here and listen. You know what I'm saying? Amen. 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 That's a good one. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Whoa. We got Brad, too? Oh, with Canadian dollars? Brad, God bless you. You get another one. We're getting hyped up for Powell, Chattadonia. Let's go. Horn. There's your warning. Let's keep it going. Amen. I'm excited for Powell. Let's see. Remember, Powell expiration. Bonds are coming up here, so let's see if the market wants it or not. But like we noticed earlier, even yesterday, I mean, the bond bids don't really help, but we'll find out. Tesla above 180. Wow. So Tesla's still going now. TLT, if the debt ceiling gets increased, my belief is that TLT will go down. If the debt ceiling gets an agreement, the Treasury will then begin to refund you. There, it's a quarterly, so there will be a specific date, but the back end logic is that a deal will make bond yields go higher. So we'll see. We will see. Quarterly refunding is what you want to be looking for. Bottom right corner is ENVB. That was a 150% runner from yesterday, and it still keeps going. Amazon's coming down. Apple red. Tesla's the only one with green candles. Nvidia is still coming down a little bit. 30 minutes. 30 minutes till Powell. Yeah. That's crazy. So Powell's coming on an hour before, or 30 minutes before Euro close. You feel bad for the middle-aged wives listening in the chat and all the troll shit Josh is saying. Damn, on Haru, that's it? I unbanned you? We had our little issue, then you reached out to me, and then I unbanned you. And then now you salty about it? At least you can relate, though. This is how it is with the bans. It's like I have good friendships with people, and then that's it. A ban can ruin everything, even if you get unbanned. I feel you. Mavis is up. What's Powell doing? Tesla's still going. ENVB. So there's like ENVX that I confused it with. That's why I put it up there. Boeing. If it weren't for my wife, I'd not be where I am today. God bless the wives in the chat. Amen, baby. Brian, Mr. UVXY. Oh, and Sniper Trader. Welcome. Amen. Amen. Let's go. And GG. How's the UVXY? How's that been since all of that? Tesla, 181.50. They're hitting a new high right now. Someone knows. Well, Tesla, just like Netflix, Tesla's the one underperforming, but I still think has a long way to go. Underperforming in the sense it's still lower than earnings. All the other big techs have ran up since their earnings. Can the debt ceiling ever get too high? Not if it's agreed upon. That's the irony. So as long as they agree to keep raising the limit, it could go as high as they agree to allow it. Pow yields, and then again, you have Powell in 30 minutes. Unless you were trading Carvana at 360, you have no idea about peak FOMO. Wow, that's deep. And then where are we at? Tesla. Tesla's came back a decent amount. Speak on UVXY. I feel like it's the best buy in the market based off the recent movement. I'm not sure if I understand it anymore. I mean, playing volatility is hard, especially when volatility has been elevated for the last couple of years. So the only logic I see for the VIX right now is that people buy, again, if the debt ceiling, if it does pick up with as it needing a hedge, volatility should continue to rise. But even then, like volatility is dropping but elevated, and that's the problem. I think the best example is the MOVE index. So if you've seen the video on the MOVE index, this is the VIX for the bonds, and this highlights the situation. You see it's coming down, and it's still down a lot, but when you pull out these charts, you'll realize volatility is still elevated. So that's like looking at bond volatility, it's lower and calmed down over the last couple of months, but it's still holding a very, very elevated peak. It's almost just as much. I'm a member now on Harry. I know, bro. That's it. You email me. You got unbanned. That's it. I didn't think you would take it too salty. So that's good. Now you got a membership badge on Haru. It's your first one. There you go. It's beautiful. Would anything change if they invoke the 14th Amendment? I would say borderline. You would, in a weird way, I think it would be a technical default in its own little way if they did the 14th Amendment. So just because, like we talked about yesterday, it would get challenged in court. It would probably help them make the payment, but then it would kind of cast a shadow on everything. Uber is $39.55. Oh, and then let's go. Lucky Soldier. That's who gifted in, baby. Good morning. All day. So in love. And Brian Hahn doubled down 4,200. You doubled down? Wait, so you doubled the double? Didn't you double down the other time? I said have enough to play it 3 times, but let's go. My goodness. My goodness. You lost your job and membership badge this month. We'll get it back. Let's go. Well, let's go. How has it been? Has anybody, I guess with the whole job market thing, has anybody quit or been laid off and found a job like almost instantly? How has that been? Yeah, Palantir. Yeah, I was saying it. Palantir. I think Palantir has been talked about more this week than like any time since like last year. Damn, you lost your job 6 years of Friday? No. How has it been? You can't find anything in finance. It's still hard to find good help. 6 months ago, laid off. I lost my job, got another one in 24 hours. The Fed will raise rates. I think if the Fed could get away with raising rates through data or getting expectations there, they will. Oh, welcome, holy shit. That's his name. Lost job in IT, been working for one in the S&P. I'm wondering how fast it is to get rehired, because that's been the issue on the jobs market. It's always been about, most people were saying it's just like you could get a job refilled so fast. Or like if you lost your job, you could get most likely a higher paying one within the month. So you're dropping there. The high, you literally just hit a high 3 minutes ago, 42.12, and now you're down to 42.07, kind of picking up. And then Deere says they see inventory at the end of 2023 below target. Jackson Hall Redux. Terrell, welcome. What's up, man? Seeing some new members today. God bless you. Happy Friday. It's not easy if you want remote. Has that been the shift? They're trying to get everybody to do non-remote. Yeah, that's the trend. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. Meta's on the low. Remember, Google and Meta were moving communications around a ton. Yeah, Meta's down 1.1. Google's actually up almost 1%. So that's actually wild. Then Apple's trying to get a green here. Again, you literally just hit a high, took 3 candles down to VWAP. Not a full point, though. That was like half a point. That's the crazy part. What's your thoughts on Elon ragging on work from home? I understand it. Like, I like what Elon said about, like, comparing it to other jobs. Like, when some people get really entitled about their work from home, like, it kind of shits on the people who have to, like, work in factories and shit. because it's like not every job could do that. So I understand that, but at the same time, like if I needed to hire somebody, depending on what it is, I wouldn't be opposed if they worked from home. And what I mean by that is that legitimately, if you perform very good, I don't give a shit where you do it. But at the same time, it's like I'm not a full-blown work from home fan, and I see how some people really despise against it. But me personally, even like as a business owner, it's like I'm just very like straight up. It's just the performance is, if it is a real good performance and you don't get hindered, fucking work wherever you want. I don't care. It's less productive people just don't want to admit that. Well, it's prone to be less productive. That's why I'm saying there's some, if you could do it, if I hire somebody and they are working from home and they are doing every single task, like if I needed to build something out, if I needed to build out software, if I needed someone to, again, call centers, it's just like as long as you're doing the job and it's like actually like if you meet performance targets, then I don't complain. But you work from home, kind of. I mean, I've always worked from home, and like, I mean, I've said it. We have offices, but I'll go into them. But it's like, it depends. Like, real estate's weird when it's all said and done. Like, computer stock shit is at home, but real estate, like, I have to drive, and you have to like go see stuff. But that's about it. Do I think they're gonna make a deal? I think they're going to temporarily suspend the debt ceiling. I don't think they're going to have a deal to raise it. But I think based on the current timeline, I'm thinking you do not have an update until May 25th or May 30th, believe it or not. So even if this weekend goes good, we will not have a solid answer till May 25th or May 30th is how I'm looking at it. But I'm guessing that they are going to temporarily suspend the debt ceiling at a later date so that they can really get the deal both sides want. Yeah, see, but that's the point. You said, can I as an electrician work from home? Exactly. That's where it's like, I get the, like, some jobs it works, but then it's just like not everybody could work from home, and it's just like you can't. As society has that culture that you can, then it just gets weird. But either way, I mean, hey, you do job, you perform good, yalla, there you go. What are the chances J-Powell brings the hammer? So here's the thing. If you asked me that question last year, I would have told you 100% this mother effer is bringing the hammer today. However, Jerome Powell has been aloof. I don't want to call him aloof, but his attitude and his dovishness are definitely new this year. So the simple correlation we have is like legitimately Jackson Hole. The day of Jackson Hole, we closed at 41.98 on the S&P. That is exactly where we opened up from or closed from last night. So we'll see, but it's the same price as Jackson Hole. And now Powell does have the bond market saying something opposite to what he is saying, and then that's it. But then again, Powell this year has been extremely dovish. Powell has taken on, he, again, very aloof towards financial conditions. He's saying, financial conditions in the long run, not just whenever the stocks go up. So we're going to find out. But I think it's 50-50. ENVB unhalted. FDIC completes NYCB secondary offering. So NYCB, 39 million shares have all been sold. Amazon 117. Yes, there is the options expiration. And like they were saying, there's a lot of calls at 4,200. So, but then they were just saying how this could lead to not as much activity on Monday, but after expiration, I think we're free. Then again, we'll see what Powell says. And then what time? 15 minutes till Powell. So Jerome's credit, inflation has been acting relatively good. You get through the debt ceiling and cash raises. Bears are running out of narratives at a time, or at least I am. Plus election up. I think if you're a bear on a timeline, fuck yeah, you're running out of time. But I don't think I am not sold on inflation. Again, I've quickly, even after 4 months of core not going below 5.5, I said it. It's very simple. If none of this stuff, if inflation doesn't really come down, if there's no fat demand destruction to guarantee inflation doesn't come back down, then if we somehow, if equities, real estate, if we brush off this year and everything we've dealt with, then we're going to get the second round of inflation that'll rip faces off. So really what I'm trying to say is that I don't believe, I think Powell gets inflation. He gets credit for inflation not going up anymore at the same pace, but I don't think even what's her name? Was it Fed Cook yesterday? The data so far does not it doesn't show the progress. I mean, again, with the fastest tightening cycle and all of that, I'm not satisfied with core not being able to go down below 5.5 for 4 months in a row. That, especially even in the middle of a banking collapse, that to me does not bode well. So I see what you're saying, though. I think if you're on a time frame, then yeah, it's easy to run out of the narratives, but it's it could take 24 months. We'll see, but it's not as important as it was. Inflation last year was very important, but it still is important. But that progress, until that core comes down, it's weird. Like I said, for the last 4 months, it doesn't happen often in history where core inflation is higher than nominal inflation. So core above headline, that doesn't happen. Especially not for 4 months in a row. And then especially because core cannot break through this floor of 5.5. It's been about, maybe 6 to 9 months since core hit the peak. And that's what I'm saying. That's the progress. That stuff is phenomenal. But it doesn't, it's still kind of bad. That's like saying it's been 6 weeks. I didn't fail an exam, but I still have a D in the class because I just can't get above a D. That's the way I look at it, because it's just, where is it? Core CPI year over year, X food. Because it's again, it came down a lot. It's like they're not failing anymore to that same fucked up degree. But then why can't core go below 5.5? That is weird. It's very weird. It's saying that everything is still up. And then actually, no. So it's 9, 10, 11. It's been 8 months. Yeah, 8 months since core peaked. Core peaked in September at 6.6. But then we're at 5.5 right now. And then throughout 2000 to 2022, it didn't go higher than 3.0. And then SPY's still dropping. We hit the peak and came down. This is borderline the lowest you've been since the open. It's matching up with these candles. Bonds haven't moved. Powell in 10 minutes, 12 minutes. MUFG, yes, watch them. If MUFG starts collapsing, Japan is fucked. And then all the banks will get mollywopped. Just if that stock goes low, or if you hear anything about their credit default swaps, just keep them in mind. Again, they're one of the bigger banks in Japan. And that's like next level banking collapse failure. But we're not there yet. Again, now that if we haven't failed already, I think there's less pressure on it. But if you start noticing regional bank, big bank failures again and pressure, I would start looking at MUFG. And then Tesla's still holding up, but we are coming down now. Low ticker starting to take control. Volatility indexes are the ones leading right here. Bro, you read the Bible, but you cuss so much. I know. That's why it's a hard game out here, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like you read the Bible, but you judge your neighbor a lot too. It's the same thing if you've read the Bible. So I feel you, man. I talk to God about it. That's between me and him. Amen. Amen. Godspeed. Godspeed. Or whatever amphetamine your deity of choice chooses. Tim Lasso. Ted Lasso. Excellent response to that. Well, that's my belief. That's why I don't like churches. I mean, I grew up a certain way, and you know, I went to church and they would tell me I was going to hell because I listened to rap music. So that's why I've came to the decision of making my own beliefs. Whatever my conduct, that's between me and God. I let him judge me. But when it's all said and done, you know, I just love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's all you could do. I don't see eye to eye with everybody on it, but hey, you know, that's it. That's all. We got it. You got it. That's all. There's too much Pharisees. Yeah, but even, I mean, now it's beyond. There's Pharisees everywhere. We love to do it. That's why I said even the other day, you know, that's why I just show some love. You know, I couldn't imagine being like that. That's a Pharisee, even if you don't believe in anything. Dogma, baby. One hell of a drug. Hey, bet. Bop. Like many Christian traders, they won't hang here because of the cussing. Yeah, but that's on them. You know, it's still, you judge by the actions. What I feel. Damn, Charlie. Charlie gave a different response. He gave a different response. Okay, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. It's Friday, baby. Indeed, baby. Indeed. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. The Pharisees asked Jesus why he ate with the sinners. I don't. Either way, it's love. You either got love or you don't, baby. That's all. We either go. That's it. You either got love in your heart or you just living life like just living life. I don't know. You're living a life with a lot of emotions that may not be the most positive. But we out here. Game got my heart, game got my soul. Nothing's moving right now. That's it. We having a Jesus discussion. SPY right in the first 3 candles. 10 minutes till Powell. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. It's actually quite interesting though, considering you opened up at highs, you hit a new high. The next point is like 20 to 30 points above. So get ready. If you're soft of ear, you're soft of heart, your faith will shake. Damn. Damn. I'm just here to hug people. That's and give y'all information. But damn, that's going in. You going in, bro. I like it. Do not get tossed and turned by the wind. That can relate to thy ears. Is it too early for that? What was the other quote we had earlier? Someone said something earlier. We were like, damn, that's deep. About lottery on DE. Did they bounce at all? No, that was a crazy move. They moved 15 bucks. Nvidia below 310 now. How do you guys feel about that? I don't have Nvidia. I just have the shares. I'm still in it. We're up like almost $3 a share. I have over $100 on it. Again, it was a smaller amount though too. I'm eating only $100. Again, that's why on the squeeze up it didn't hurt that bad, but then on the way down, it didn't work. What's going to happen? Nobody knows. Well, hopefully we get more info. Hopefully today. Mr. Powell. China envoy tells Poland to maintain talks on war in Ukraine. Is there an incentive for any party to delay? Both sides. As long as there is what's it called? As long as it's a temporary pause on both sides and it does not lead to any missing of payments, then yeah, it'll be good. I got two Nvidia, so I thought that. Which one's Tesla? Okay, Tesla was holding up, but Nvidia is going lower now, 309.75. And then where's the banks? Again, bonds are going lower. I thought the market would have liked it a little bit, but now we're getting to the earlier point. I mean, anytime bonds were this low, the market was a little bit higher, near the highs. So let's see. Oil's killing it. Oil is just 1.1 on the day. Healthcare. That's it. Tech and discretionaries are the only thing in the red right now. All right. Yeah. 3 more minutes. So let's get this shit set up. Are you guys ready? Oh, dude, this is big. Oh, dude, everybody's waiting for this. They got analyst comments already. Oh, yeah, Chad. This is way bigger. This is bigger than you think. That's it. It's looking mad official. Oh, perfect time. Ben Bernanke and Jerome Powell. Right on time. All right, get ready, Chattadonia. Damn, they all drink water at the same time. You see that? Oh, damn. They unscrewed all at the same time. He unscrewed it first, then Powell, then Bernanke. Look at them pouring all the same. Oh, dude. Oh, this is serious. You saw that, right? Yeah, bro, that was crazy. Bro, that's like eating at a Michelin star restaurant. Oh my gosh. Oh, I was already excited. That water pour though. Let's go. Yeah, bro, synchronized water drip.
Get started.
Yeah, fucking run it, baby.
Thank you all for being here.
You're welcome.
Of course, it is a true honor today to have Chair Jay Powell and former chair. And
There's no pre-written statements either, so this is going to get crazy.
Being here. I've very much been looking forward to this conversation. I'm sure our audience has too. So let's just get to it. This conference, as everyone knows, is dedicated to the memory of Thomas Laubach. And earlier this morning, we heard some personal reflections on working with Thomas from Secretary Janet Yellen.
All right, I'll turn it up, but
of the Fed, and from President
just mind your speakers, okay? Because if they change the audio, it's going to fuck your shit up.
As well. So I'd like to give you both an opportunity to share your own thoughts about Thomas's contributions as an economist, as a central banker, as a colleague. Ben, maybe we could start with you.
Sure, and it's great to be here. I was Thomas's thesis advisor, and he worked with
This
me
is Ben
on
Bernanke.
inflation targeting when he was still a graduate student. And that was a long time ago, and he was not yet in his exalted position at the Fed when I was doing Jay's job. So I don't have any short little anecdotes to give.
I think
but
that
do wanna
volume
say
candle's real.
That I think there are sort of two kinds of accomplishments a person can have. They can have curriculum vitae accomplishments, and they can have what I call eulogy accomplishments. Curriculum vitae accomplishments are things like published papers and promotions and awards and recognition. Eulogy accomplishments are the things your family remembers. You know, your kindness, your support, helping other people, and so on. Thomas was one of the few people who scored high on both dimensions. On the CV side, beginning with his work with me, he had a tremendous input into the Federal Reserve's framework, working on inflation targeting, working on the more recent Fed framework. He did work, I'm sure John Williams talked about his work with Thomas on the natural rate. He worked on the effects of deficits on interest rates, again, another contribution. So a person who made a lot of intellectual contributions at important points. But as a person, he was just a very warm, kind, friendly, helpful person, and he was just a joy to work with. And I'm glad to be here to.
He's talking about the guy that this conference is named after.
Thank you, Trevor. So
Thomas
first of all,
Laubach.
Let me say this conference is a very fitting tribute to Thomas, and I'm really delighted and honored to be part of it. And let me add my thanks to those of us who made all of this happen here today. So I first met Thomas when I joined the board as a governor in May 2012, almost exactly 11 years ago. And in preparing to join the board, and then in the early years at the board, I was very focused on developing a deeper background in macroeconomics and monetary policy. Many people here at the board supported me in that process.
AMD on the low.
But I will say Thomas really stood out. And it was during the process of reading, the literature and discussing it that I really started to get to know him. He had this great ability to communicate complicated ideas. He obviously loved talking about economics, and his great enthusiasm and willingness to engage with me, a new governor, was immediately evident. He was very gracious to me, and we had a lot of informative discussions. So rather than being his teacher, I was really his student in those early years. As you know, by the time, as you noted, Trevor, by the time I became chair in 2018, Thomas was the head of the Division of Monetary Affairs. And in that role, he was a trusted advisor to me and to the FOMC. His leadership was particularly important as the FOMC conducted our first ever public monetary policy review. He played a major role in organizing that, identifying key topics, and organizing the staff all through the Federal Reserve System. He also played an absolutely essential role during the critical period of the pandemic at the very beginning, when we were marshaling our forces and our tools.
The audio's
to
at
stabilize
10
the financial system and
decibels,
protect the
so watch your
economy from
speakers. I've
dire
raised it as
consequences.
much as I can.
And through it all, he did come through as, not just for his dedication, his great intellect, and his mastery of monetary economics, but also just for his kindness as a human being, and just as in being a terrific, great colleague and a great person.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of agreement for the sentiments that both of you have expressed. Appreciate that. Before we get to some questions on some current issues, I did want to ask you both about any formative experiences that you may have had that have shaped your views, particularly about your thinking about monetary policy. Paul Volcker, in his oral history interview, tells the story of his mother, who was adamant that he received the same dollar value monthly allowance when he was in college that his older sisters did 10 years prior. And of course, he was not too happy about that because inflation in the interim obviously eroded the real purchasing power of that allowance. So as the story goes, that was the beginning of his personal commitment to price stability. So Jay, do you have any such stories to tell?
Maybe not quite that on point, but so I graduated from college in 1975 during what we now call the Great Inflation, and same college year.
Adobe and DraftKings.
And I started working as a lawyer in the financial sector in the late 1970s. I recall from that time a growing sense that high inflation was essentially a permanent part of the landscape, just something that we all had to accept and deal with, and that the costs of getting rid of it were too high.
Wall on the low.
Getting used to it.
Wall flipped.
Of course, ultimately, the Fed did step up and restore price stability. And one lesson from that era is that price stability is really the foundation of a strong economy, and that the economy doesn't work for anyone without price stability. Another is that high inflation when we have high inflation, it is the responsibility and the obligation of the central bank to restore and sustain price stability. So today, while inflation isn't as high as it was when I was in college, it's
markets react.
That
That sounds like speech statements, but
and many people are currently experiencing high inflation for the first time in their lives. It's not a headline to say that they really don't like it. So we are very aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it.
Same phrase. I just think it's setting the tone.
For those who are at the margins of the economy.
He does not sound like pausing, but it's the same exact statement you've heard. The market just being jumpy.
All of their incoming income to pay for food, housing, and transportation, and other essentials. And that's why the committee is so strongly committed to returning to our 2% goal. We think that failure to get inflation down would not only prolong the pain, but also increase, ultimately, the social costs of getting back to price stability, causing even greater harm to families and businesses. And we aim to avoid that by remaining steadfast in pursuit of our goals.
Very weird, because bonds took a bit off of that.
Well, I had mentors, Dale Jorgensen at Harvard, and
Bernanke's turn.
MIT in particular, but I'm going to tell you about something that happened to me when I was 6 years old.
He didn't say anything new. It just sounded more hawkish than dovish.
During the summer, and I would sit on the front porch of their house and listen to my grandmother tell stories about her life. And she told about how she raised her family in Connecticut in the 1930s during the Great Depression. And it was a town that was specializing in shoe manufacture, and during the Depression, a lot of the factories were shut down. And she told me that, it was a very hard time. A lot of the kids went to school in tattered shoes or maybe no shoes at all. And I said, Grandma, why would they do that? And she said, well, because their fathers lost their jobs. Why did they lose their jobs? Because the shoe factory shut down. Now, I was only 6 years old, but I could see the problem with that argument. I said, well, why didn't they just open the shoe factories and make shoes for the children? And she said, it doesn't work that way. But I think it really was a puzzle to me that you had
the headline is failure to get inflation down with prolonged pain.
1928, and in
that's the Powell
1928,
headline.
People were dancing the Charleston, and in 1933 they were in bread lines. And that really impressed on me, that economics can make really big difference in people's lives. And monetary policy is like that. I mean, it's, as Jay, of course, and all of you well know, that the decisions made in this building have a very broad and real effect on people's lives. And for that reason, besides its intellectual fascination, it's worth studying and understanding.
Thank you. I know that's certainly a key motivation for many people in this room to be working so hard. Okay, let's now turn to some topics of
so first statement,
interest.
Somewhat hawkish,
like
but not
with,
peacockish. Now the Q&A.
Between the financial system and the macroeconomy. Both of you, during your tenures as chair, have faced very significant historic financial crises. Ben, obviously, you confronted the global financial crisis, and Jay, the global pandemic. Those episodes were clearly acute, very vivid examples of the connections between the macroeconomy and the financial system. as well as, I think, a good illustration of the role of central banks in such episodes. But Ben, your research, importantly, and the research that you have inspired, has really demonstrated that understanding the connections between
KRE flip red.
sector,
Watch out for that.
markets, and banks and the real economy is critical.
MNK popping 200%. Malincrot.
So with that as background, we have just experienced a period of stress in certain parts of the banking system here in the United States. So I want to get your take on those developments, how you think they match up compared to some previous episodes, and what they might mean for the economy.
Well, in some dimension, the
new low
crisis is followed.
Still, the first statements from Powell were hawkish. But again, it wasn't peak, but that's the only thing we've got so far.
So please don't misinterpret this. But it was a classic situation where they had assets that were subject to risk, and in particular, as interest rates rose, the value of their long-term assets fell and their capital fell. They had hoped to hedge that by their deposit franchise, where as interest rates rose and interest rates moved more slowly on deposits, that would partially compensate. But they were dealing with customers who were very social media savvy, and that didn't really work. So after the decline in capital, you had the second stage, which is runs, people taking out their money, which ultimately led to
Yellen told bank CEOs more mergers may be necessary. That's coming in now.
For depositors. The third stage of a banking crisis is contagion, and people looked at other banks and said, oh, they look sort of vaguely like Silicon Valley Bank. They got the same number of letters in their name and all kinds of things like that, and that caused people to begin to remove deposits elsewhere. And finally, the reason this is important is that it ultimately affects credit conditions. And
yeah, bro, there's a Yellen headline.
Of course,
Yellen says more banks. She told bank CEOs more mergers may be necessary.
Extension of credit, and therefore.
So we'll see. You have a weird Yellen headline happening related to regionals are dumping off of this now.
So.
That's very weird.
I think it's
so again, Yellen bank headline while this is happening.
It's different from the global financial crisis in many ways, including its scale and scope, of course. But I would mention a couple of things, a couple of important differences. One is that the impaired asset in this case was U.S. Treasuries, which are very different assets in kind from subprime mortgages, in that U.S. Treasuries can always be valued accurately, and so there's not the uncertainty that was associated with subprime mortgages. And secondly, as the economy declines, if it does decline...
Yeah, the bank stocks are dumping off of that a little. I'd watch that. Bonds are catching the fear bid now, too.
Kind of a counter-cyclical effect.
This is weird.
That's one very
that Yellen comment's weird while this is happening.
Worth mentioning, but very important.
So that's factoring into this.
Relative to, say, the GFC or the Great Depression, overall, borrowers are in much better shape, than they were in these previous episodes. And that makes a big difference, both in terms of the stability of the banks and also in terms of the impact on consumer spending and the economy in general.
Well, I guess a major reason that situation didn't get worse, and I think the contagion was very much contained, were the forceful actions, Jay, that you and the Federal Reserve took through the use of your liquidity tools, including the creation of the Bank Term Funding Program. However, in deploying these liquidity tools, that has come at, against this backdrop where the preeminent monetary policy concern is high inflation. And that's, of course, a little
different. Yeah, bro, banks are dumping on this.
And has raised renewed discussions about
hopefully Powell says something.
Separation principle, right? And so wanted to ask you how you think about the use of financial stability tools and liquidity tools.
But watch if tech gets a bid if banks sell off. Just keep that in mind.
And how they fit together.
It's an interesting question, but I want to start by saying, though, that the overall, the banks and the banking system are strong and resilient and well-positioned to deal with the challenges that we face now or in the future. So
Powell's talking banks right now.
We have separate tools, monetary policy to achieve our macroeconomic objectives, liquidity, supervisory, and regulatory.
Again, watch if tech gets a bid while the banks dump.
But I see an important distinction between separation. This is the separation principle. Separation and independence. Our tools can have separate objectives, but their effects are often not entirely independent. So The tools are complementary almost all of the time because financial and macroeconomic stability are so deeply intertwined. In fact, our consensus statement notes that sustainably achieving maximum employment and price stability depends on a stable financial system. So because they're so intertwined, to me, there is not likely to be an absolute and complete separation of the tools, nor is that possible or desirable. And I think as Ben's research and the global financial crisis demonstrated, financial stability affects macroeconomic stability and vice versa. We saw that clearly.
GOP debt negotiators say White House not being reasonable. Bad debt ceiling news hitting now too.
Especially during extreme circumstances.
And then Powell says strong and resilient.
They have individual purposes, and most of the time each can be used for its intended purpose without compromising the other.
Yeah, gold is popping with bonds now too.
As you pointed out, when banking stresses emerged in early March,
so again, PacWest down 5. Yellen says more mergers.
To make liquidity,
and then now GOP negative comment on debt ceiling.
And that liquidity
and Powell
supported the stability of the
latest statement was sound and resilient.
Use of our monetary policy tools to promote price stability. While the financial stability tools help to calm conditions in the banking sector, developments there, on the other hand, are contributing to tighter credit conditions and are likely to weigh on economic growth, hiring, and inflation. So as a result, our policy rate may not need to rise as much as it would have otherwise to achieve our goals. Of course, the extent of that is highly uncertain. So,
thank you.
GOP negotiators leave debt talks.
Of those tools is reflected in the fact that the FOMC has actually raised interest rates twice since the emergence of the banking strains. Of course, the purpose of that is to confront the inflation issue, which brings us to our next topic, which is, in fact, inflation. In the pandemic and the aftermath, we've had many renewed discussions of
the Yellen thing is from CNN. It's new. They're the ones who drop it. They're saying after a Thursday meeting, she's the one who said more mergers may be necessary.
A supply shock can present to a central bank. And that's also raised a lot of questions in academia and in policy circles as to whether or not the inflation process.
Sources tell CNN bank mergers were discussed during Yellen's meeting.
Prior. Jay, maybe we can start with you. A number.
So that's confirmed, and it's right now.
Argued that we are entering a new period.
And then again, GOP negative comments.
Will be more frequent. Would love to hear your views.
Powell just said something bullish, though. Powell just said rates may not need to rise as high, giving credit stress. He said it before, but that's bullish.
And I'd say it's certainly possible that
everything else has been negative.
Shocks. I also think it's just very hard to forecast that with any confidence. As Yogi Berra is thought to have said, Ben, you're the baseball expert. You can confirm or deny this, but it is difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. So I think that the best we can do at this stage is probably to just identify the factors that we think can lead to further negative supply shocks. I will say that, though, that positive supply shocks related to globalization largely
regional's new low
significantly to the period of low inflation that either ended or was interrupted by the onset of the pandemic. And I'm thinking there of the vast increase in global labor supply, the development of efficient global supply chains, facilitated by technological advances and things like that. And I would say those positive supply shocks do not seem likely to be repeated. At the same time, the drivers of the current inflationary surge certainly included a sequence of large negative supply shocks to the global supply chain for goods, which also experienced a large and persistent shift in demand from services to goods, and also the supply of workers. On top of that,
crypto's moving.
Ukraine brought further shocks to global supply chains, particularly supplies of energy and non-energy commodities. So we can't know how persistent those shocks will be or whether further negative supply shocks will come along. Will globalization be partially or fully halted or reversed? Will it resume again as the pandemic mercifully recedes into memory? We can't really know that now. But for policymakers, the bottom line is that central banks will continue to be responsible for providing price stability, and that will require us to navigate whatever additional supply shocks.
Again, watch the hedges. See if bonds and gold do anything. But they're holding a very big bid.
Bank can do,
and then regional's still at a low.
And that is true over time, even in the presence of supply
Powell's
shocks.
talking supply shocks right now.
Ben, I'd love to hear your views.
The keeping rates was the bullish comment.
Which disrupt normal economic functioning often are followed by inflation. Examples are World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and now the pandemic. And the pandemic just makes it harder for policymakers to understand what's happening and to react appropriately. And in particular, the pandemic
Again,
scrambled the labor
Powell's
market,
not
made it
saying
harder to
anything.
judge
This
the
is
state of the labor
this is
market.
from those Yellen comments in the
opening
banks
led
right
to a
now.
very
Just look at
extended
bonds and
rise in
banks,
commodity prices,
and then
which is
factor it
difficult
into every one of his
to deal
statements.
with.
I'll
We
give
had
you an
supply
update.
chain issues,
Yeah,
which
you're
was
coming
pretty
down though
much a
again.
new thing, which was also a contributor to inflation.
But watch
So
if
there
tech
are many
gets a
features
bid.
of the pandemic that made this an unusual episode and a difficult
This isn't them
episode
talking.
to address.
So this
That being
move is
said,
off of the
I
Yellen
think
and banks
that-
right
and
now.
I've done some research
And Powell
on
just said
this
something
little
bullish, if
chart that we're
anything.
presenting next week. The basic mechanisms, I think, are still the same. But you have a bunch of bad shocks, that's going to give you a problem. But the underlying mechanisms of supply shocks and tight
That
labor
comment
markets
is
and so
right
on
now.
are really
Go.
the
I
same.
just showed you the link
So
and
I
confirmed
think,
it.
I don't think
Thursday
there's been
meeting,
a
debt
major
ceiling,
change in the underlying
and CNN
process that
sources are the
generates
ones
inflation,
saying
only,
they discussed
series
more
of shocks
mergers.
related
This
to
is
the
a new
pandemic that
update.
gave us this,
Hence the reaction.
This episode going forward, I agree with Jay.
It may
that
not
we
last,
can't
but it's new.
predict, what new shocks will come. We've got new technologies out there that might, make big changes in our economy. We've got, green investment, things like that might affect the price and availability of.
Yeah, CNN's the only source on
So
it.
there are many, many things that we
That's
can't,
who's. So it's a
can't
different
predict,
news.
but
CNN's
I think
newswire.
that broadly speaking, that
So it's whatever source they have
inflation
based on
process has
today's
not
meeting.
changed, and
Again, this is 9
one
minutes
aspect
old.
of that, which is very good
15
news,
now.
is
Bonds
that
new
the Federal
high.
Reserve's credibility has
Stocks
helped
trying to
keep
hold, though.
inflation expectations, particularly longer-term inflation expectations, reasonably well anchored, which is always sort of the first step in getting control of inflation.
You mentioned the role of the labor market tightness in the inflation process. I think it's quite striking that right on the eve of the pandemic, the unemployment rate was
Just
around
watch. If
3.5%,
banks bounce,
the
bonds drop, and gold drops,
five-decade
then
low.
people will calm down on Yellen.
Yet at the same
And then
time,
just listen
inflation
for
was kind of
Powell.
struggling
Again,
to
Powell
get up to
saying
2%
rates not
on a
going
sustained
higher.
basis.
That was
Here we
positive.
are, in 2023, the unemployment rate is roughly at the same level as it was prior to the pandemic, but of course inflation is far above 2%. So in that context, should we be thinking about the relationship between slack in the labor market and inflation differently? Do we not have the right measures of slack? Is it the problems with understanding what the natural rate of unemployment is? Or is slack really not the key to understanding inflation in the first place? Ben, you want to take that one first?
As I was talking about before, I think that the pandemic, to some extent, scrambled the usual signals from the labor market. And the Federal Reserve over time has begun to put more weight on things like the vacancy to unemployment ratio, which seems to give a better signal in a period of change when the labor market matching process is in change than the unemployment rate. So there has been some scrambling of those signals. That being said,
Powell said they don't have to raise rates
simply
as
not
high
true
because
that,
of bank stress. That was the only bullish thing he said
there's
today.
not a simple inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment. In particular, what can break that relationship is supply shocks. And so during the 70s, we didn't particularly have tight labor markets most of the time. We had high inflation, because we had oil price shocks, which the Fed did not respond to adequately, B, because inflation expectations were not well anchored, and there was a strong tendency
it's bullish in theory.
for,
He said it
price
before,
increases
but
to feed into
it
wages
is better than the opposite of saying
because
it.
of the presence of supply shocks and inflation expectations dynamics, there's no reason why low unemployment and high inflation can't coexist. But the remedies might be, depending on the situation, might be somewhat different.
Jay, how are you thinking about that?
So I'm very much in agreement with that. It's certainly true that we had both before and after the pandemic unemployment very low, close to 3.5%, but that we only had high inflation after the pandemic. Does that mean that our understanding of the relationship between slack and inflation is badly wrong, or that it has changed fundamentally after the pandemic? And my answer would be tentatively no to both of those questions. I think what really is different this time was a series of unexpected and persistent supply shocks that featured in the inflation process. I don't think labor market slack was a particularly important feature of inflation when it first spiked in spring of 2021. By contrast, I do think that labor market slack is likely to be an increasingly important factor in inflation going forward. In particular, inflation in non-housing services is showing signs of real persistent. In this highly diverse sector, labor costs are a high proportion of total costs, and that sector happens to account for more than half of the core PCE index. But all of this, the point is, all of this can be explained, I think, using our standard framework for understanding labor market slack. You could say it this way, that the natural rate of employment probably rose sharply as the pandemic severely disrupted the labor market. And the implication of that would be that an unemployment rate of, say, 4% indicated a much tighter labor market in 2021 than it did in 2018. And as Ben mentioned, of course, after the pandemic, we began looking at much more closely at alternative measures, particularly vacancies, but also quits, which have been signaling even greater tightness than the unemployment rate alone might have thought to signal. I mean, to put some numbers on it, at the end of 2018 and the end of 2021, we had 4% roughly unemployment in both cases. In 2018, the vacancies to unemployment ratio was 1-to-1, essentially. In 2021, it was 2-to-1. And that was a much better indicator, obviously, at that time of the simple standalone unemployment rate. Although, as I mentioned, you could also think of it as the natural rate being highly elevated. The other thing is, it may also be the case that the Phillips curve has steepened, meaning that inflation has returned, at least for now, to being more responsive to changes in the labor market slack. But the Phillips curve was once thought to be fairly steep after flattening. Relationships.
Just watch bonds and banks unless Powell says a bombshell.
I would not characterize that as
that's just a new high on bonds or new low on regionals. That's going to coincide with a new low here, unless Powell
maybe we can pivot here
destroys.
to the topic
but
of central bank
again,
communication.
He hasn't really said much.
It's
mostly
widely
bearish,
understood
but
now
not
that
too
the better
bearish.
the public
One bullish,
understands
but not too bullish.
conduct of monetary policy, the more
And
effective it will
Yellen's
be.
update's the biggest move.
But fostering that type of understanding really requires a lot of communications, and of course that can be hard. Both of you have been powerful advocates for advancing monetary policy communications, both with an eye toward making policy more effective, but also for the purposes of
He did
transparency.
say inflation may be more responsive to changes in the job market.
Role here, advancing the
That could be
FOMC's
taken very bad, depending on how you want to look at it.
The introduction of press conferences after FOMC meetings, the introduction.
Because that means inflation won't go down until jobs come down.
So what changes over this period since the communication, say, revolution began, would you highlight as being some of the most effective, most important, and where do some remaining challenges exist?
Well, let me talk about communication, because I think you need to understand that it serves multiple purposes. I mean, one of its purposes, the narrow purpose, is to try to align market expectations with the Fed's own thinking. I think that goes back to
watch if tech gets a bid. Google and NVIDIA caught a nice bid off the bottom.
Statement. I mean, since then,
again, banks sold off more than tech right now. And then energy's still holding. And just watch if bonds catch a new high. Debt limit talks hit roadblock as GOP negotiators walk out. Another bad debt limit news. It's being framed as the GOP walks out. But again, just watch a new high on bonds or gold. That's what you need for more lows.
And how we're going to go about that. There's other reasons for communication. One I would talk about is feedback. We're having a conference here. If the Fed puts out the issues that it's concerned about, economists will write articles or tweet and respond to that. Or in the case of the Fed Listens program, maybe it would be more ordinary people who are explaining, how monetary policy affects them. One final thing I would mention is diversity of views. Because the Fed has a consensus culture, and there are very few dissents normally, the outside perception is the Fed is subject to groupthink, which of course is possible, but with people talking about their own views and explaining why they see the economy as they do, it does, I think, at least to some extent, show that there is a range.
So this is about to be the 4,200 test for futures. SPX is already below. That's going to be where you bounce or not.
I
or
do
flush.
feel proud about the press conferences, which I introduced 4 times a year after the summary of economic projections, in which Chair Powell has taken to an art form. And
that's funny.
I think also, just the inflation
They just
target,
joked about rigging it so well.
The forecasts that we release.
That was great.
There's a cultural change.
Even Bernanke's like, you good, dog. You good at that. I don't know how you do it.
Which is,
that's crazy.
If you look back at speeches in the
new low, though, again. Debt limit news. Like I said, more lows with bond highs.
Would talk
but
about,
again, debt limit stuff's driving us a little bit now.
Wouldn't talk very much about the global or national economy. Now you have a lot of people talking about the different aspects of the Federal Reserve's views, and again, that contributes to both market transparency and also to accountability to the local constituency and to the national constituency.
You're only down 0.1 right now, down a quarter on Dow and NASDAQ, so just factor in all of that as you're looking at the market. It looks big, but it's not.
Transparencies, especially.
But watch the hedges,
today.
Bonds and gold. If those start catching it, it's Friday
many
before the
important,
weekend, so
public
keep that
and
in
private
mind.
Institutions globally have struggled to retain the public's trust and support in recent years. Now, we're an institution that serves a critical public mission, but to be here and work here is to know that the particulars of what we do,
4,200, you're
how we
about to
do
test
are
it
not
on the
generally
futures.
top of
You already
mind
broke it on
for most
SPX,
people.
but this is it.
And
like
on top of that,
4188.
we have a critical
That's going to be
unreared
40,
rank of
4,200 on the
independence.
futures.
And all of that to me means that we have a special obligation to explain ourselves clearly, what we do, why we do it, to provide transparency to the public and their elected representatives in Congress so that we can earn and deserve their trust and support. And that's a critical task.
And Europe is now closed.
Our democratic
You have Euro closed now, but bonds are not hitting another high, though.
My colleagues and I really take that as a primary and affirmative, proactive obligation and not something we see as a burden or a
Powell's
second
talking
order
transparency.
importance. So in that spirit, to your point, we have followed the example of Chairman Greenspan beginning in 1994 with the first post-meeting statement, through Ben's innovations and Janet as well, in looking to foster greater transparency and accountability. And a couple of examples. We now do a press conference after
And
every
dollar.
meeting, not just every
The
other
dollar
one.
has been more
We have
responsive
greatly
here, too, to the
expanded
debt
our
ceiling
congressional
stuff.
outreach to be
That just
certain
hit
we
lows.
hear directly from lawmakers on an ongoing basis, so that they have the information that they need to conduct appropriate oversight. As I mentioned, in 2019 and 20, we conducted a public review of our monetary policy framework, seeking input from a broad range of people and groups all around the country. We've also significantly expanded transparency beyond monetary policy. For example, we now publish semi-annual financial stability and supervision and regulation reports. Of course, there are always
Okay, so watch out. This is a big level.
especially,
Again, this is going to be a big test for the
I find
futures,
about
4,200.
uncertainty that attends
And then just watch at the
our
bonds. They are
assessments of
starting to
economic
move again.
conditions and the outlook. And the good example of this is, despite our persistent efforts to explain otherwise, the policy paths from the SEP seem regularly to be taken
Okay,
as a
another
firm
low.
committee decision, rather than what they are, which is a compilation of individual participants' best assessments on a particular day of appropriate
You're still
policy,
a point away.
under the assumption that conditions evolve in line with their baseline forecasts. So that's just a challenge that we constantly face in the context of great uncertainty. Despite that, I would say, though, that the summary of economic projections has actually been very useful during this tightening cycle.
Target's
as markets
dumping.
have looked ahead and priced in future rate hikes, long before they're actually implemented.
Your last point really brings up the idea of communications as being an effective policy tool. And I guess the key element of that is the use of forward guidance. Jay, in one school of thought, forward guidance is a tool that should really only be deployed when interest rates are at the effective lower bound. And so you can no longer
you broke it
by lowering rates further.
Yeah.
And so you do
Damn.
so through
Very easily. Watch if it bounces
policy
above here
in the
again. You
future.
might get a little dancing here.
But another school of thought, forward guidance should be just a regular part of communicating with the public to convey the committee's policy intentions, even far away from the effective lower bound. Where do you come out in that debate?
Well, I do think it depends on circumstances.
Okay, so a little
I do
bounce
think
off of that.
Forward guidance
But bonds
can
are
be
going
useful when
higher.
policymakers
Just watch
have
this
a
in
materially
tandem.
Different or clearer
And then target
view
is
of
really
the likely
dumping.
path of policy than does the interested public.
We're flush.
I would agree that
Debt
the
ceiling,
effective
there's a
lower
lot of
bound
debt
when
ceiling
we
headlines. Powell
provide
really
more
hasn't said
stimulus by
much.
indicating an intent
I would
to
say
keep
borderline
policy
debt ceiling
longer
and
than
negotiators
public
walking
expects.
out,
There's a use
plus
case
like
there.
3 other things related
I
to
also
banks,
would say, though,
and then
that
the volatility
communication
of
comes
Powell.
with a cost of misinterpretation, and it also may limit flexibility. So I think we should use forward guidance sparingly when the course of policy is either reasonably well understood or, on the contrary, is so
gold is taking off. The hedges,
that's really can be said.
It sucks.
Constructively.
We should have got our hedges
and
earlier.
A good example of that was
because now this is it. Gold is up
pandemic
$20 right now.
Were just beginning. The level of certainty was almost unimaginable, and we'd chosen not to issue an SEP at that point. Really, our view was that releasing a forecast at that time might have been more of an obstacle to clear communication than a help. In contrast, as I mentioned a minute ago, forward guidance has really been a useful and effective tool during the current tightening cycle, as financial conditions have tightened well in advance of actual rate increases. The 2-year tightened between the September 21 meeting and liftoff in March of 20. It tightened by 200 basis points before we ever actually lifted rates, and that's significantly because of our communication. So in the current context, until recently, it's been relatively
He's literally
clear
reading off a script for this. One analyst commented on that. He's talking transparency and forward guidance, but
now, however, we've come a long way.
Yeah, this question is more just off the book right now. And again, we're responding to the debt ceiling and Yellen comments, but the Yellen comments are related to the debt ceiling.
Of credit tightening from recent banking stresses. So today, our guidance is limited to identifying the factors we'll be monitoring as we assess the extent to which additional
Powell says
may be appropriate.
Communication comes with costs of misinterpretation, may limit flexibility.
That assessment will be an ongoing one as we move ahead, meeting by meeting.
And again, you're bouncing at 4,200 on the futures.
To look at the data.
Just watch, though. I don't think you need more highs on the bonds for more lows, but just watch this dynamic.
Jay, you mentioned that guidance can be useful at times when the public
Powell says we've come a long way in policy tightening.
Policymakers. How do you think about those sorts of situations?
You're right. So recently it has sometimes been the case that markets appear to be pricing in a different rate path than the committee expects will be appropriate. But I would say that disconnect does not seem to reflect a misunderstanding of our reaction function or a lack of belief that we'll do what's necessary to bring inflation down. Rather, it appears to reflect simply a different forecast, one in which inflation comes down much more quickly than the committee participants think is most likely, perhaps due to a significant downturn. I would say also, so far the data have continued to support the committee's view that bringing inflation down will take some time. Moreover,
this is written down, but
we often don't.
This sounds a little bit more hawkish from him.
Market prices always reflect both expectations.
He's talking about the misinterpretation and how they're going to do whatever they want.
What market participants say in surveys of their expectations.
This is addressing the rate cuts priced in.
And what is reflected in market pricing. So ultimately, my colleagues and I have our forecasts, and market participants have theirs.
Data supports view that inflation progress will be slow.
What we can do is be clear about our expectations for growth, unemployment, and inflation, and the likely implications for policy.
So Powell thinks inflation isn't going to come down as fast as we think anymore.
If the path of the economy were to differ.
That's what we're getting from this. The market may react to that.
Lay out our individual forecasts quarterly.
Yeah, they're not cutting it all.
But
But he's pretty much, he just said maybe that's the word he's using to bring down the, Powell may have accomplished it. He's saying, he literally just said that we could afford to look at data with ongoing outlook, but then data supports view that inflation progress will be slow. So I think that's how he's trying to combat the rate cuts. He said market rate path reflects different forecasts than Fed. So let's see if that's enough. You need the bonds to rip, though, off of that. Or look at the Fed futures. They need to drop.
A certain path was very likely, and that actually helps achieve the objectives. Delphic forward guidance.
It was good. Let's see if the market takes it. If the market listens, that will be enough. But we'll see.
We're just trying to give you a sense of where the economy is going and how we think policy will react. Now, as Jay points out, there are some problems in practice. One is people don't understand the difference all the time between a commitment and a forecast. That's something that Jay has emphasized, and I think should be emphasized. Another is people underestimate the amount of uncertainty involved, which is enormous. So I don't think you can do without some form of forward guidance, because the idea of transparency says, here's what we see. And here's why we're thinking. And so the idea that there's no guidance at all, most of the time, I take March 2020 as a counterexample, but most of the time you do want to give at least a sense.
Okay,
of
so
where
you flushed below 4,200.
Accordingly, policy
Again,
are heading. I think,
inflation not coming down as fast. This is the second half. The first half is debt ceiling. But these were your first real Powell addressing the rate cuts.
Forecast. We tried to do that.
Level on downside's 40.80.
The dot plot is a compromise.
40.77.
Ideal. Other central banks do other things. Sometimes they have collective committee forecasts that are voted on, or they use market rates, or they publish the staff forecast. So there are different ways to go about this. But again, I think that forward guidance is both an instrumental tool, but again, letting people know sort of how the central bank sees the evolving situation, even if there's lots of uncertainty, which you can say, normally is part of transparency.
So you highlighted uncertainty as being a key factor in dealing with some of these issues. Obviously, uncertainty is a pervasive feature of monetary policy making, and often invokes the so-called risk management approach to making monetary policy. Maybe we can start, Jay, with you on this topic. The FOMC's raised the federal funds rate by 5 percentage points in a little more than a year. That's a very rapid pace by historical standards, as we all know. How do you view those actions in the context of the uncertainties that you and the committee faced about the economic outlook, and how did risk management considerations factor into your decisions?
So I'll start by remembering that Alan Greenspan famously said that pervasive uncertainty was the defining characteristic.
Okay, bonds on the high again, and you're right next to the 40.77 level.
What we now think of as the Great Moderation.
Remember, 40.77. This is back to the cuck zone, low key, just slightly higher.
The pandemic, the global shutdown, the historically forceful response and the reopening, all of that had no modern precedent. So it has been a time of historical.
And then regionals are dumping again.
And of unexpected.
Yeah,
outcomes.
regionals are already hitting a low.
Economy had ever faced.
So that's not good too. Again, we got a couple of things happening now.
All of them would face it at the same time. So no matter what happened, the outcome was going to be unprecedented. So this level of uncertainty posed real challenges for policy and policy communications. On the one hand, we had to be nimble.
Again, he's talking about 2020. The main headline right now, as of late, is what Powell's saying about inflation not coming down that fast.
Add to uncertainty. So I would say policy certainly has been nimble, consistent with what within our expectations. The data did actually show declining inflation through September of 2021, but then turned decisively against that expectations thereafter. And in response, we accelerated our policy firming, ultimately, as you noted, raising rates by 500 basis points in just over a year. Over this period, we communicated that the object was to reach a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. But we also communicated that the level of
no follow-up talk scheduled, Punchbowl founder on Twitter.
Now, until very recently, it's been clear that further policy
people like no talk sometimes.
Required. As policy has become more restricted, the risks of doing too much versus doing too little.
So you're bouncing up to 4,200 on the futures. See what happens here.
Reflect that fact. So we haven't made any decisions about the extent to which additional policy.
This is a low-key big level.
But given how far we've come, as I noted, we can afford to look at the data and the evolving outlook and make careful assessments.
That statement he just said, well, that was part of the bearish one. We can afford to look at the data. He's saying the market can't afford to be wrong, but we can.
I say uncertainty when you're academic is trying to decide whether your error term is Gaussian or not. In actual policy making, you don't even know what the current quarter GDP is, because it's going to get revised, several times down the road. I remember when I was sitting just as a member of the board, and Greenspan was in the chair, and we had responded to some inflation data, and a little bit later, it turned out that inflation change had been revised away. And I asked the chair, do you think we can revise our interest rate policy? It is very difficult. I mean, I've got to laugh with that, but just trying to make policy, it involves not just uncertainty about, the data, about the model, about all the things that can happen, about the social and economic and political environment. So it's very difficult, and unfortunately, or fortunately, given given that monetary policy works with a lag, given that there are risks on both sides of the modal forecast, there's not much choice but just
regional's another low,
accept that uncertainty and try and
then bonds trying to work into the high, but and then this is 4,200 on the futures.
Very good, thank you. We are getting close to the end of our allotted time. Maybe we could wrap up with just a question looking ahead.
45 minutes so far.
What do you?
A lot has happened.
Point to with some of the key issues that will be most relevant to the research community as well as to the policymaking community.
So I guess I would start with the labor market, and what we talked about earlier of vacancies in particular, and the beverage curve, and the whole discussion over whether the extraordinarily high level of surplus demand in the labor market can be lessened through the vacancies channel without a significant increase in unemployment. That would be more akin to what has happened in all prior cycles, or most prior cycles. So that's going to be a question that we will resolve empirically. But I think we're learning new things about the workings of the labor market, at least in this one situation. I think on monetary policy, it's going to be interesting to look back and try to understand how inflation spread from what was very, at the beginning, very focused on the goods
McConnell
sector,
just said something, but I'm listening.
Demand from services to goods.
I feel like this is going to be his final statement.
Tremendous amount of
Again, he did just say
goods purchases.
They haven't made a decision about future policy.
Monetary stimulus. How did it spread then through really into the service sector, where
bonds are coming down now too. Speech is about to end.
We're seeing much progress.
So keep that in mind.
On goods, and we have progress in the pipeline on housing services, but where we see persistent inflation is now in the service sector. So what is the mechanism by which that happens, and what are the implications?
Ben, you have the last word.
Well, I think one of the things that I would urge researchers to look at is the relationship between monetary policy and financial stability. A very, very difficult relationship. If you read the papers, you see that everybody has a very strong opinion about this subject, but they don't necessarily correlate. As Mark Twain
McConnell
said,
says time for White House to get serious.
Things you don't know can hurt you as much as
Again, last Powell statement was that he hasn't made a decision on future rates.
I think that we really do not understand
or future policy tightening.
To the extent that we need to, the relationship between different aspects of monetary policy, risk-taking, balance sheet behavior, et cetera. And it's just something, a lot of good work being done, don't get me wrong, but I think we need to understand much better, what the channels are, and to quantify the relationship so that we can think about what extent we need to take that into account in monetary policy.
Very good. Well, let me thank both of you tremendously for sharing your perspectives with us today. It's been a highlight of our conference honoring Thomas Lobach. And so thank you very much.
You wanted that audio. There you go. Thank you. Jerome Powell, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of game three. What?
That wraps up the morning portion of our conference.
Thank you. All right. So very interesting, and a lot of things happened there. If you were listening in, you got the updates throughout. So it's one thing because we have to interpret exactly what Powell just said, but then while this was happening, we had a lot of debt ceiling news. There was a Yellen comment. Again, they were in a negotiation, and Yellen brought up something about regional banks, and then the negotiators apparently walked out, or that's how it's being framed. But now that Powell speech was very, if you took it on its own, it was very interesting because, like I'm saying, I don't know if the market would have reacted because he started off a little hawkish. The market took that there, but he did not say anything new. Anything that he said was bullish. It was also nothing new as well, but it was right here where we started to flush? This is where it got a little interesting because then Powell said, we can afford to look at the data in the ongoing outlook. And then he said, these are all quotes, data supports the view that inflation progress will be slow and market rate path reflects different forecasts than Fed. This is him addressing the rate cuts that we talked about. So that was a strong, it wasn't the strongest comment towards it, but it was definitely addressing it. And he's pretty much saying that inflation isn't going to come down as fast as people think, or he's literally saying the Fed does not think inflation will come down that fast. Even earlier, he kind of led into it by saying inflation probably isn't going to respond until the jobs respond, aka as long as jobs are strong, then inflation readings will continue to come in high. So this is where I'm saying it's kind of like a baby Jackson hole, because it's definitely not as big. I think more you have also the debt ceiling is what we're reacting to. It wasn't like Jackson hole, everybody immediately picked up on it, but Powell addressed the elephant in the room. He addressed the rate cuts. He says inflation's not coming down as much. He says they haven't made a decision, and then now you got everything else on there. So on its own, my take of this right now, I'm just looking at the inflation comment. I'm thinking that could be enough, but we have to see if the market actually gets spooked by it, and then everybody starts to take it at face value of, okay, the Fed thinks inflation isn't coming down. Well, there you go. That means your rates, that maybe the pause is there, but nothing more. But then again, that's where that is still floating around too. Again, either pause or not. I think the odds are like 60 or 70% now for pause, but that is also moving around a little bit too. So yeah, you have to wait if it give the market the digestion, but the initial take is that it could be bearish off of it in the sense of the inflation, just the inflation comments, if it is enough to bring rate hike odds down. That's all it is. So if in the whatever next hour, next days, if the rate hike odds do not change off of that, then it's not going to be bearish. Then the market will not listen. If the bonds listen and unwind, then there you go. There's your bearishness. But if that doesn't happen, then it's not. So I'm thinking it can happen, but if the market wants to keep it, they've been going la, 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 la to the Fed for quite some time right now. And then, again, that's on its own. I hope you guys are hearing me right now, because that was we were all waiting for Powell, and then you had these two other comments. Again, regional banks are down 2.7 right now, so even in the midst of it, we are still, over the weekend and these rate hike odds like we were talking about earlier. Just don't forget, you also have this debt ceiling thing in the background. But now the bond bid is unwinding a little bit. That's where it was getting worrisome. Again, gold caught a bid, and that's unwinding. That could be some of the debt ceiling fear calming down more so. But then Powell, inflation comments, that was the only negative thing. And that was he could have been more forceful about it, but it was a new negative development, or I guess it was more clarity that the Fed does not think that'll happen. But that was it. That was the only new update. But now you're watching some of that fear bid unwind. So not too bad, Chatadonia. So how you feeling? You're down 0.18 on the NASDAQ, 0.13 on the SPY, and 0.3 on the Dow. I'm giggling a little bit because that's a tiny day, bro. That's a tiny day. That is a tiny, tiny day. So even, again, we gapped up. We were up like 0.5%. You're above 4,200. I think you're above 4,200 now. So you briefly gave up 4,200 on the futures. You're not above there on the SPX, but there you go. Above 4,200 on the ES. You're below that now on the SPX by like 10 points. So not too bad. Real estate took a hit off of that. Real estate 0.18. I think certain names probably moved a little bit more or less than others. Right now, the worst on the day is consumer discretionaries down 0.92, financials down 0.4, regionals are down 2.7, and then energy's the best 0.7, healthcare 0.5, utilities 0.18. Pump it up, or I don't think we're pumping it up yet. I think the crazy part is that you had the Yellen comments in the debt ceiling. That's the thing. It's just that's what made it even better. Who would have thought? Last thing I was expecting was breaking news out of Yellen. But we'll see for now. But yeah, banks fall on report. Yellen says more mergers may be needed. And then stocks roll over as debt ceiling tensions rise. So I think the bonds will show you more debt ceiling fears than Powell fears. So that's something you could kind of pick up on this, because we're still a little lower. Again, we got to digest those statements towards the inflation, but you're watching the bonds and gold come down a lot quicker than the market even kind of bounced, or the market bounced before them. So just keep that in mind. Then regionals are still low. Twilio's on the high. You think Yellen put out that info at this time? I don't know. I think they just had it was a debt ceiling meeting. So I think it just happened in the sense that, remember, all these meetings are still going on. Just remember what I told you in the beginning of this day. Like, the timeline right now is like, even over this weekend, the best case scenario is we have an outline of an agreement. So we don't get an agreement, we just get an outline of it. That'd be like, your house isn't going to be built. I'll have the plans for you, and then we'll vote on it. We'll build it in 2 weeks, in a week and a half. So that's why, like, all of these talks were supposed to happen today, tomorrow, and then we were supposed to see where we're at on Sunday. So that's why I think the Yellen thing, it was supposed to be about the debt ceiling, and that's why she was there. But I think it's weird she brought up the regional banks. I mean, that's the question I think you should be asking, is why did she bring up regional banks at a debt ceiling meeting? Not so much about when the statement came out. But ironically, or just at the same time, it happened to be when Powell and Bernanke were speaking. They know something we don't. Well, Janet Yellen does that though too. Like Janet, I would not be surprised that Janet Yellen would come back, and if she didn't mean what she said, or if the market takes it too negatively, she will come back and be like, well, I didn't mean it like that. What I actually meant, even though, but we're really, everything's sounding resilient. And then she'll walk it back, and then that's how Yellen is. So I think she did it last time she ever said anything that kind of shocked the market. She walked it back the next day. And that's what she would do all of 2015 or 2014. Microsoft's interesting. Again, all of tech, I even said it, even when the banks started dropping. If banks go down, watch for the tech to get bid up. You're getting a green shoot here. Again, bonds are falling off. Western Alliance, social media volume surges. I'm not seeing anything, but you're shooting up. And, I mean, we're 30 minutes off a euro close. What the hell was that? Oh, my. What? Was that fake? It looked real. It looked like the bond. No, that was real. Bro, what the hell was that? Again, another headline on negotiators walking out of debt limit talks. Dude, what? Bro, that was like 7 points in a minute. All on one can. Yeah, that's real. That was not. No, dude, that's real. There's no news, no headlines. Again, I just saw a reiteration of the debt ceiling news, but damn, welcome to Friday. That candle was real. That was on the futures, the SPX, E-Trade, and TD Ameritrade. White House official of both sides negotiate in good faith and recognize they won't get everything they want. A deal is still possible. So still possible, maybe? No? Are we reaching? I don't know. Well, watch out for that. It could work. That was weird. It seems like they're not on the same page. Well, it's either that or maybe people just got too optimistic, because this sounds exactly the same. Everything sounds like it's been, this is what we've been getting on the last couple of days. It was just the last 2 days the market was really like, yeah, nah, like, fuck yeah, deal Sunday. Again, even like I was saying yesterday, we were even boiling it down, right away. We were boiling it down to like Sunday deadline, but like, bro, by the time we went to bed, by the time you got the watch list, it wasn't even like, no. Sunday's not a deal. Sunday's going to be like, Sunday's going to be, we maybe get an outline, and then we still have another week of voting potentially that still puts us 5 days ahead of the event. So people just got a little everyone got optimistic, but I don't think the language or messaging has changed. Even like we said yesterday, if they're still blaming everybody, I don't think you're really close to a deal. But again, we're looking for the pause. It's not, they don't need a deal. I'm not, that's the thing. My bar isn't even high. Like, I'm not expecting them all to kumbaya and get along. You know, they just, if they want to push it, they can. Or if they want to, you know, kick the can, just get a pause and call it a day. Yeah, again, Europe closed 30 minutes ago. Free long-term alerts are still active, my friend. That's good for you. Did you pick your lotto tickets? I have one for bonds, but then they already moved up. That's the problem. So there's one for bonds that already moved up. Gold, again, gold moved up too. That's unfortunate. But I'm thinking futures. I'm thinking options on the futures. Lottos out of the money on gold in the 10-year. And then call it a day. You could go with that, or you could do it on ETFs too, but that's it. I think gold can go up 10% if there's negative, you know, updates, and then bonds can go back up, I think like 102 on IEF. TYD could be a good one. But if you go in the shares, you risk unwind. The idea with the lotto on the debt ceiling and this weekend, you could even do it again. That's what I'm saying. You might even have till Monday morning or Sunday night to make the play. But the idea is that we're looking for a play that has a defined risk. We don't want exposure to the unwind, but then we want it to have upside if the fear does return or if there's uncertainty. So does that make sense? That's why it's a lotto ticket. It should be a small amount of money, small downside risk, and then a low probability in the event that we push it to the wire, volatility picks up, and that's it. Then it goes crazy. So that's what I'm thinking for a lotto ticket in regards to it. So like that's what I'm saying, out of the money futures on a bond. So like $1,000 that if you're right could yield you like 20 grand or something like that. That's what I'm looking for. Again, same thing with gold. The gold I'm 10%, I think, but that's based off of 2,000. So gold went a little lower, but I think gold could go to 2,200. 2,300 is crazy, but 2,200 in the event of real fear. I think that would be my price target on gold, and that's wicked. That's all time. It's never hit that. So that's where I stand with that. But that would be that's it. Just take low bets, cheap bets, high upside on any of those ideas. You could go with like GL. I don't like the gold ETFs, but GLD would be the idea. The bonds are ticking back up again. That's what you got to watch out for. Again, I think Tech's getting in a bunch of reds here, but I do think bonds are bonds could show you bonds and gold will give us a little bit more insight into whether the market is reacting or not to the debt ceiling. Yeah, Microsoft's even, all of big tech got a candle right there. Instructions unclear. $5 for Chad Adonia Powerball. Amen. Amen. God bless you, Tim Whitman. I'm not up on my target. I honestly, I wasn't expecting to be. You know what I'm saying? I got mad low expectations, dog. Yeah, I'm down $380 on target. So if we did the shares, we would have been up, but that target earnings play is still down, even though we are, down $6. You talk about the lotto, but you won't take the chance on Virgin Galactic. Probably best risky move you could take. Dude, you are, man. I could do this is like a used car dealership. This is worse than that, man. That's a crazy comparison, sir. We're talking about, debt ceiling. It's happened 77 times, but I think we'll have another chance to play Virgin Galactica spaceship Star Wars, I'm just saying, man. That's crazy, man. How you gonna do me like that? That's crazy. I feel like an infomercial. This is an infomercial about my hairline. That's it. Every 30 minutes out of you, you're just reminding me like, hey, man, do you still have hair loss? That's what happens. You tune into Bloomberg every 45 minutes. They're like, it's not 1970s. Why do you still have no hair? Get back your real hair. This guy, Virgin Galactic. Fuck a once-in-a-lifetime gold at all-time highs and bonds and historic op. Fucking play the fucking spaceships, Elon. Be like Elon today. What? Come on, man. Why you gotta do me like that, man? Maybe I'll look at it later. Can I get a rain check? Virgin Galactica, Spaceship Galactica, man. What the? It's okay, man. It's okay. Hey, but listen, if I make a joke about it, there's a good chance though it could run out of irony. So there you go, buddy. There you go. Okay, but that's it, man. I don't know. Just I'll take a rain check. Just give me can I respond to you in like a month and you never bring it up again? Is that a possible, see, I'm looking for that type of option on gold and bonds like we were saying, If you could give me a play like that, I'd love to play it. Just, talk to me in a month about it. Just give me 30 days, 30-day rain check. Maybe 2 weeks. Musk has hair plugs. You can too. Honestly, Ben, I'm not going to lie to you. These AIs and algorithms are getting crazy, bro. And they're already I saw this one video. It was a toupee. These toupees looking crazy now. That's it. I might just opt for the toupee. That's it. That's all. Oh, yeah. Wait. Hold on. We got some love in the chat. Brian, he's giving me is it for my UVXY fund? Let's go, baby. And Keto, every time Powell opens his mouth, I stream you out playing it. Thank you for your assistance. I hope it helped. And be on the lookout the next couple of days. That inflation comment, that's my only pickup for today. And just watch if the Fed futures respond to that. But God bless you, my friend. Thank you. Horna! Let's go. Where's my... Amen. Happy Powell Day. Are the stocks in the long-term account to date? It says last updated 2021. So listen, Josh Horn, this is your second question in a row that can be answered by your own searching. Number one, is the long-term still available? You can find that out at the first link. That is already, that you can figure out real quick. Number two, if it's up to date, if the date says 2021, chances are it is not updated. So that is your third question. You're striking out. But I think on my Instagram is my latest update. But we have not given an update. Otherwise, on the YouTube members section, it should have an update with the latest portfolio screenshot. What did Powell? Powell pretty much says that they can afford to go slow with the data, and that the oncoming data pretty much that they don't see inflation coming down as fast as markets are pricing in. It was Powell's address to the market pricing in the rate cuts and being very optimistic, and to the broader sense, it kind of could be the first messaging of the Fed just saying clearly inflation is not coming down. And there at least that is their expectation, or Jerome Powell's expectation. Shotguns Finance. Welcome, my brother. So what you're saying is sell Bill? Nah, not until, bro, Bill came back. I feel they heard me. They heard me talking smack about Bill. Bill is low-key coming back. So the last 3 or 4 days this week with the market rally, so like optimism has spread borderline, but all of a sudden Bill is now yielding pretty decent. It started to come back up. So Bill is going to depend on the debt ceiling. Thankfully, you could respond at the very last second for Bill. I always love watching big news on stream, Josh. Make it less boring. Thank you. Galatians 6:9, Chad. Tell him. Oh, what? No. Okay, I thought I broke it. I was like, oh, my gosh. You sound pretty accurate. 41.412 to 41.20. I mean, maybe if we stay cucked, I may have been, but I mean, I felt wrong. I mean, I still think I'm pretty wrong, just in the sense, I closed my bond trades. I closed out trades that highlighted what I believed. I didn't think the last 2 days we would move how we did. So even if it comes back, I mean, I guess it kind of just gave us a little pump fake, but still, I did not expect it to, I did not think we were going to hit a 9-month high. You know what I'm saying? Am I the guy from the gas station? What does that mean? What's up, bro? You talking smack about my people? But nah, man. Otherwise, I am at the gas. I'd say I stand in front of the gas station and I just wait for people. Every girl that walks in, I go, "Hello, beautiful. How are you? You are so beautiful. How are you? Welcome, welcome." Nah, man. Real estate in Northern Carolina or Northern California? No. I've done a couple of house flips in the Bay, but that's it. Didn't you have to do it at the gas station we were hyping up for a while? Yeah, the 7-Eleven. That was my homie. Jose, bro. He was the homie. We got him in the long term. He's been killing. I think he listens in. I hope he has. What's it called? He moved away and I think he got into I don't think he works there. I remember he said he was moving, but then he got into being an electrician. So I was very, very hyped on that. But he was, remember, we're going every day. He would call me Habibi. Oh, man, good guy. He would call me Habibi. Still banned at the YouTube channel? Well, listen, man, if you say it one more time, I'm going to have to ban you on the Twitch too, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's like a #1 OG Chad lesson, to not snitch on yourself. So, we love you, man. Just trying to be supportive father, Josh, today. So, not going to ban you, but just letting you know. It's just, that's not a good idea to do sometimes. All right? All right, man. Let's go. We have a long day ahead of us still. Beta Bionics gets FDA okay for Illet Ace pump and dosing software. Beta Bionics, what's the ticker on that? It's not publicly traded. Sorry, guys. Sorry you can't speculate on medical advancements. And then bonds chilling out a little bit. Again, that is, I think, your debt ceiling gauge. Regional still low. Again, Yellen with the damn banking announcement out of left field. It's crazy. Tesla back to 200. Tesla did good. Tesla and Google were the ones that held up pretty good. But actually now, Google's low-key been slipping. But at half of that time, Google was up almost 0.5%. Where can I go to learn more about the national debt? I don't know, but the first answer that comes to my head for some reason is PBS. But otherwise, I mean, what are you trying to learn about it? I mean, there's ways you could learn about it at like face value, and then there's other ways of how it relates into economics, trade, and obviously things like right now, like the debt ceiling. So there's many ways, but honestly, a good bro, no lie though, like a good PBS documentary or some shit like that. I'm not even kidding you. You'd be surprised. White House says budget talks will be difficult. White House says real differences between sides on budget. White House says working hard on bipartisan debt solution. So watch the bonds first, but another negative White House update on debt ceiling. Definitely sounds different than yesterday. But you're already down on the day, but let's see if we get a bigger move there. I think I need bonds and gold to bid off that. Otherwise, don't fall for it. So I hope you hear what I just said. If bonds and gold don't catch a bid on any of these headlines, don't fall for it. Because that's it. What you saw earlier today, it was kind of clear that if people want to freak out, they're going to buy the bonds and they will buy the gold. They won't hesitate. So that's why even then you're getting a little green off there. But that headline's coming out now. Crystal Biotech halted, news pending. FDA decision due today. Oh, you're popping on that. Market's like, real differences? Oh, yeah. But again, I don't think they're responding because bonds are going down. If bonds aren't catching a bid off of it, there you go. I love to see it buying gold bond. Yo, isn't there something called gold bond? Like, isn't that for like old people? I'm sorry if you're not old and use gold bond. Yeah, isn't that for like athlete's foot? That's funny. Yeah, bro. Over the skin. Gold bond. It's funny because that's the play. Gold bond. No, for real though, gold bond. Like, that's it, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it, gold bond, bro. Like, that's all, like, those are the hedges. Gold and bonds. So again, those White House statements, little pop, little drop. I need gold and bonds to move for me to believe it. So they're trying to tick up, but nothing's moved out of this yet. It's for dry skin. Well, for severely illiquid markets, use gold bond. Hedge the debt ceiling today. Ding. Are you losing your hair? No. All right. Little more movement, but very calm so far in the gold. Again, this is, if you want to see, like, you could use gold futures, but just look at GLD. It looks pretty much the same. Okay, you're coming down now. So equities are now moving before it. Gold's catching a little bit more of a bid. Bonds are kind of staying stagnating. And then tech is starting to give up a little bit more. Again, last 2 minutes, negative White House statement. But let's see. I want to see the bonds move. Bro, that first bond move today was, again, remember, bonds were down 0.5 today. And then they went green, and now we're down a 0.1%. And then again, even like, we had like almost 20-something, $30 on gold. Now it's 17, 18. Saw something, liquidity is going to dry up after the debt ceiling is handled. Well, that's related to the Treasury refunding. So depending on what happens there, the Treasury refunding people are going to buy bonds, the banks, and all of that. And then, they're going to try to raise almost $1 trillion overnight. Market seems confused. Yeah, gold. Again, gold and bonds are just bouncing up and down, but it looks just like the market. Until any of those move, I wouldn't move. NVIDIA caught a bid, and that's the interesting thing. Those negative bank comments, just watch out if people buy tech. So same thing, even when you watch the bonds catch a bid sometimes, just be mindful of that. Again, Yellen is crazy, bro. She just straight up just talking about the banks out of left field for no reason. And then again, most of the day has been negotiators walking out. You just had the White House comments. And then Powell just only comments towards inflation. Her and Powell were talking at the same time, contradicting each other. So weird. Someone said it's the second time she spoke while Powell was speaking, and that sounds vaguely familiar. But my goodness. She just brought up the banks again to bring up bank mergers at a debt ceiling meeting. Like, that would be like if Kamala and Leo brought that up yesterday. Yeah, she spoke during last FOMC. So she's letting, she's getting there. Nvidia is running. It's bouncing back up. I'm negative on the short now again. I had $3 a share. Now I'm down 2. Always talk about gold and silver. Y'all sleeping on firearms and ammunition. Oh wow, you're like on the real bear. That's like next level hedge. You know that. That's not even like, that's like a tier 4 hedge, tier 5. Like that's like, because we're just saying, let's see what happens, bro. We don't even know what's happening with the debt ceiling. Okay, so let's just get that first. Yeah, we're not talking I haven't got the bunker hedges. Yeah, we have not discussed that at all. I don't think we're at that level. Like I'm at the level of like, okay, we'll buy like out of the money gold and bonds, but not like, we're not trying to buy like shells and ammunition, no. Never too bad to have insurance. You're bold to be shorting the hottest stock in the market. No, I'm not. Not with my size. It's like, it's cool, but it's not that deep. It doesn't factor into my identity. That'd be crazy if it did. But no, I wish. Like, I wish I got like extreme confidence now. Like right after I take a short on Nvidia, like I could just I conquer like social anxiety. And, like, I could go out and do anything, and I'm, like, lifting cars, saving babies. They're like, what got into you? I was bold enough to short Nvidia and changed how I viewed myself and how others viewed me. That'd be dope, though. No time for Powell. Oh, well, we already had Powell. That's it. So, not time. Powell gave... Oh, you said not time for Powell. That'd be dope. MPW recovering from Yellen comment. Yellen, dude, weird. That's the, we'll see. We'll see what happens, but Yellen just out of nowhere brought up bank mergers. So we'll see. Tesla's not doing bad. Nvidia came up. Apple's still in the green, almost 0.5%. The bonds, they're chilling now. We should even keep up some GLD for y'all. What did it take for you to go prepper last time and stock up water? Well, last time I stocked up water was before COVID, like a month and a half before, 2 months. And that was just because it just was weird. we kept watching too many videos from China. 2015 when I went full prepper, it was just because like China devalued their currency for the first time, and then there was like a bunch of things happening. Like at the time, if I tell you now what was happening, you're gonna think I was a psycho, and I was, but back then it felt like a lot with so many things happening. But borderline, it was just like China economic stuff, and then like there was just so many things collapsing and like changing and like weird stuff in the world. And then I just started reading into it, and I was like, yep, it's over. And then I was younger. I mean, to think about it, I was 8 years younger, which is mind-blowing to me because I still feel like 2015 was yesterday, but nah. So I was younger too, and I had a good deep dive into my first tinfoil experience, and then it's good. It happens to every new trader. I wasn't new at the time, but I just never went that deep down the hole. At one point in your trading career, you will go full tinfoil, and you'll have to get there at one point. It's usually when you discover the VIX, or like once you start like trying to trade the VIX. That's usually when it will happen, I think. I feel like there's some correlation between discovering the VIX and volatility and then that happening. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do think it happens around that time. And then you're like, they're rigging the VIX. How could it? And then that's what happens. But I think that's when the ideas start. When you're like, wait a minute, did you see this? It's the VIX face. Yeah, 100%. You entered your first VIX position. Look at the times. I'm telling you, you don't enter into your first VIX position without any, like, look around. Look what's happening in the world. Of course, you're interested. It's a good time to have your first VIX position. I bet you know more about the debt ceiling than I do. I bet you've read more into this debt ceiling than I ever have this whole time. Because you're like, I just bought the VIX, and did you hear about this? Do you know what's going on? And then do you know what happens in the event of a default? Oh, yeah, here, I'll tell you. Let me share some things with you. So I feel you. No, this Powell speech was planned, and clearly you don't watch the watch list, because we were talking about this from Sunday. I didn't know Yellen would come out swinging, though, and that the debt ceiling would be this sensitive on the markets at this time. But, yeah, this was a expected event. You know, and Powell didn't do anything too crazy. Like, Powell, he said new statements towards inflation. I think the real question is, does the market believe him or not? Tell me you don't watch the watch list without telling me you don't watch the... Damn, son. This stream has helped me through some dark days, brother. Thank you. Amen, man. I hope you all enjoy life. I hope you smile. I hope you get smarter. I hope you know what's going on in the world. And I hope you always make good decisions, even if they're small. You know? So, amen, bro. Some good vibes. And, appreciate the life you have. You know, that's it. You ever, wake... Bro, I did that this morning, though. I was low-key tired this morning. I don't know, and it was weird. I was, hella, I had too many boogers in my eyes. I was, maybe my mouth was too dry. I think I fell asleep and my mouth was just, I was just hella mouth breathing. And, bro, I woke up hella musty, and I was just like, God, thank you for letting me be alive, because I felt halfway dead. So, just grateful to be alive, man. So, get the good vibes, and that'll go a long way. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's all you need. That's all you need, man. All you need. Powell didn't need to do much. He was selling Yellen tickets, pretty much. But then again, the debt ceiling, it's no coincidence. That's it. After today, after whatever happens this weekend, we are 2 weeks away from the debt ceiling. And that's what we've been talking about. We were saying 2 weeks ahead, the market is going to start reacting. And who would have thought, though, it would be happening this fast and this big? Again, yesterday, the pop was part of the debt ceiling. That's the irony. So I thought we were going to stop here, and I didn't think we'd move this much. But ironically enough, part of the pop is because we responded to the debt ceiling. So now wherever we go from here, it's all going to be on these headlines. And that's what I'm saying for today's context. Just thinking about it, this was half debt. This was 3/4 debt ceiling, 1/4 Powell, until the rate odds and the bonds move a little bit more. But gold's catching a bid right now, and then bonds are still holding. So we'll see. And then sure enough, it's still coinciding with the latest bad headline out the White House. But, I don't think we're going to go lower without higher bonds and higher gold. Or at least that'll tell us if the market's reacting. Oh, yeah, and Morgan Stanley. You're so right. I did forget about that. CEO of Morgan Stanley, who is doing good, decides to resign. I totally forgot about that one. I was training someone at work for 2 hours and lost my voice. I don't know how you do it every day for 7. So like I don't know. Can you notice sometimes I'm just Arab, so I yell a lot and it sounds like I'm yelling, but I'm actually talking really quiet right now. But just don't yell. That's it. You only lose your voice when you yell. So you were probably yelling at him, bro. This guy, you were like, I trained somebody for 2 hours. This guy's like, I got yelled at for 2 hours as this guy started teaching me. So you gotta watch. That's it. That's the only time I lose my voice is when I'm like, "What's up, man?" You know, and I get real excited. You said I wasn't yelling. I mean, you never know. You never know. Maybe drink water too. Drink water too. That helps. Okay. Nah, I mean, again, we're going down a little. I'm expecting a little dancing. We might fluctuate a little bit, but just watch these two in the bottom left, bonds and gold. I'm keeping Apple up because even then, Apple's been green all day. I appreciate you all. I've said, I know. God bless you, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. It's fun. It's fun talking. It's good. I don't know how you guys do it. Some of you ride with me 7 hours a day. We just talking all day, bro. I love it. So, amen. That's it. I hope I see you at the GG. Hope I see you at the GG. GLD climbing up. Apple going down. Bonds not, but gold is moving more than bonds right now, and gold and equities are moving more. Interesting. Again, debt ceiling negotiations between White House and GOP are paused. This is from the Washington Post, but it's not breaking news. I think this is a reiteration of all the news from today, but it's just hitting more mainstream media. It's not breaking, but it's a reiteration. Again, paused White House negotiations. Oh, McCarthy, we want to spend less than what we spent the year before. McCarthy's fucking it up right now. Yeah, now he's like, I don't want to spend that much money, man. They're like, I think we're going to get a purchase today. We're going to get a purchase by this weekend. But I'm assuming they give me a discount. So McCarthy, again, why you're reacting a little more here is probably because McCarthy is the one that matters. But again, bonds not moving and gold barely moving. I don't feel right about it. So we're dropping a little bit and the candles are getting big, but just watch out. It's Friday and it's kind of cucky. But just watch. We'll see what happens. But that's a negative statement again by McCarthy. Just gold is higher than it's been since this one. So gold is at least higher since it first came down. But the bonds are not reacting. Maybe the 2-year. Kind of. McCarthy doesn't answer when asked about the new debt limit meetings. Hot dog. But remember, if they don't meet up, that's bullish. That's how we started this week. They're like, yeah, no talks. That's dope. Again, I don't know. Gold is running up. That's the only hedge you got moving here, but the 10-year needs to move, and it's not. VIX is moving. Congress works in tandem to manipulate markets. You're going lower again. Watch out here. I'm actually gonna start shopping for something. Damn, son. It's still early, though. Yeah, that's the only problem. It low-key is still early, but I'm down. Okay. Okay. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong. Okay. I fat fingered one of them, but not bad fat finger. Just one more. I made a bond play. This is a lotto. This is a debt ceiling lotto, or at least lotto for the next 2 weeks. This one's weird, though. I don't even know how to define it. It's priced in commas and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's actually crazy. Let me see the other one. Yeah, this is a really weird play. Most of you will not know that these even exist. Russia bans former President Obama from entry. What? Damn, they went to Obama? That's crazy. They banned 500 citizens from entry. Russia's just trying to stay relevant. Okay. All right. Very, very weird play. I don't know if you guys will understand. It's a very, very weird play. I made a play on the 10-year option futures. I feel like I'm making it up. Abby Vise says FDA approves Epkinly for relapsed and refractory large cell B-cell lymphoma. So I bought options on ZN. So I went for August. This has a little bit more time than necessary, and they're way out the money. This is pretty much getting back to the August highs of the bonds. And I spent about, I think total, this is like $1,400. But if these go ever in the money, this will yield like probably 10 to 20 grand. But it's super risky. Again, this is options on the bond futures. So it's a very risky play. So I grabbed the 119, the 124. Not a recommendation. You'll lose money. That is one bond hedge for now, or one bond lotto. So at least we have anything if debt ceiling issues over the weekend, if they create volatility, or if any reason the Fed wants to pivot by August, those plays will also cover you. I got them for August. Options on future. Remember, I've only played these like twice. We hit them last time, but they move crazy. So like with that option, like if you bought like 10 of the other ones, like every one basis point is $125 or $150 on the option. So you know how you're used to 1 penny moving, $1 or $10 on an option. It's the same, but if you have 10, it's like 100. So you're saying with that play, I'm saying rates will come down if in anticipation of the debt ceiling getting worse. So right now, if there's more bad headlines and if over the weekend there's no agreement and they can't even get a outline, then people are going to buy bonds out of fear, and then you'll see the yields go lower. So the idea would be play this run up, or if the volatility picks up out of nowhere, we will have a play that could benefit off of volatility increasing. So realistically, it's a borderline volatility indicator for the debt ceiling thing. You can't even go for VIX futures, or you could even go for the other one. I don't think you could go negative on the options, but there is settlement and other risks. But that's if you're like in the money. If it's out of the money, chances are you won't. A little pop off the bottom, and then gold is slightly climbing, and then market is back to the first level of bad news and right where the bonds were. So if anything, stocks are the same price, bonds didn't move at all, and then gold are holding a little higher of a bid. Watch it hit. I mean, if that hits, the only way that hits and returns like a stupid amount of money, like beyond $20,000-$30,000, you would need like a full-blown rate cut. So that's not going to happen, I don't think. But that play, I think, will just again, if people get worried and the yields start to get bid up, come down, then there you go. You could use a debit spread. No. I just went for, I wanted to try the cheaper ones, and then one's a little closer, but you could totally do a debit spread on these too. So you could buy one, sell one, and then get it, and then it'll just tell you max gain and everything. So like this one right here, $1,000, max profit is $1,500, and that's just if it went $1.50 through these prices. So they are pretty big. The equivalent of that would be buying, well, did you like the video? I got to ask you that before answering. Nah, but it's, the equivalent would be like that contract says August, but it's really 2 months, May. That contract really expires July. So that contract is like a July 20th. And again, I'm shooting from the hip here. So take this with a grain of salt. I think it's saying like 102. Wait. IF. No, where was it? Damn. Yeah, 105. So yeah, that'd be like a 105 for July on IEF. But then that's the crazy part. Honestly, that's actually wicked now that I'm looking at it. You want to know one of the differences? The spread on all of these options is $5. And then there's a 1 penny spread on all of these. So that's an interesting factor about it. Wouldn't it be better to get the September? If you're, again, I'm showing you the equivalent. I didn't play it on the stocks for a reason. I just don't think I don't think the risk to reward is as good with an option. So like I spent $1,500 on that play, and I have upside near $10,000-$20,000. I don't think you could get that on an option right now. And I mean, again, obviously if something goes crazy, but that's pretty much where I'm at with it. Oh, ZN U23, they just start to get really expensive at that point. So, like, if we go to the September ones, you can, but I think even then a 125 is double the price already. So the reason I would want to go shorter, but I think there's more velocity. But why you want to make sure you have a little bit of time for wiggle. This is my thought. No, this is not a recommendation. This is just my idea. My idea is get a little bit extra of time just in case, but I want to be closer because realistically our event is in the next couple of days all the way out to June 1st. So August gives you extra time, but the closer the better if we want cheap with high upside. Because, again, we're just looking for the lotto play. That's it. Just if anything gets volatile, you get one play where you'll have money on it. Oh, yeah, that came out throughout the day. Tim Scott did file paperwork to become president. The play we just went over is a future, a call on, a option on bond futures. Genmab gets FDA okay for relapsed large cell B lymphoma. That's Abivi and Gmab. The option chain, that's C. Oh, look it. Are you ready for the beauty of this? I don't know if they feel me, Chad. Are you ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Bow, 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 bow. Chad, 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 Chad. Everybody rate hike. Bow, 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 bow. McCarthy, lack of movement by White House, reason for pause. Hot dog. Market, now again, gold is the thing reacting, and then equities still kind of, this is like the White House gulag headline level. So I hope you paid attention to the June play. One, it's risky. I don't think everybody should do it. I think if you're down to gamble on it, you already know it's a cool way to do it, or at least I think it's a better opportunity. But here's the best part about the bond play. It's a future. It's an option on a future. So do you know what that means? That means you could trade it on Sunday night. Ta-da! So there you go. That's the best. It's an option that is tradable the day of the event, or depending what happens this weekend. That is one little advantage to it. No, you can trade it Sunday night. You should be able to, because futures open up on Sunday night. So if the bond futures are open, you could trade the option future. Yeah, Sunday's not. Again, I even told you guys yesterday, Sunday, we were only looking for an outline, but even then, people weren't looking for anything concrete there, or everybody watered it down last night. You plan on selling it Sunday night if it's green? Well, it depends, because that's the thing. If the debt ceiling issue gets noticeably better or worse, then that will determine holding it or not. But if the situation gets worse, you're going to want to hold that. Yes, you can make it free because it's an option. So that's also the beauty. But then again, it's a far out the money. Just like the same downsides of normal options apply. You go far out the money, spend a little bit amount. You're playing the 3 standard deviation move. If nothing crazy happens, those plays can also decay very, very fast. And now there's leverage on it, so it's easy to lose a lot quickly. Why not run it like you would a TLT, where you wait for confirmation, then run it? Because this one isn't it's like I said on the watch list yesterday. And again, that's why I want you to watch the watch list. It's beautiful for you. This isn't a binary event, or this isn't an event where no matter what, the yields go down. So it's not like, because if I was able to zone in on it and we're like, okay, no matter what, the bond yields are going down, I would lever up on all of it. I would buy all of them. That would be the TLT play. But in this case, there's 2 very distinct outcomes. Because if there is an agreement, if there is optimism, even you don't even need an agreement at this point, the optimism or lack thereof will drive these hedges up until we get a deal in ink. But the whole idea is that the other side of this would mean that bonds flip the other way, because once there is a deal made, there will now be a catalyst of up to $1 trillion dumped on the bond market, and IEF, ZN, everything is going to go the other way. It's all going to flush. My derivatives professor always said options on future was made by coke addicts. Yes. I think even, what's his name? Even Sal said something similar. The options on futures are insane. It is that's the next thing that the majority of degenerates haven't figured out yet. But once they do, that'll probably be in like 5 years maybe. And then that'll be your next options bubble. We'll see though. Depends how this next year plays out. Norfolk Southern. Pop. NSC on the high. Norfolk reach Union. No, that was yesterday. They had a Union deal yesterday, and then Apple taking a red candle. Bonds are not moving. But NSC, $1 pop almost. I thought it was something. I don't see anything, though. Yeah, that comment probably inspired somebody to. They're like, you said it's for crackheads in an attic? Let me check this out. Understand, but once you have digestion time, let me go back to the first thing you said, where you wait for confirmation. Well, this case, we're not the real event on up or down. That's where you want the confirmation. But even the idea with the hedges is that it's kind of like buying earnings plays before the earnings. So by making this play now, and that's what I'm saying, we're speculating on one end versus the other. But by making this play now, you're able to. And like I said on the watch list yesterday, though, I'm biased towards bonds going down. But this is now just the amount of debt destruction talks, and the hedges now, I mean, they're dramatically cheaper. So if you wanted to even hedge the debt ceiling today versus yesterday, you got a deal. So by confirmation, there'll be another play more likely. But this is just getting ready for some of his gold popping again. And then NSC still going. I want to talk about how the market is moving up only on bad news. I said it yesterday. It's like it's quite funny. I mean, you know, people who are very bearish towards it, they have a very strong point. It's actually crazy. And it's that literally every driving catalyst this year was negative. This one was this was off of a no landing scenario. So this was just inflation coming down, and then it didn't. Then this one, SVB was here, and then it resolving led to the next high, and then this was now debt ceiling issues. It's pretty wild. That was you yesterday? Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. So, I can't talk about it. I mean, people are. It just, but then it's also like, that's all for this year. But then if you zoom out, it's still like, we're still in the gulag. So it's kind of like everybody gets an olive branch. You're not at all-time highs, but then you're not at the lows, and the fear is now, again, just things aren't that bad. But we also talked about that too. You know, yes, last year, October, shit was abysmal. So people were very apocalyptic at that moment. TSM, gold is still moving. Bonds want to move again. Google, Apple, they kind of flush. TSM's on the high, actually. Yeah. Interesting. Is it possible they don't reach an agreement? Yes. And it's possible it's going to take another week or so, too, even longer. But we're looking for this weekend to see if we have an outline. But again, a lot of the headlines today were to the contrary of that. NVIDIA, it's back up. And then SPY below VWAP. VWAP was crazy from the morning. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's doing decent. Just back up to open. Target. We're down 280 on our put now. Would TLT dump if there is a deal? That is my my interpretation. Is I believe TLT will dump if there's a deal because the Treasury will need to refund. But leading up into deal or no deal, there's still going to be 2 weeks of volatility. So this is where it's going to get confusing. That's why I'm saying I'm buying that bond play now as the run-up play. But the logic here is that even in 2 weeks, we still have another thing that we're going to be looking for right away. The whole point is nothing has changed in the last 48 hours, 72 hours. We're entering in the door to just responding to this stuff now back and forth. Is that speculation then? Yes, it is the lotto play. That's the play is the lotto. I said it 100%. The only way to, like, if you really wanted, the smartest way, in my opinion, right now to play any of this shit is you buy out of the money lotto tickets with a small amount of money, with a large amount of upside. If anything unexpected happens, you get protected, and then you have nothing to worry about no matter what. That's it. So that's why I'm saying I don't even need it. I have gold. I'm going to try to flip out of that before. But even with the bond play, that's all you need. That's it. That's instead of trying to come up with an idea and say, oh, it's for sure going to happen. It's for sure not going to happen. Instead of doing any of that, it's just saying, from a risk to reward perspective, you could position yourself now. The hedges are cheaper. Position it. Low risk. High reward if anything happens, and then that's it. And then after that, once we know what's going to happen, the next set of catalysts and the next things from refunding to Powell and all that, then we could start to really position around. But that's kind of how I'm viewing it now. So the play is like it's deep, but it's not that deep. It's also in a sense of this is how a lot of people too in the market are going about it. They're it's kind of it's a side bet. It's a dragon. It's literally, this is the side bet at the casino at the blackjack table. So instead of putting the full bet down, I'm saying throw $2 on the side bet. If the dealer busts, you'll get paid out 30-1. That's what we're looking for. It's literally, that's the only way you could reasonably speculate on the debt ceiling is with plays like this. So just putting in some small ones, and then we're going to coast until we find out what's happening, and then just go from there. So the side bet is bonds out of the money and gold out of the money. Face cards and double down. Not double down. I say $1 on the side bet. That's it. That's it. $1 on the side bet. It's not going to hurt you. The odds are, it will hurt you if you put your whole stack on there, but just the smallest bet possible out of the money, just in case, and then that's it. And you have nothing to worry about. If it goes good, you do good. If it goes bad, it goes bad. Why not ES on the futures? Because I think bonds are where it's at. I think more prone to reaction of everything rather than equities. There's no tech in bonds that could be safe haven. They are the safe haven. IF long, no. Not unless, if that's the next thing about all of this. I said it on the watch list yesterday. That's why I hope the information helped. But if you lean in a certain way, you could do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, playing this little quote-unquote lotto strategy, the idea here is just so that minimal exposure and you really don't have to worry about a lot and trying to predict it, but making sure you're covered. Versus if you believe something, if you have an idea and you want to lean a certain way, you go that way. So after we get an agreement, I'm leaning to bonds going down. So I'm going to have my lotto tickets, but after the event, I'm leaning towards bonds down. But if you feel anything on the lead up or afterwards, I mean, my brother, feel free. So I wouldn't do IEF long right now. I would only want a defined risk, with upside, but that's about it. I understand if debt ceiling happens, market go up. If no, stock market goes down. Yeah, and then I would just add to it, if debt ceiling happens, market goes up for a little until it has to deal with bond yields again. And then if no deal, market will not necessarily go down, but it will go up and down, very volatile, and will become more responsive to every single headline related to it. Any bad news on Sunday all the way to June 1st. So that's the whole point, because if there's no good news on Sunday, then you're going to have to push out the timeline. But the whole idea is just now till June 1st. That's all that really matters. The NVIDIA is all over the place, but it's still within the opening levels. Gold kind of calming down. Bonds at the same spot. The SPY's a little higher. That's the good thing for now. I need a water. Water. Would I buy Zim? No. We played it that one time for like the dividend and the flip, but that was very stressful. So it's fun to speculate on. I say fun tentatively, but I'm over my Zim days. I believe they're still meeting on Sunday. I think talks for today are done, but I do believe Sunday. I'd hope so. The future option trade, I mean, unless you're doing options close to the money or doing like a spread, just straight up, most you could lose is what you put into it, especially if it's out of the money. The ZNU, which one did I get? I grabbed the, was it ZNU? Hold on. Oh, yeah, ZNU 23. I grabbed the 119 and then the 124s. It has to be. Apple bans ChatGPT by employees over fears of data leaks. Can you tell me which ZM play to make? Or does it matter? If you are not familiar with these futures, do not make this play. That's what I will say. So if you're not, again, this is just for the future traders, realistically speaking. Like I went over, there's alternatives on the options that you could go for, and there's other ways to go about it. But if you're not familiar to that point to know them, like I said, like the Chad, I was just going over the play for him. He said he wants to paper trade it. So, you know, I would start there, if anything, especially given the context of this play. Move index has been relatively calm. I think mine was like 1,200 total for all of them. What was it? Move. Yeah, move. We brought it up a couple times. It's again, it's kind of like the markets in a weird way, but it's off of the peaks and it's coming down, and it looks like it's barely higher to where we started the beginning of the year, but then the thing with the move index is still very, very elevated, especially since 2022. Let you know, I pray for you. God bless you, my friend. Amen. Thank you. Amen, man. Prayer warriors. What's up? What's up? SPX 41. Damn, we have, so futures got above 4,200, and they have, damn, look at all these sells up here. But SPY is yet to get above 4,200 since the drop. Would playing the bond ETF be a good play if your boy's familiar with the futures? If you're not familiar, it would be a better option, but I just don't know. Again, the premiums are it's going to be a little different. So, but then again, it's like if I've never played a future, I would not go for a fucking bond future on my first play. That's fucking wild. But so it's like if you understand the general idea, you could find 50 different ways to do what I just did. If you understand the lotto, the risk management, if you understand why we're looking to bonds and gold, that's it. Like you could make this play 50 different ways. So if you don't though, then I would not make that play. And if you've never traded futures, this isn't going to be your first one. The Fed pause rate went back up to 85. It did. I remember it was higher. I don't know. It was not the exact number. Yeah, it went back up to even where we closed it, though, a little. It could still climb up a little higher, though. So I'm glad we actually covered that one. Meta's Instagram, Reddy's Twitter competitor for summer release. What? Yo, Meta has a Twitter competitor? For summer, Meta is releasing a Twitter competitor. I don't know, does Tesla move off of that? I don't know. There goes UNG. MU to the upside. It's called Truth Social. Wow. Meta. It's called Trust Me Social. Isn't Meta already? No, I think they're making like whatever 300 character type beat, you know? That's crazy. Grateful for everything you do, Josh. Thank you for the lesson and the vibes, baby. God bless you. Give him a little one. Give him a little one. You know, God bless you, man. Amen. I like Trust Me, Bro Social. That goes hard. Trust Me? New Trust Me Social. Based on opinions from everybody across the world. No bond movement. I got gold. And then Meta, decent candle. I didn't play it there, but I just never heard about this thing. I just hope Meta's not spending money. But I know they are. Oh, there's more updates on it. So Meta Instagram readies a Twitter competitor for summer release. The company has been secretly testing apps with celebrities. Instagram app may eventually connect with Mastodon network. Instagram is planning to release a text-based app that will compete with Twitter. They're testing it with celebrities and influencers, according to people familiar. They have been secretly available to select creators for months, according to those familiar. The app will be separate from Instagram, but will allow people to connect accounts, may debut as soon as June, according to Leah Haberman, who teaches social media influencing at UCLA, and published a screenshot of the early app description. It may eventually be compatible with other Twitter competitors, including Mastodon, according to Haberman. Instagram Meta didn't immediately respond to comment. Twitter's chaotic takeover by Elon has caused some users to look for alternatives and created an opening in the market. Historically, we know Meta likes to sample and recreate features from other apps and third-party tools based on what they anticipate being popular. She noted that Musk has talked about turning Twitter into an everything app with a lot of features besides informational posts. Based on Meta's track record of borrowing from other platforms, it's much more likely that they will get there first by consolidating all these experiences they're building. Not bad. Not bad. Very interesting. Better than Roblox dating. I'll take that. That seems just more consistent. Meta copying other apps versus like dating on a kid's game, you know? I like it. I got no visuals for you. Let's see. So Instagram is like Twitter, and now they're making another app like Twitter because the new app's like Instagram. Well, Twitter doesn't have like pictures the same way, but it is similar. I think it's like for text chatting. So for the people who want to put their opinion out there a lot, constantly, every day. But Meta, little pop and drop, that's it. And then Nvidia came down. Airbnb below 107.50 now. Where's Booking? They were killing it yesterday. This feels slow with that. I mean, after what we dealt with today, I mean, the market's getting weird. It's like we even got 3 bad headlines, but bonds, gold, and anything else is not really moving, but they're still holding that fear bid from the earlier drop. So we're kind of just comatose here on Friday, doing the dancing queen here until either SPX gets above 4,200 again or it doesn't, and then by the end of the day, we see how people position. Because it's going to be a somewhat volatile week, so it is the option expiration. We'll see really who holds, who rolls over, and what is the sentiment coming into Monday. Powell is live. Not anymore. He was. It'd be crazy if he was again. I think we already had John Williams in the morning. I don't think we have anybody else, actually, huh? Yeah, I think all of your headlines are done. If they really canceled the meetings, You'll probably get one more headline from some congressperson, but other than that, just Friday expiration, triple witching. Next FOMC is June 13th, I think, or June 12th. So just under a month away, like 3 weeks. And then we still have 2 weeks till the deal, and then CPI is day before. And then that's it. Upstart squeeze, we're out of it now, but it was fun while it lasted. I mean, if we had the idea, it could after the earnings. But we sold out. That was good. It was like 1,500% on the back end, 1,000% net total. Powell, he didn't say anything new except he did kind of come back a little harder against the people pricing in rate cuts, and he said that the Fed and himself do not see inflation coming down that fast, and they think inflation is going to be coming down a lot slower than the market is pricing in. So that was like the real update, but then during Powell's speech, it was Janet Yellen's comments regarding the bank. As she said a comment about regional banks and acquisitions. She said that she said that before talking about the debt ceiling, and then the Republican negotiators cut negotiation talks today because they said the White House isn't being serious. Yeah, Yellen said more mergers would probably be necessary. Why am I yawning? Oh my gosh, it's already 10? That's why. I'm going to go get me a carbo. It's 10:15? Are you kidding me, Chad? Ay, ay, ay. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
So that the dot plot at least suggests that there is a bias to potentially hike if more needs to be done.
So strange. You have spreads here behaving very calmly in the light of so many of these recession worries and tightening worries and debt ceiling worries. But then you also have this other sense here that
I didn't get up yet. AT&T's dropping.
Really
Eyes on that.
Unrivaled since 2009. Do you think that there are other things that investors are perhaps underappreciating? I think, for example, to the regional banks. The stock prices are up. PacWest is trading at 31 cents on the dollar. Does that suggest, Brian, that there is still more pain in the regional banking system than people see?
Well, I think there will be. I mean, if you look at the experience of the last 12 to 18 months, most of the pain in the markets and in the economy has been caused by the duration factor. Rates have gone up sharply. That's created some mark-to-market losses and some trouble in certain sectors of the economy that are most interest rate sensitive. The next wave of pain is going to come through the credit channel, right? And so the economy, I think, needs to go through and will go through a recession in order to restore balance in the labor market to help the Fed feel confident that they've regained control over the wage and price setting process. And that's going to involve, I think, some losses flowing through the credit side of the markets.
Credit side of the markets. What about money markets, Megan? Because there's the sense that there's been such a huge rush into them, but they're very exposed to these treasury markets. Where do they head from here?
Yeah, that's a great question as well. So the real important thing we think right now for investors around the debt limit is going to be what happens after the debt limit. And it's ultimately the fact that Treasury is going to have to rebuild its cash buffer. And how are they going to do that? Well, they're going to do it by issuing bills in a very large degree. We're expecting about $1.4 trillion of bill supply over the second half of the year, which is massive, especially when you compare it to levels that we've seen historically. So what it will look like for the front end of the curve is ultimately another 25 basis point rate hike, because you're going to be seeing quite a bit of cheapening across money markets. And ultimately, I do think that that will put more pressure on banks as well.
Previously stable markets, all the more volatile. Thank you both for your time. That is Megan Swiber and Brian Smedley. Thank you. Up next, we have the auction block. That is Pfizer making a historic bond sale, landing in the top 5 ever. The details are next. This is Real Yield on Bloomberg.
No. All right, good timing. I need to sneeze, though. Oh, excuse me. All right. All righty. How are you living, Chad? Again, latest update, Meta. I didn't check what was going on with AT&T before I left. I had to go pee. AT&T ratings downgrade or raises ratings. S&P raises credit outlook to BBB, outlook stable. That's all I see. This rally off the bottom of today. I mean, I feel like it's cool as long as the bonds and gold are holding up there. Again, I think today was a very interesting one. Then there was a lot going on at the same time. You know, the thing I was asking myself is how would the market have interpreted Powell if you took Powell just at face value, right? Like if there was only Powell today and no debt ceiling comments, what would have happened? And I think the big focus would have been that inflation statement. And like I said, until the Fed futures move off of it, that's really what we're monitoring for. So other than that, how I feel about this bounce and whether going up or down, I think it's correlating very well with the bonds and these little fear hedges that have been going around here, especially as it correlates to the headlines and the topics of the debt ceiling. So I think it's there. I think if there's really more fear, I think bonds can move up a lot more just because that's where we started this week. You know, the bond, look at where the bond yields were at on Monday compared to now. And then look at where the market's at too. But so that's what I'm saying. If people really want to freak out, I think the bonds will show it. And even then, it's also a big expiration. So these weird movements, we should expect it a little bit. I still have Bill, yes. Bill actually did good today, It was crazy. You have an opinion that it's off true optimism or position from option flow? I think there's a lot of algorithms. I think some people are truly optimistic, but I think a lot of it is just, I think everything is within a range. I think people are putting themselves in nice risk to rewards. But I don't think it's, I think true optimism is the interesting one. But it's like we're talking about this in the context of hitting a new high yesterday. So that's all the more of the paradox. But I think we will be able to look back and we'll see this a lot more easier. And just simply, I think with everything we're juggling, this will look a lot clearer when you finally get the info. I think people are just coming to decisions really quickly. So I don't know if I could say it's true optimism or just pure computers, but there's a nice little mix between both of them. And that's why I think we're staying in this range for the last year. So it's kind of just like, this is the weird part, I think. The weirdest part about all of this is just, it all depends on how you look at it, right? You have the beginning of the year, but then it's like, we are at the same spot since 2021. So that's where I think you're getting the mix between, is it optimism or does it just make sense and to kind of balance yourself? And that's how I think people are. I think if you're really picking up on game, you understand nobody knows anything right now. And then that's why you're getting, I think you're getting the battle between the optimists and the pessimists. And then a lot of the big money is there because it just makes sense in certain areas. Not too much, not too little. And I think a lot of people are ready to exit too. Or you could just hedge it. Don't ever underestimate that. Like, for real. Like, don't ever underestimate that. It's not like, and I don't know. I feel like we don't talk about that a lot in a weird way, but it's just like, yeah, there's people buying and you're like, who the fuck is buying this? Who is like, why? I don't get it. But don't underestimate. Even if you get fearful, you don't have to sell. You could just hedge. And I think there's a lot of people hedging constantly and consistently. And I think that's why people are easily getting around risks right now. Because if you're hedging for it, you're not going to be as worried about it. Hedging, buying insurance, playing things that would, again, like, if you're going long $50 million of equities, you could hedge it with $10 million of puts, or not even $2 million of puts, or again, using futures or other things, or have a counter play with a smaller amount to balance it out. So it's like people are buying stuff, and you're like, again, and people are like, how could you hold this? How could you buy it? But there is a lot of hedging going on, hence your options activity. Yeah, don't underestimate people's time horizons as well. 100%. I say that with real estate because that's what I think is actually happening. You hedge your appliances? Wait, what appliances get hedged? Like a microwave and an oven? Oh, no. Rate hike odds, it's if you Google Fed rate monitor tool from investing.com, it should pop up. Oh, like a warranty? Ah. Yeah, with the warranty free, though. I don't pay for warranty, Habibi. They always scam you at the Best Buy. They say you want to extend the warranty for $20. They sell you insurance. I say, you all hedge your cars. Again, every single one of you could crash your car today. It doesn't stop you from driving. You just got insurance. Ta-da. McRib buyout this weekend? I don't think so. Why? I don't think it's... That's a very quick timeline. I mean, cash has been a great hedge. Low key. Cash is a position. Meta's going now. I forgot. They had the Twitter news. Yeah. So that didn't move for a little bit. And now it's getting to the high end of the candle. Especially even when we're getting other red candles here. Netflix. Who's the other one? Target. I'm still in McRib. Yeah, we talking McRib. Oh, was that 2 days ago? Somebody bought a 1% stake in McRib, Avero Capital Partners. Then you think next week will dump if debt ceiling is not reached? I think I would lean towards dump, but I also think we'll get volatility, kind of like it may feel like this, where you have big sell-offs and then it'll stabilize and then wait for the next day. But I'd say increased volatility would be the appropriate way to describe next week if there's no deal. And then the week after that. And even then, I think people are really missing this one. Even if there is a good deal on Sunday, if on Sunday they come out and they give you what they said yesterday and they say, hey, we have an outline of this agreement, even if that happens, the deal will not be voted on until, or it potentially would not be approved and voted on until 3 days ahead of the Treasury running out of money, even if there is good progress on this weekend. That's the crazy part. It would be a very good thing if they got the deal, but even then, they are still the timing and how vulnerable we would be if any other development, any lag or whatever it may be, your timeline is you have no time left when it's all said and done. So unless they are voting on a deal right now and voting on it, then guess what? They may not have enough time. Again, they're talking about just the text right now, an outline. So if that's good, and even if that's good, it won't be voted on till middle of next week, possibly into the next week after that. Can't they just go to the reverse repo market? No, because you got to reverse repo is a repurchase again. So I mean, they could start throwing money out, but a lot of the money they spend, it doesn't automatically come back. So depending on how long they need to, they have other ways, and that's what they're talking about. But borderline, that's it. Everything is exhausted. Like it's already running low. We're gonna get another update today, and then we'll see where the cash balances are. But for the most part, they're doing a lot of trickery. They have been for 6 months. That's been my first point on this issue, is that it's not like Yellen has been finagling and finessing the balance sheet of the Treasury since January of this year. So that was when they hit the ceiling. And then they started doing the extraordinary measures to keep it going. Was they Congress? Yes, I think. Microsoft been going straight up. Meta had the news. Microsoft's not bad. And then Google, Apple and Google have remained green. Google actually just went green again. When was the last time we actually defaulted? Where is it? 0 time, son. The undisputed champ. The United States debt ceiling. Whoa, you can't stop me. I'm the greatest ever. I'm the greatest. I'm never going to default. 77 debt ceilings in a row. They ain't stopped me yet. I keep going up. I ain't never giving back up. We going to do it. We going to raise it again. We did it last year. We'll do it this year. Woo. So, yeah, never, ever in history. Undefeated record. The undisputed champ. So, that's why. Lotto tickets. I agree. Lotto tickets, and just be patient, and then don't be so jumpy on every move of debt ceiling now, because that's it. And there. Sometimes 0 has got to go. What? Y'all just, damn, y'all haters. Y'all don't want an undisputed champ to stay undisputed. That's crazy. Y'all just said, nope, it's time. It's one dented can. I like that. Amen. The can has been kicked throughout the last 100 years. Oh, man, many times. 200 years. Is it 250 years of our American history we have not experienced the default? And now, potentially 2 weeks away. But then again, we've gotten very close in other times. The Devin Haney fight. Honestly, I didn't know who Devin Haney was till this morning when I read it to you guys. Selling Bill by the end of the day? No. I don't think Bill, we wait until the end of the month. Well, honestly, I think for you, DJ, I think you should just sell it. I don't think, honestly, DJ, you should sell Bill. This isn't a recommendation, but if my name was DJ, I would just sell Bill so I don't have to worry about it and put it into an Apple savings account. Just go get an Apple savings, 4.5, and just stick your money in there and call it a day. But at this point, because it seems like if you don't know the answer to a question, and I'm not saying it's good that you've asked too. I'm not even throwing shade. I'm just saying, like, if it is weighing on you and giving you this level of uncertainty, super easy. Back out, throw it in the Apple account, and you're going to be good to go. Yeah, if my name was DJ, that's what I would do. If you don't know, it's probably better to sell it. Well, and in general, just if it has too many, like if that question is plaguing you and you have to keep thinking about it, it's just remember there's other easier alternatives. and just get out of it. That's it. That's all you got to do. Just back out, call it a day, and then Apple savings account, Interactive Brokers, Fidelity get you into a way easier method to get your yield. If you do not, because again, the only reason we're in Bill is because we like the liquidity. So I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? Like if we're ready, and I'm one step away from using my money on buying shares. Again, this month I've already bought a bunch of shit because I could go. I'm in a second. The minute I need my money and the minute I need to flip in and get out and use it for something, I benefit off of liquidity. You see, that's why I'm starting to deal with it, or that's why I deal with Bill in general. But I think if you don't have the same demand for liquidity, and even then, a savings account from some of these places is very good. Just put it in there and make it like you don't have to deal with it. So even if you suffer from anxiety, that's what I'm saying, for your own personal, both making a good decision and not worrying about it, I would get out right now and put it into an Apple savings account, because you still get the same return, you still get your savings, you get a savings rate. It's high, and you don't have to deal with whatever happens with the debt ceiling or whatnot. You just don't have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So especially if you don't have any plans to make any big long-term stock purchases, or you really want, that's a savings amount, and it's good money for you, and that's what it means to you, I would just go put it in the savings account and make sure it gets that yield, and you'll be good to go. CDs, you could put it in a CD too. CD is like a savings account, but more restrictions. You're just agreeing to not touch the money. So that goes down to liquidity. You see what I'm saying? Bill, no agreement. Bill is like buying a bond that you could sell out anytime you want, any day, any minute, no penalty, no nothing. But then you have to deal with the bullshit of waiting for the dividend, the reset, all of that, and then pay an expense ratio. But there's other things that again, a savings account, if you could pull in and pull out, that's it. You lag the time of getting the money from one account to another. But a CD, they will say you can't, to get this return, you cannot withdraw the money for 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, same duration as a bond. So that's the only difference with the CD. CDs are great, and they're much, much, much more safer, but they just have more restrictions on how you could use the money and the timing of it. No, bonds still not moving. The premiums are staying chill. Gold is climbing. Gold is actually running up again now. That's your only hedge that's holding from earlier. And it's up a pretty penny, dude. 1% on gold is not small. No wonder you bought XRP then back in the day. Well, back in the day, there wasn't we didn't have 5% interest rates. I was in crypto early. That's the only reason why I bought XRP. That was it, bro. And that's what they were saying today. With AI, I feel the same way. I think if you're patient on any of the next big things, you still got a couple of years. There's always the first pop, the first rally, and then it comes down, and then 3 years later, that's the real one. That's word to Amazon. That's word to Bitcoin. That's word to Ethereum. That's word to anything, the internet. Deer falls on warning that farm gear prices are about to weaken. People don't hear this part when you talk about Bill. What part about Bill? I think dude, I'm telling you, I buy Bill because it's easy for me. It's I like the yield, and it's easy. I don't like to deal with it takes time to move amounts in between accounts and shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's like, just be on the lookout for it, where just like you have an easy alternative, an Apple savings account, and call it a day. That's all you got to do. Build arrangement. Lamborghini's a big farm equipment manufacturer. What did JD say about crops? JD? Deere said that farm gear prices are going to weaken. And then there was a very bad, the wheat report, the Kansas City tour. That came in dismal. Man, Tesla's still up almost 2%. Nvidia down. Google's right at break even. SPY is down 0.1%. NASDAQ down 0.25%. And Dow Jones down 0.25% as well, too. I'm still in MCRB, yeah. And even Ascend, and that one came down a little bit. But those are our final biotechs from the last PDUFAs. The PDUFAs that ain't really hit, though. I remember May is supposed to have a lot of PDUFAs. There's a couple coming up, too. And we haven't really seen much out of them. It's pretty crazy. When does Summer Fridays kick in? I think it's end of May. When does everybody go? When were we going to go to the Hamptons? Because it's whenever everyone goes to the Hamptons, that's when everyone leaves. It's the Hamptons week. I think it's July though, I think. Or where is Labor Day? It's either Labor Day or I think we have Memorial Day coming up. Memorial Day? No, I think it's Labor Day. But that's like September. Long before the storm. It's just weird how there was a lot of little shocks today. You have inflation not coming down by Powell, Yellen, banks and debt ceiling, and then Republicans, McCarthy, and everybody saying, that's it, it's over. Yeah, it's Labor Day. So in 2 weeks, is Labor Day next week? No, Labor Day's like in September. Next week's Memorial Day. Longeveron, we hit big on that one, yeah. That was a while ago. That was almost 2 years ago. Isn't that crazy? Longeveron was almost 2 years ago. Let that sink in. Y'all have no idea. Y'all are stuck in the time loop. The time warp has got all of us. You have no idea. Almost 2 years ago was Longeveron. Habibi, that felt like what? Oh man, they don't feel me. That happened 6 months ago. 6 months ago it was apocalypse. It was like 8 months ago we were buying Meta. That's the crazy part. All right. It's almost 11. Still a lot of time. Again, gold is the only one that's going up. Bonds, they're not going lower, but they've stayed dead for the last hour now. Same thing with the market. Again, you see it's like they're hugging this invisible line, both bonds and stocks, and then gold is the only thing creeping up right now. Disney, bye-bye. First on Chevron, November 2021. Yeah, that's crazy. The Sam Nightmare was 3 years ago. Or maybe it was the beginning of 2021, I think. Now we're coming down. Again, see if the bonds move. The bond premiums haven't done anything. Again, gold is up. Bond premiums, a little bit movement, but nothing crazy. So fascinating. And then the video, we're back to almost break even on that. Manchester United, another pop. Probably going to get another headline. That's really a small pop for them. I think the big move, I think the SPY will move out of this once the bonds actually move. So if you get like a big red or a big green, if it coincides with a bond move, I'd bite on it. My Berkshire play, I never decided to do it. We never went for Berkshire. I was kind of scared. I didn't want to lose like $7,000 in a day off of one share. Damn, we would have made bank. We would have made $15,000, $20,000. Yeah, maybe I'm going to buy it, man. Maybe we should. Maybe we should. Damn, that would have been nice. You know, a little 20K for 5-day flip on Berkshire. Gotta catch up. Pokemon. FOMO. Buffett would not approve. I'll be like, hey, Buffett, I've been flipping your stock for the last 5 days. You have any advice? You're like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know, sir. I don't know. I'm trying to be like Charlie Munger. I'm just kidding. I don't even have a baby mama yet. But that's very inspiring what you do, Charlie. Thank you. Oh, did you guys see that guy get kicked out of the Berkshire meeting? I wanted to post the video, but I didn't know if I would get banned. That's the sad part. Did you guys see that at the latest? This was like 2 weeks ago. Did you guys see the guy at the Berkshire like annual meeting? One of the investors got up, bro, and was asking a question. And he was like, oh, dude, he was asking about Jeffrey. Yeah, he was like, bro, he was going in. It was like, I was like, damn. If you look up Faherty, I think you'll find it. Yeah, he was like, you and Bill Gates and y'all doing, I was like, no, he said this. And then I forgot what he said. One thing he said there, like even Warren Buffett was like, it's okay, let him speak. And then like he started talking and then there was something, and then the whole crowd, everyone was like, oh, and then they were like, get him out of here. and then they arrested him, and then they walked him out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was crazy. So gold is moving. Watch if gold breaks out here, but honestly, you just need gold back to 2,000. But this is good for now. Well, they arrested him, like, they escorted him off of the premises. I don't think they arrested him, but, like, he was escorted. It looked like his hands were behind his back, but that's it. It was a good video. I was going to post the video as a short, but I was like, you know, I've been silenced. Anyways, so I tried. But it was crazy. They just go, oh, and then he's out. They arrested him for they arrested him. That's weird, though, because I'm pretty sure he is an investor in the company. And we're moved a little, but gold is the only thing. Manu again. There's going to be another offer thing. Manu. I think he was the guy who recommended that. He was the guy who recommended that they remove Buffett from the board. Crystal Biotech gets FDA for Vujicic. I don't know how to say it. KRYS. Oh, are they still halted? It's VYJUVEK. Vujicic. It's the same thing. Are you still unbanning people? Most everybody has been unbanned. We have still yet to locate J-Alt. I'm hoping we get this by the weekend, but I have gotten him out. Am I coming to the desert this summer? I'm going to try to. I'm actually, that's like what I look forward to, bro. I want to go right now, but I'm going to try to. J-Hut is risen on the third day. I like PayPal. Oh, yeah. I forgot about the regionals. I totally forgot we hit that low today. But again, the banks are not. Something's going on with the bonds. I meant the bonds, not the banks. But these are dead. I know the SPY's technically not moving too, but if those banks drop too, I mean, gold is the only thing moving. Big unbanned Chad. Love the wives and single moms in the chat. There you go, on Haru. There you go. On Haru bounce back. He's feeling good now. That's what I'm talking about, on Haru. We love a happy on Haru. Amen. Amen. What am I looking at next week? It's bonds. Bonds and gold. Bonds, gold, wherever the situation is. And then I think that'll be the primary focus. And then whatever other trades. I think like NVIDIA, some of those tech stuff, that can also be big. But that's going to be probably the driving factor of next week. I'm longing. No, I took an option on the bonds as a lotto play for more tensions. As of now, I've closed out any other like real risky trades that put me dollar for dollar and not just the optionality bet. I've closed all of those out on my bonds. Bonds are barely that move though is crazy. It's not as bad here at 0.17 down, but I mean we were down like 0.5, 0.6, and then it just went crazy. Today is the triple witching. There's one the next month in June. That's the real big one That's the real big options expiration. That's where the futures and everything else get clapped. But this is still a pretty big expiration today. I think gold is snitching kind of, but not really. So it needs to get above 2,000. Like this, or was it like 1,900? Like 1985? I think that's where it's at now, but that was kind of the level, but it's been holding. So in a weird way, it's just kind of like the bonds. It is doing better. It's at least holding up like right here, and the bonds are a lot lower, but still too early to tell. I think the dollar, that could be it, but if anything's snitching, it's the yen, or the yuan, excuse me. Again, even China this morning, they said they would intervene to stop speculators on the currency. So again, this morning, the yuan was weakening, and then it started strengthening with everything. Now let me go back a little bit. But they made a comment. It went up to 707. Yeah, then they made a comment about intervening on the currency. So that's huge. So remember, we were talking about the yuan at 7. This morning into the early hours, this shit's at 707. And then after last night, they said they would intervene on any one-way trades. It's crazy, guys. But that's the thing I think is snitching. That's the only currency. That's the only thing that correlates with like a lot of volatility. There's like it's not like yesterday we were looking at it, but it's like there really isn't a lag. Like every time the yuan is above 7. Now this is the line right here. Your market is getting volatile. Again, 2019-ish too. You saw the same thing. Again, 2020, it hit 7 a month before COVID even dropped. The second pop above 7, that's where we started to drop. And then again, even halfway through, we were halfway through the lows when it went above 7 one more time. And then again, over here in September on Jackson Hole, the yuan was running from 6.7 to 7 in that week leading up into it. And then as we broke, we sold off the rally on the SPY. And then even leading into the beginning of the year, SVB, you had 7 in volatility. But it's like the lag isn't that bad. But anytime yuan has been at 7, as of late, or I guess off of a 5-year chart, it hasn't been good, more or less. But that's off the 5-year chart. Let me show you the other one, though. Your boy Jesus put you on. Let me see. He gave me he has 4. So that's the 5-year. Here's even the chart though. This is, because when you pull out the yuan chart, it gets interesting. So here's 1980 till now. And that's why if you look at even the modern years, again, the yuan, you guys asked me. Remember, you asked me what made me bearish. If you want to know what it was this chart right here. Look at the yuan, 2015. I told you this is where I freaked out. It was when this started to change. Again, this is the Chinese history of the currency. And you could see the markets. We reacted, the first change, we reacted negatively. Then we recovered. The yuan came down, and you played like this. So some people do think the yuan could even be bullish. So depending on where you look at it, it'll freak you out. But if you have been following the yuan, just even over the course of history, above 7 just does not happen that often. And when it does, there's usually bigger changes. Ta-da! And then SPY coming down, gold catching another bid, bonds moving very slow. But they're trying to point up. No Tesla, no news, but it is doing well. I just think they've been underperforming. That could be it. It looks like it's going to 8. If it went, no, I don't even. Have we even hit 8? The last time you were at 8 was like it was a different China. So I don't know. That'd be insane though. It would be absolutely insane. Yeah, last time you had 8 was like 2006. But then the last time it went up to 8 was 1993. So the way to 8, the first, again, it was, dude, different leader. Google, I can't believe Google's even up that high. That's the crazy part. Add to Airbnb. I'd want it a little lower. I think they're going to have a good earnings next time after the lower guidance now. But I'm waiting to get it at a cheaper price. Again, it was at 108 earlier in the year, but I would like below 100 if I was going to add to it. I think they've emerged now. All right, gold is about to break out. Bonds are starting to tick up. And then you're entering the lows. But again, last time we were here, gold wasn't that high, but the bonds were. But again, you're seeing some movement. Take a look at the bank stocks too. Regionals are kind of slipping. It's going to pump. I think it just depends. If the bonds don't catch a big bid, I don't know if this will hold. But then again, it is Friday. Then Nvidia's back. See red on gold there, and then red on bonds. I think they're dancing. I'm talking about the 10-year. I use IEF in the bottom left. Mine aren't moving, so you can monitor it here with me if you'd like. Yellen real X-date risk in mortgage points. Points to risk. Hot dog. It's free fall Friday. It's doing pretty well. This is a very small day. Point after how much we ripped already with a week that could have cucked us or should have. We're only down 0.3 right now, 0.38 on the NASDAQ, 0.45 on the Dow. And I think we moved like twice. Adidas to release existing Yeezy product in May 2023. Damn. So they're just going to sell it. They're going to try to make bank off of it. I forgot about the Saudi play. And then 11:03. Not too bad. I still have that blue puffy jacket. The only time I ever wore it was for the video. That's it. NVIDIA came down a little bit. Am I unbanned? You might be. That's crazy. Now where's testing? So gold rebounded a little bit. So did the bonds. Not even a rebound. It's just like everything's trying to slowly chop up on the safe havens. And you're back down to 41.85. The low on the day is 41.80. And then the level is 41.78. So watch what happens here. And now that was a drop below 4,200. And then you just rejected getting above it. And now we're hitting lower. It's the fear zone, but you need the fear shit to react. Again, I need to see those bonds take off. All right. As oil was just doing good, but oil came down now. Everything is paying for it. Like oil was up 1.8 at one point throughout the day, and now energy's only up 0.47, healthcare 0.35, and then materials and utilities just went red, and then discretionary and financials are the worst on the day, with regionals taking a little bit more of a bump on the head. It's not too bad though, considering they moved up like 9%. We're just reloading for 43. Woo! Is that real? Well, I thought that bond sell. I was like, well, I don't know. I say we'll bounce if that's the case. If bonds drop, I'd look for the bounce there essentially. So you remember, as we were riding the bonds down, the market would go up. Just keep that in mind here if it plays out. And then again, the fear gauges, just watch what they do. But I need to go to the potty. I need to go potty, Chad. I love you. You know that. God bless you. I hope you're having a good day. Is your day good? You have a good day? Come on, where's Mr. Rafael Riz? Or Romaine? Okay, there they are. All right, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back. Happy Friday.
For this company over that last 13, 14 years.
It's going to create tremendous damage inside the company. It was an extraordinarily bad decision for the board of directors to let this thing happen without having the name of the successor in place. And I go back, 39 years to when Walter Wriston left Citigroup, and he put three people, he stayed there, and for 2 years he let three people fight to take his position. Mm-hmm. The problem that occurred was these people had their proponents and their opponents, and the proponents would help their division, their leader. They would also try to harm the division that was competing with them. They were correct in taking that approach, because when John Reed was selected for the job, he basically fired everybody in top management who wasn't on his team. And, Morgan Stanley has a long history of contentious relationships between the top people, mm-hmm. whether you go back to Phil Purcell and John Mack, or whether you take a look at why is Colin Kelleher now sitting at UBS instead of Morgan Stanley, and there have been other conflicts of that nature. So to the degree that they let this thing go on, mm-hmm. they're going to deeply harm this company.
Sherry?
I would disagree a bit there, because the Morgan Stanley that James Gorman inherited mm-hmm. was known for its political infighting, right? When mm-hmm. when James Gorman joined Morgan Stanley, it was right after the ouster of Phil Purcell. Right. But that's not been the Morgan Stanley that we've seen over the last few years. Right. There has been, in some ways, they have diffused this culture of infighting. And equally important, I would point out, if James Gorman were to come out today and said, I'm stepping down, mm-hmm. and this is the next CEO, perhaps the market would have reacted by saying that feels abrupt. In 2021, he said, there is a leadership overhaul. These are the 4 leading candidates who will succeed me some point down the road, told the board that it'll happen over the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. It still feels like we're pretty much marching along the same timeline, and Gorman has been meticulous and thoughtful about it. Right. And that's why I think to tar this as an abrupt and a surprising choice would be unfair, because if he had announced a successor, we would have all said, why now and why so suddenly?
That's a great point, Sri. And Dick, I want to give you the last word here, not so much just on the succession, but I guess more or less kind of what Gorman leaves behind, because there was a lot of dysfunction when he took over. I mean, not just with Purcell, but of course, Mac sort of led that business down a road that, you know, probably looked smart at the time, but of course, when they got to the financial crisis, it certainly appeared to be a big mistake. This is a steady ship for better.
I didn't know Morgan Stanley had that much drama. That guy was kicking game. He was taking you back throughout histories of all the CEOs. It was good. I sent you a video to show after market close, a reminder to all our golfer chads to be careful out there. Uh-oh, what happened? Wait, what is it gory? Y'all used to send me crazy videos. That's why I ask, but now you guys have chilled out. You just got off the course. That's good. Spy to 412 Monday. I mean, anything could happen, but also too, if whatever happens isn't that bad, just remember you just hit highs. But we are entering in the volatility zone of the debt ceiling. So, damn, that sell-off there is at 4,200. So you're coming back down now. 4,200 on the futures is being pretty stubborn. Again, next level is 4178, and the low of the day is 4181. NASDAQ down 0.4, Dow 4 down 0.4, and then SPY 0.3 right now. And then we got 2 hours left. Oh, you got hour 50 minutes. Still a lot of time on Friday. Gold is near the highs of the little freak out from earlier. And same thing, but the bonds, they're at like the midpoint of their freak out level. And then KRE, don't forget about him. Let's see, Tech. Tech isn't even doing that bad. Apple's about to go red. They're only at 0.07 now. Google went red. They were struggling for green. I think Tesla's solidly in the green. Maybe Meta. No, Meta's down almost 1%. Ay. Netflix. Microsoft's on the MCFT. What a scam. Look like Microsoft. Mastercraft. Where's Nivda? Nivda, come home to me. Yalla. What if Japan had that bank run? They have too much money. Please. Like, even that's the problem. Japan has been on like a 20-year bank run, dog. That's why the currency was so strong. And then that's why it's finally breaking, because they're like, yo, we'll do more unlimited stimulus. So in a weird way, I mean, they just need the bank run to stop. They want people to spend. Yeah, everybody in Japan already has their cash. They've had it for 10 years. When in doubt, zoom out for the bulls. Alrighty. And then bonds are lower, at least on the 10-year. I'll check the futures. They may not have moved. This could just be IEF, but it looks like bonds are losing the steam. Yeah. So, again, even that's that line. This line was drawn. We drew this one out like 6 months ago, 9 months ago, almost. No, I think it was like November. But bonds are going a little lower, but SPY is now dropping too, interestingly enough. Or at least the low ticker. There's a couple names getting active, but this should be a good sign in terms of fear easing, but then gold is still holding up. Target recalls 5 million candles. Oh, dude, that candle that almost lit my house on fire was from Target. I never sued them, though, because I really thought that was my fault. So it was my fault, but still. Amazon on the low. Disney dropping. Bro, I haven't bought a candle since. You know that? I've not used the candle since that moment. I used to like nice smelling candles. My house used to smell good as shit. Ever since that, I have not used a candle ever again in my life. I'm like scared of candles now. It's such a weird fear. Yeah, candles are hella sus now, man. Fire risks are very, especially in California. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It is crazy. So we'll see. Carbon monoxide candles? No, just like I don't like candles. I did switch to plugins, yeah. Plugins are dope. You know, little Airwick, little Glade, bro. Hell yeah. I don't need a candle. Candles are really extra. I feel like a plug-in is like AI version of a candle. Why would I live in the past? I have electricity. I don't need no candles in my house. Honestly, I'm a futurist. That's all it is. What if they short circuit? That's fine. AI will handle it. I'm honestly just going to start answering everything like that. Because it kind of works. I'm going to try something. So we got a house we got to send like plans for. And I'm going to try to make the plans with AI. I'm going to have AI do a rendering for me. And see if I could get it accepted. So it's actually useful. SPY's still coming down here. So again, a couple of volatility indexes on the high. The low ticker is getting pretty active. NVIDIA, a couple of your tech names selling off. I mean, maybe see if energy gives up. Again, only two names or two industries are green, but the bonds sold off a little bit there. Yeah, no, AI will handle because I'm not trying to get like real plans made for it. I just need like they just want to see like a rough like of how it would look. So I was like, dude, it's way, way easier to use AI. That's all you got to do. Entering in a new low. Okay, bond stop. 4182, 4181. $4180. So you're actually still above the low. A bit of profit taken. And I mean, however we close for Friday, this will kind of give you an idea how people feel. Still high though. I mean, as long as you don't sell off yesterday, because if you get back here, you're back into the cuck zone. But in general, if people still coming into the weekend are feeling confident to hold enough to the highs, I mean, there you go. And then remember, there was still a lot of others. We're getting back and forth. You have good China, bad China, the Chinese currency. You have two bad consumer earnings, one decent one with Walmart, and Walmart's very big. And then the next day today, Foot Locker. And then you have fucking Yellen and regional banks. So a lot of things boiling into it. But however we close will give us an idea of how people feel. It's 0.5% now. Looks like every index is there. SPY is doing a little bit better. Amazonian down. Yellen was the random one. I mean, just talking about banks, that's, you know, she was supposed to talk about the debt ceiling, but for her to bring the banks into it is just fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you want to look at it. Triple bottom. Well, you have the bonds. The bonds are trying to fight for a market bounce, but then gold isn't. And then the banks are not helping. And then you could get some outperformance out of energy, but again, even energy's there at the low of the day right now. Energy and healthcare are your only greens. Oh, and the video's up. All right, little bounce. Still, dude, we have an hour and 45 minutes, 42 minutes left. We already had Powell. Powell was earlier. It was right here, but the crazy part is there's a lot of things that overshadowed it. Hold on. You're going, that's like your first like vertical candle bounce, even a little bit more than here. It's a little aggressive pop from the bottom. Was that after hitting a new low? It was literally hitting the low once again. Still below 4,200 on the futures. And then what's the volume on the day? 65 million. Not bad. Why y'all sound so sad? Do we sound sad? No. No. Oh, I'm not sad. Okay. No, is that? I don't want to. No, man. It's good. That's 2 candles right there now. Tesla pop, even Apple off the bottom, Nvidia. Honestly, that was like, dude, that was almost 0.25% right there. I was just telling you, we're down 0.5 and 0.4. Now everything's down 0.3. That was a pretty decent pop off the bottom. Tesla's still just holding. Your old pop. We were at 60 million 20 hours ago. It's still higher than the last couple of days, though. Or the last couple of days started to get higher than before. I think because, again, last week I think it was like 55 million a day or something. So we're already above that. Options expiration at its finest. Dude, there it is. You're above 4,200 now. That's, bro, half of the losses were just wiped out on that 3 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back, Habibi. And again, this is off of, these were the highs yesterday we broke out from that gave you that little extra squeeze. Pop and drop. Again, we were saying bonds were coming down, so bonds were kind of hooking this up. Yeah, bonds. Market was like up here last time the bonds were down there. Again, gold is the one that's holding the fear premium. Crystal Biotech unhalted. Oh, or no, it's still halted. Looks like it is. They got FDA approval. KRE. Yeah, gold is the one holding up, though. That's it. Look at the hour chart. More selling today than in the last month. I have 20 days. No. This day, big hour. Big hour. Big hour. It's not bad. Not bad. It's only 1/4 point now. I was telling, again, we were getting to like 3 minutes ago, we were at 0.5%, but, you know, most of this day when we were hovering around here, it was like 0.12 or something. But just get ready for the volatility. The event is producing. 100 minutes remaining. Josh. Good morning. Is it still the morning? Nah, man, it's afternoon, 11:30. We're gonna W into the weekend. It is Friday. I mean, that's it. It really is Friday, so that is one thing to keep in mind. There's a lot of calls, I think, or a lot of open interest at 4,200. So we'll see what happens. The squeeze engages. That move, I mean, watch the bonds. Like we said, more lows if the bonds go higher. If not, I mean, that right there, the bonds actually led that little pop by like 10 minutes. And then gold is just being a weirdo. Because, again, gold's not moving like the bonds. That's actually a big gap if you think about it. Where's the yen, actually? Because the yen had a fat gap up, too, on that. I wonder if they're all doing different things. Yeah, they kind of are. Dude, that's very weird. Bonds are down 1/4. yen is up a half, and then gold is up 1.28. That's some good volatility there. So now, like, the yen is giving up like half of the gains, hasn't hit a new low in the last hour. Bonds are, and then gold is right near the highs. So all three of those are tweaking out. If you think about it, they're just those are all different safe havens and all kind of operating a little bit differently. And then again, related to the market. Oh yeah, Bitcoin too. Honestly, you could throw that one into the mix. But Bitcoin's getting weird. So remember, we talked about it the other day. But like, some people are discussing that the more meme coins, the worse it is for Bitcoin. Those are saying ever since Pepe, Bitcoin, no Pepe. So like, they're saying that the altcoins kind of distract from Bitcoin, and then that's where money starts leaving, and then as people win and lose, it kind of just starts to fizzle out. But it kind of looks like gold. Gold would be a little lower, but decent. No Sunday will crypto pop. I haven't really watched crypto as much in this context. So again, it's because it's been operating a little bit weird and kind of like the bonds. I think crypto has a couple of different things backing behind it of why people would buy it or not. Again, banking crisis to safe haven, the value of the dollar, all of that. So I haven't really been watching it in context of all this as much. So hard to say. Mm. 50-50. 50-50. What is Rinvoq, first oral drug for Crohn's disease approved by the FDA? Wow. This is very high quality, sir. This is very high quality. New gold bond. Healing leverage since 1908. Maximum strength portfolio powder. Triple action relief bonds, equities, commodities. Yield 5.25. Available now. Third link in the description at the merch website. Get you some merch. We got some gold bond. Wow. That's amazing. That's actually really good. I want that on a shirt. I want that hung up in my house. But that's a very niche joke. That's very good. It's clean. Very clean. 5.2%. This one not that. This one got me. It's the little things. You know what I'm saying? And then SPY coming down a little. Watch the bonds. Triple action relief. Portfolio powder. Oh, man. We're so niche. I love it. Gotta love it. Today, the SPY is really weird, said the traders on Friday. It is Friday. Don't forget. And this is a bigger expiration than last month. Or last week. Yeah, that's a very good one, Tim. That one's fire. Go away. I didn't want to see. I wanted to see. What did I want to see? Oh, I wanted to see the yen. Keep that in mind, because now noticing how big the gaps are, just be mindful of how the yen moves too. I know they had data in the morning, but Again, yen, bonds, and gold are all acting a little different. You're starting to come down now off of that, but it is still hour and a half remaining, hour 32. Quadruple bottom. Killing the options. Slow acting, long lasting, gold bond, golden bonds. I like it. I like it. Someone tweeted at Elon. They said, "Hey, Elon, I'm being told, Gordon Johnson, that Tesla has rejected the application to build the Model 2 in Shanghai out of fears it would change local leader BYD." I don't think it's big. Apple's going lower. I think we're up like $10 on the Nvidia. Meta dump. We're coming down and the bonds are trying to get a bid, but again, they're all still lower. So let's see. Meta is a little lower, like we said. Energy and healthcare, those were your leaders. And they were starting to give up, but they bounced on all of that. So even then, I'd keep an eye on tech too. It's still down 0.34 now on the SPY, 0.45, 0.5 on the NASDAQ and Dow. How much do they need to raise the debt ceiling? They could just temporarily pause it. And then, again, by doing a pause, it allows them to pause and spend whatever they want. And then when they do the negotiations, it just carries off where they start. So a pause would be good for them, but they just need to raise it to whatever amount would allow them to execute their budget. All right, UVXY is on the high too. You know we haven't seen the VIX 1 day. Where's he been at? This thing looks like it just lags the market by 2 days. Or the market lags it by 2 days. And then 4183, is that below? You're back below 4200. So that was like right here on this bigger move. Again, and without the bonds, I don't know. I think this could just be equities dancing around a little bit. And then you still might just burn. But we'll see. I don't think you could trade the VIX 1 day, unfortunately. If the Treasury issues $700 billion in bonds, what would that do to the yield? It would most likely make it go up because that would be a lot of supply. Very, very big supply of bonds. AEHR. That thing's running all day. 350. WW. No, it's WVE. Never mind. And then Foot Locker's back at the lows. That was the earnings for today. Even Target slipping a little bit. Where is that one? Target, we're still down 270 on our option. Went from a W to a wet noodle. I don't know what this is. It's very calm, though. Considering how active we got during the trifecta of debt ceiling, Yellen, and Powell. You know, you had Banks, debt ceiling, and Powell all within this little one. And then we were like, hold on, calm down. And then all of a sudden, a very active bond market put on the brakes. And then the crackheads are just buying gold the whole time after selling it off $50 in the last 2 days. So it's getting good, but still seems relatively calm for the Friday. Volume's a little bit higher. I mean, it's not like insane, but higher than the last couple of weeks. Yeah, there's a lot of options around 418 and 420. That's what we were saying, and again, either some people are going to take profits, some people are going to roll over. So whatever we do there, we'll see. The 20, 30-year bonds going to. A good price point you could keep in mind. It's just like a point of resistance of how, well, if you think the yields, again, there's two things. There's one, what happens if Powell and the market freaks out and then the refunding and yields go higher? And what if it goes lower? But either way, I would use the high of August and the lows of October. Just whatever bond you want to trade. I would look at those ranges on whatever those levels were. So like for the 10-year, like the high pretty much 4.25 all the way to like, where was the August? Damn, the 10-year was at 2.5 in 2022. Where was October? October was 4.25, but I think like 3.25 realistically. That was like September 2022. Where were we in August? No, that's crazy. What? Yeah, it is August. So this is your range right here. 4.25 to 2.6 or pretty much 2.5 on. That's crazy. Bro, the 10-year was at 2.6 in August. That's actually wild. Very, very big increase, Habibi. It was at 2.6, and that seems so low, but then that was so high for August. That's actually nutty. Yeah, rates were at 2% in February. You forgot? Yeah, I thought they were going to be at like 3. I thought it was a little higher. But August was, damn. They were low still. So we are kind of crazy. People are tripping. I mean, rates at 2.6 on the 10-year. Again, even halfway through almost 2022, rates were still at 2. Very cheap. Very interesting. Let's see. SPY's still fighting here. Gold a little lower. And then tech is off some of their bottoms. Again, a couple of them still stay green. Apple and Tesla. U.S. pauses timeline for Rio Tinto's Arizona copper project. And then Adidas says significant amount of cash to be donated. Correction. So they're going to sell the remaining Yeezy gear, and they're telling you that they're donating it to charity. Did I call that? No, we talked about it the other day, but they just monetizing his creativity. But the new Yeezy line just suck. I'm mad. I wish I could wear the ones I got. It's not even like political. They're just uncomfortable. Like, that's it. It's not even like, it's not that deep. It's been like 8 months already. You get over things. That's fine. But either way, that's just uncomfortable. But they were talking about it. It was a couple weeks ago. Adidas, they met with these nonprofits, and they were like, yeah, you shouldn't destroy that. You should give it to charity. So now they're saying they're going to sell it and then give the money to charity. And they're like, we're not giving you this gear. We'll sell it and give you the money. Because when we donate as a company, we already donate prior, and then we use that to refund the tax write-off. Like, it's crazy. Do you know that's how companies do it? So when they're like, donate, or like, you know, when you're at the checkout and they're like, donate like $1 to charity. So what happens is that the company already donated the money to charity. So when you're just giving them the money back, that like just balances it out. So like when they're like, every dollar you put towards charity, they already gave the charity $1 million. So you're just giving them $1 back of their million, and then they write it off equivalently at the end of the year. Spectrum on the high and tap. And then is MNK Malincry? I thought they were delisted. Is this like their first time out of BK or something? And then tap is on the high. Cores, baby. Cores. Again, I don't know. Malincry, did they come out of BK? Interesting. And then again, little baby pop. Got you above 4,200, I think, on the few. No. You got right to 4,200 or like half a point above it. And that's where you're getting this. So this is 4,200 right here. 41,815 on SPY is your 4,200 on the futures. Tesla is starting to drop now. Candles on Tessie. Oh, Perigo's going up. Did Abivai, the Rinvox stuff, help them out a little bit? There's that other drug approval too. Yeah, Tesla started. Again, Tesla was holding up like 1.8 just a couple of minutes ago. But bonds are coming down here too, so watch if it leads another one of these pops. But then again, we did come up here a little bit. And then gold is coming down. Gold comes down, the market. No, I think the market will go up if gold goes down. Because, again, people are buying gold if they want fear. So, again, that's what I'm saying. If bonds come down, golds come down, the market can go up. That's people unwinding their little fear trade. Because, again, that's just what happened today. As we started really selling off, it's not too big because, again, all of these fear trades are down on the week. You see, so you take it with a grain of salt. That's why I'm just saying, like, after that, like, White House comment we had a little bit of back and forth. I was just saying, until these move, don't really fall for anything. But as of now, they're just saying a little bit off of the lows. But for the most part, most of these hedges are down. But ever since the drama started today, they caught a bid. And then if we unwind it, you could let the market move back up. If you get relief in the hedges, you'll get relief in the market. If people keep buying the hedges, then maybe the market goes down a little bit lower. But again, still look at the 5 days. End of the day pump. Still hour 15 left. Hour 15 left. Have you ever gone to a section in Walmart that's not groceries, it's empty? Yeah, man. I go to the electronics in Walmart. I love Walmart, honestly. a great place. You don't have a Walmart here? Where do you live? I got 2 gold up. Sorry, I feel like I'm gold member. Huh? Oh, yeah, I play the free Switch at the electronic station. I am, man. You know what? Honestly, there was an era, though. I'm just saying, you either know what I'm talking about or you don't. But there was just an era where, like, Guitar Hero at, like, Best Buy or Walmart, like, in the game section, it was lit. That's all. I'm just saying, that's it. We were there for that. Or that would distract. That was just the era. It was mind-boggling. You know what I'm talking about? You know, when the first time Guitar Hero came out and people were in the stores and they were, like, playing, everyone was like, whoa. It's like a guitar, but it's not a guitar, but it's a guitar. Whoa. Let me try that. Whoa. No. Oh, yeah, come on. I'll make my way, my son. Where you be gone. I don't see. I would have not known that song unless it was for that. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, man. Yeah. So that could be me at Walmart. NSC was popping earlier. It is moving up. I didn't have news on it when it was doing that. I think yesterday or something, they reached a deal on the union, but that was about it. You're playing Guitar Hero while your parents were chilling on the massage chairs at Fry's, The first, like, semi-flat screen came out, too, and y'all were tripping out on that, and you're like, damn. And it was just fat as hell, but it seemed like technology. 720p was like, whoa. And then 1080p was like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? The 4K was just, that's it. By the time 4K came out, a couple years later, you started canceling people. That's it. After 4K, it was gone. That's it. All the nostalgia. That's it. Now we got 16K. I think there is 16,000 or 16 of the Ks. ICE Brent settles at 75.58. No news on VFC, but very simple why it's dropping today. They are clothing, Foot Locker. Bro, Foot Locker even brought down Nike 4%. Yeah, still 4% too. They ain't even bounce off of it. They bounced a little bit in the morning. So I'm assuming that's why VFC would be down. Because, again, Foot Locker earnings are bad. So clothing retailers, anybody in that sector, not good. And low ticker getting active again. Airbnb. Bonds are trying to do something, but the bonds are, I mean, maybe we get an end of the day bond move. Again, gold slipped a little bit off of that, but he's holding up a little better. It's not, I mean, today was fast. The second half of the sell-off, they just air braked it, probably because of Friday, but it's decent volume. I mean, we're at 70 million now. The last 2 days were also big volume, but except for these little volume pops, I mean, the last month has been very dry. Foot Locker or Put Locker? That's a good one. I'll take it. GLD. FNGD. What's that? Sound like Fun God. Oh, FANG Index 3 times levered ETN. I mean, Tesla's still 1.2. AMD down 2. Amazon or NVIDIA 1.5. Why is it called Foot Locker instead of Feet Locker? Honestly, man, I worked at Foot Locker and I never asked that question. I like it. I don't know, man. I feel like it just don't sound the same. I wouldn't shop at a place called Feet Locker. I'd be like, nah, I'm good, man. Foot Locker sounds like still kind of weird if you don't know, but it flows. Feet Locker. I think that's what they call it in the Middle East, man. Hello, welcome to Feet Locker. How are you? What would you like for your feet? Welcome to the Feet Locker. How are you? What do you need? Come here, show me your feet. Show me your feet. Let me see your feet. I show you. We have a bunch of feet in the locker. Come here, let me show you what. Come here, let me see. What size? Hold on. I flatten the. Okay, step in the sand. I measure. Yes, both feet. That's why it's called Feet Locker. Both feet. What's wrong with you? Also, my toe feet. Nice to meet you. Anyways, welcome. I will get you the perfect feet for your Feet Locker. Your foot. Foot? What are you playing football? No, you're playing feetball. At Feet Locker. Today. Would you like to join our VIP Feet Locker pass? Become a VIP Veet or for your feet? A Veep for your feet? No? Okay, I'm taking this very far. Okay, I have to go. Yallah. Goodbye. A Feet Locker. Feet. I can't stop now. Feet Locker. It's called VI Feet. Best laugh on the day. That's good. I hope you enjoy it. Veet. I had trouble. Biden EPA delays bid to grant EV makers renewable fuel credits. No renewable fuels. No reaction on Tesla. I think that will be the determinant. I don't know if they have lady Foot Lockers anymore. I don't think that would fly. Honestly, I think they got rid of ladies Foot Locker at the right time. I honestly think they saw the coming wave of things and they said, you know what? Out of an abundance of caution, I think let's just consolidate all of it into Feet Locker. Welcome to Feet Locker. Don't matter what kind of feet you have or identify as. Let me see your feet. Come here, welcome to Feet Locker. Everybody, come on, yalla. It doesn't matter, any feet for the Feet Locker. Oh, don't worry. $200 IQ internal merger. Oh yeah, definitely. That's it. I feel it sucks, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. This would be like my third time I'm referencing like 2K for you. But like low key, like I'm starting to view like things in life like 2K. Like when somebody answers something, I'm like plus 25 motivation. I'm like minus 15 team chemistry. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm like trailblazer. So low key, I feel that. That's why sometimes low key, sometimes in the chat, somebody says something. If I clap back, I'm like, damn it, minus 15 team morale. But then if I say something good, I'm like plus 25 team morale. I'm like, fuck yeah. So, I think about that. That's just what happens. That's why I can't play video games. Because now I'm just like, oh, yeah, plus 1,000 tinfoil. Everything. And then you guys get like a bond question. I'm like, attribute level unlocked. I'm like, hell yeah. All right, SPY still going. Bond still saying, go ahead. Green light on the bonds. Not the biggest green. It's like yellow light, but you're back above 4. This is the first time you went above 4,200 here in a while and actually held it. So actually, in the last hour and 15 minutes, this is the first time the futures went above 4,200 and have not sold it off in 3 minutes. So just give it 3 more minutes here, and we'll see. Black Monday? No. Because the market, they did good. The news yesterday, they got everybody to like be hopeful for a Sunday deal, but they also communicated that nothing's happening on Sunday. That's what I was trying to tell you on the watch list. Everybody is still there's still a timeline ahead of Sunday, no matter what. So I don't think even if Sunday, and even unless they really want to come out swinging politically and being like we're defaulting, unless they really want to start swinging, I don't think you'll get a level of I don't think you're gonna wake up on Monday and be like, oh my gosh, ah. But we'll see. Again, it depends on what they say after and how the market takes it after taking the other stuff really, really well. Will it drop hard? If beyond, like, if you can't get an outline by the end of next week, I think you're done. I don't know, unless they come up with something anywhere, or just sum up immediate pause solution. So that's what I was saying, though. They did good. I'm telling you, the political commentary and getting the market to like eat it up, they did very, very good because they were able to give you bad news yesterday. Wow. Again, they gave you hope for Sunday, but at the same time, communicating that nothing's happening on Sunday too. And that, because even they outline, we're talking making a deal about making a deal and not the actual deal. That's what they're saying for Sunday. So this Sunday is a deal on making the deal. It's an outline of the deal. It's not the actual deal. So, because even if they agree on that outline, then they could vote for that deal. And then depending on that vote, that could determine a lot. So bonds are going lower. We're holding this 4,200 on the futures, see what happens here. But the lower the bonds go, the more I'm saying you could get a little bit more upside. But then again, if we can't get too high, just keep in mind that this is give or take around Powell's inflation comments as well. 29% of my gross pay gets taken out for taxes. Is that normal? You just realized that? I'm surprised it's not a little bit more. But yeah, same thing happens to me. So I get a paycheck because I pay myself, for working for my company. And even then, I 20 or more than that gets just taken off right off the bat. Yeah, bro. It's honestly not bad. 29 could be worse. Could be worse. If this was your earnings, I'd be buying it up. I'd be like, it could have been 40%. This could have been 36.9. That's good. That's good. We like it. All you have to do is go exempt. You still pay it though. Josh low-key roasted your earnings power? No. I'm telling you, everybody does this. Even again, if you're doing it the right way, and even if you own your own company and give yourself a salary, you're paying an instant W-2 tax off the top. You shouldn't. If you have ever worked, I noticed this was the first realization I had when I worked at Foot Locker. I said, oh, fuck no. I said, are you kidding me? And I was equating it in grams of weed back then because I was young. I said, bro, that's half right there. I said, that's insane. I said, that is insane. It was very, very annoying. But yeah, you get federal and then there's state tax too. Yeah, if you go exempt, you just pay them in full at the end. What led you to quit smoking? I mean, I was 15 at the time of that story, so a lot of things happened in between there. I just borderline say I grew up, but even then, I'm not here to, the weed smokers, do your thing, man. What we really got to talk about is you guys who are tripping on shrooms right now. God damn. I'm just kidding, man. You guys live your life. I don't give a shit. It's your life, okay? That's between you and God. Okay? You already saw the Pharisees already came after me for just saying the F word. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all. I'm like Paul. The Pharisees and the Gentiles reject too. So I'm just saying, you do what you want, but you guys better be wise with your life, protect your brain. At the very least, as long as you have a long-term saving 10%, that's it. Everything else, if you're doing anything, if you're doing weed, mushrooms, LSD, whatever, and you don't have a long-term saving 10%, I am allowed to make fun of you. Okay, I would respectfully tell you, go get a job and save your money. That's if you don't have a long-term saving 10%. If you do, well, just keep making adult decisions on your own, okay? You have demonstrated you have that ability. Amen. Amen. Thank you. That's it. I rest my case. That's it. That's all I say. You say 10% in long-term, live your life. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. If you haven't, I'm going to clown you. Out of love, out of hopefully peer pressure to get you to save 10% and save for the long term. One day you'll thank me. See, and this is why I don't have kids, because if I raised my kids like this, they would probably hate me. So that's why I'm not your parents. So at the end of the day, you don't have to listen. Amen? Amen. Some of you like, Josh, I don't listen to my parents. Oh, okay. Well, anyways. Hey, list, it is good. Do I have a good Airbnb for an engagement proposal? Nah, bro. My Airbnbs are ghetto. So I would hate for you to propose there. I'd feel bad. I wouldn't let you do that. But you could find some really cool ones on Airbnb. Just go through the app and like play with like the custom things. And you could probably find something really, really cool for that occasion. So I would look, especially if you're willing to like go some other places. I saw some cool ones on there. So it'd be good. It'd be good. Maybe in Temecula. They have the wineries. There's a couple of good Airbnbs out there, but I don't have any Airbnbs. I think Temecula County, you're not allowed to Airbnb. You could only get an Airbnb in Marietta, and then if it's on the strip of the wineries, it's allowed to Airbnb. So that's it. If you're on Winery Row, you get Airbnbs there. If not, you can't. So, see. But if you're willing to go, like, outside, I'm telling you, like, there's places for, like, $250, maybe $500 a night, and you could get like something that is like mind-boggling, like a custom crazy property that you could really make special if that's what you're looking to do. Every county is different. So like even the one I just mentioned, like so a lot of you guys know like Temecula and the Inland Valley. Temecula is actually like the second biggest wine country in California now. Believe it or not, they went from dirt bikes to wine flights, as the Chad would say. But they have their own like locale and like the county right next to it. It's filled with a bunch of Airbnbs. They don't give a shit, but they did it to like in Temecula, you can't even build like certain buildings. They make it they want it to be like a farm country. They want it to like uphold a certain way. So they only allow short-term rentals where all of the like their commerce, their wineries are. So if you live in like a certain like area, it's like a certain like 1.5 miles, 2 miles, they allow you to Airbnb. If you don't live there, then you can't. And that's just for them specifically. Like San Diego, you just have to get a business license. You could do it anywhere. It can't be like, you could only do like No, LA is 30 or 90 days depending on the property, and then that's it. But San Diego, you just need a business license, and you're pretty much good to go. And then you have to pay you have to record taxes and pay an extra state tax on top of everything. Revolut in shareholder battle with SoftBank. And then is it Ionis on the high? Oh, that one actually went up a lot. It's going up a lot now. Damn, Ionis. In high school, you were the man, Ionis. Damn, we sold that one earlier. That one's actually running. I don't have any Airbnbs in Tijuana. No. I kind of want to go to TJ. Bro, bonds are giving it back up. I love you, bro. I wish we could try and figure out this movement instead of whining Airbnb. I love you too, bro. I just wish you fucking listened earlier when I told you what to watch for and were more prepared. I love you though, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just wish you listened instead of making me repeat it, because that'd be frustrating. But I love you, bro. I do love you. You know? Tesla. Oh, you guys like that joke? Okay. Can you feel? No, you said love is in the air. I was gonna go into a Disney song, but it would have revealed I don't know the Disney song. I don't. What does he say? Do you feel the love tonight? Plus 10 damage, minus 15 team morale, plus 5 Trailblazers. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, the bond plays died. Womp womp womp. Ooh. Oh, it's because I bought 11 of the other ones. So the first one went down $30. The other ones dropped $170. That's just 1 penny. I love you, bro. End of story. It's not hyperbole. Yeah, it's not serious. I love you, man. Come on, I love you. That's it. Came in late with the like. It's okay. We still love you. It's all 50. Damn it. I was going to go to the bathroom. You guys didn't complain about the ad. No. My ZN 119s are down 4.5. Yeah, I mean, that's a big move. Even then, it's another 0.15%. But like we were saying, this is supporting the upside. It's weird the market's not giving into it. But maybe it's just trying to find its balance. Gold gave up a little bit more of that run now, but bonds are lower, and then I think the yen is pinned. It's gonna be fun. Next couple of days will be great. Oh no, the yen is breaking down now too, but that's breaking down more at the bonds. Coming to the UK. I want to go to the UK, man. I want to go to London. But we'll have to wait. I think news comes at close at the banks. I mean, maybe, again, like we said, we just had a weird, we had a very weird mention of banking, of banks and mergers today out of Yellen. And that one kind of came from left field. Maybe, but I mean, I wouldn't put money on it. Is Crystal unhalted? I'm seeing another headline on that. Chris, yeah, it is. Yeah, again, they got that FDA approval. They're up 6%. It was halted like most of the day. I'm watching the 10-year bond. Yeah, Chris, decent. Again, there's a lot of PDUFAs. I don't know. I was going to make you guys the videos, but they really haven't even hit. Let me see. I haven't looked into all of them. Like when May 19th. Again, Crystal. There's GMAB. That one already got approved. Astellas, Blueprint, BPMC. These are all next week. There's like 5 different ones. Immunity Bio. Ionis has another one. Or Iova. Abivi already got theirs ahead of schedule. A lot of them are big name companies, though. Let's check the ZQs. Oh, the ZNs came back up. Again, every 1 cent is going to move you. What was I going to check? Oh, I want to check the ZQ. One company is worth more than the entire index. Apple is now worth more than the entire Russell 2000. Those are still just right below where we closed. We could say Powell. It could be if the market doesn't respond there, because we're still at the Powell inflation comment level. And then the rest was the debt ceiling stuff, but it's unwinding. I mean, bonds are unwinding a decent amount. It's not 0.5, but still. And then gold is holding up, and then the yen is starting to unwind too. So we'll see. We only got 50 minutes left. Only 50 minutes left, man. It is Power. Power Hour on Friday. On big expiration. Ay. But Chatadonia, I think you could survive. Can you survive? You could survive, right? You will be safe. I have faith in you. I think you're going to make it. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I'll be RB.
Big tech, big communications now, as you want to call them, for a defensive play. Certainly that's where we're seeing it go. I completely agree. Mm-hmm. But yeah, to your point, there's massive concentration in the index and those stocks. And it really does suggest that kind of top heaviness eventually reverts. Even my comments on small cap, to be clear, if you've got the stomach for it, if you can wait it out and you can do a diversified play, great. But if you're looking for where can I stomach the market going into the next 6 months, 12 months, I would say, the more standard quality type indicators, right? Mm-hmm. Your standard profitability, for example, is a place I would look.
Dana, how would you navigate the volatility that's likely to come with the resolution of the debt ceiling, assuming that the Republicans and the Democrats get back together and hammer out something before June 1st or before the end of the year if they do push it off? There's a lot of talk that Treasury will have to replenish its coffers. That will lead to a flood of issuance. That's going to lead to a drain on liquidity. What are you doing to position yourself for that?
Yeah, I would say there's, that right now actually comes through in a lot of the research, which is what's going to happen with liquidity when we get past this period. And I think it's the right question because obviously when liquidity is flooding the markets, it's the risk on assets, right? It's the NASDAQ, it's, Bitcoin, et cetera, that you see benefit from that. But if you think that we are going to see liquidity now start to dry up, which is part of the intention of the Fed to begin with, right? The debt ceiling kind of working against it a little bit. But, the goal is absolutely to pull money out of the system. So if you think that's going to be the case, then you kind of have to question the valuation on some of these growth stocks. And that's why I say I don't necessarily look at the big tech as being defensive.
All right, Dana, great to catch up with you. Dana Doria there, co-CIO over at InvestNet, helping us count you down to these closing bells on a Friday afternoon. Diane Jaffe, TCW Senior Portfolio Manager, going to be stopping by to give us her insights on what we saw this week and what to expect up ahead.
And what to expect up ahead. Chattadonia. It is Friday. You have about 45 minutes left on the day. Very interesting day filled with Yellen and Banks and the debt ceiling Powell. So, man, you can make a musical out of today. And then the stocks are only down 0.13 on the SPY, 0.28 on the NASDAQ, and 0.27 on the Dow. Oh, whoa, Clint Harris. Oh, we're not leaving Friday without the giant member blessing. Oh, yeah, whoa. My man, Clint, God bless you. Horna. Clint, man, let's go. Damn, Clint. Clint Eastwood. Are you Clint Eastwood? Come on, Clint Harris. Are you related to Clint Eastwood? You become member, then you say, give everybody who are like Clint Eastwood. He remind me of Clint Eastwood, man. God bless you. Shukran, Clint Eastwood. Oh, my gosh, man. God bless you. Happy Friday. Wow. 45 till the bell. I know we do got a Bible study in 45. I don't know if we're not. I mean, we might impromptu get into PHILO, but at this point I think we might have to wait till the bell, if anything. We're gonna see, man. But we do have Friday. It is Friday, but we gotta stay focused. Okay, we gotta make it till the end. Even then, I feel like Friday we're probably gonna hear stuff. I don't know. They said they're not talking anymore, but you know, these last couple of after hour sessions have been filled with so much. Are you gonna miss it? It's okay, man. It's okay. As long as your weekend is enjoyable. As long as you keep the peace, man. As long as you keep the peace. Tesla. Bonds at support. It's a pretty big level. They're still below. Again, I think they're climbing back up now towards the 375. So that's why anything lower from here will just be low. You know, bonds going above 3.75 on the 10-year. That's pretty big. So this is like kind of this was the earlier line we drew, but anytime 3.75 when it really starts going, it holds there, but usually 3.75 leads straight to 4%. Ask the 2-year. He'll tell you. We got 4193. Again, futures are above 4200, but the S&P has not gone above there. SPX has not gone above there. Clint Jed. God bless you, Clint. You allow gifts, you just go to your member thing. You have to, you either go sign up for the member, on the page of it, or you go into, your YouTube settings, and you got to turn it on. MUFG looking like bond candles. I mean, it's a Japanese ADR, and I would go on a limb and say 9 out of 10 people don't even give a shit about it, or know its relevance to the to the Japanese economy. Mitsubishi. Can anyone see this? Can you guys see this? Oh my gosh, they can see it. I think they can see it. Fear or FOMO? It's exciting. I like the negotiations. I think it's everybody. It's cool you get to experience this. Just make sure you don't forget it. You get this for your experience level, and you get to see the back and forth, see how it feels, see the confidence, the lack of confidence, what actually happens, the debt ceiling negotiations, to see that, to like see this again, like literally to see them say, yes, we're going to get a deal done this weekend. We like it. We're feeling confident. And the markets are like, yeah, we feel confident. Yeah, they feel confident. Woo! And then like, even then the next day, they're like, we don't feel confident at all. Nothing's happening. We're stopping all the talks. We're not even going to have a talk anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Boom. And then everyone's like, yeah, we're going to cancel all of our meetings. And everyone's like, what, but we're still optimistic. Okay. So it's good to see, but I mean, you're watching it in real time and it's not even over. And we still got a couple more weeks to go. Which makes it all the more fascinating. Red light, green light. Yeah, pretty much. It's a different version. But it's like, it's serious. I mean, it's theory. And then again, this is the thing that never happens. So you get to see how it feels. So next time on the 78th time or the 79th time it happens, you get to see what it felt like. This is just one of the rare moments where we're actually pushing it like a lot closer. Boy, you want to boycott Josh? It's all about the chat. You're serious? I'm down. Fuck it. Let's go. I'm sold. That's what you want. All right. I'm with you. I know, I'm getting anxiety too. It's too quiet. I'm sorry. I just got really into that. It was too quiet. I was in the chat. I said, I'm down. I like being in the chat. Chat is vibe. Who doesn't love the chat? It's great. That's why. It's just nice. I don't have to talk. It was good. It feels weird when it is that quiet. My room just got really quiet. And then I started looking around. I'm like, wait a minute. And then I'm like, oh, the sun. I'm like, whoa, like it was just weird. It was just so quiet. That's good. You guys make sure you all look around right now, okay? Blink a couple of times and relax too. You know, breathe in. Breathe in. Some of you stop breathing out of your mouth, you mouth breather. Come on, go. You know what I'm saying? So just relax, because that was, wow. It was so quiet. I was okay. I'm only bringing up mouth breathing because I was mouth breathing. Bro, I'm telling you, how I woke up, like you ever just, do you know what I'm talking about? You just wake up and it's just like, just dry. It was the worst, bro. I like fell asleep, like passed out, like, and it was awful. Chris, is it going? Tesla's trying to move. Again, GLD and then bonds are lower. Yeah, Chris is hitting a new high, 8% now. It was up 6 off of the halt. That's what happened to me, bro. It was awful. It was awful. I woke up just dead. AMD didn't do anything. NVIDIA neither. All-time great NFL running back and social activist Jim Brown dead at 87. Jim Brown? I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't know who that is, but I know somebody who likes football is going to go crazy on me. He shattered the league's records in 1965. Passed away peacefully in L.A. on Thursday. Yeah. I feel like I know Jim Brown, but I don't. Off top, I do not know Jim Brown. But he died. Jim Brown, NFL great running back, dead at 87. Yeah, that's coming out now. Was it Jim Brown? Oh, no, I know exactly who this is. Whoa. That's crazy. Bro, he was even into like a bunch of movies. Bro, he was in Mars Attacks. No. No. Bro, he was the boxer in Mars Attacks. Yeah, he died. I don't know if it's like updated on Wikipedia yet, but yeah. It just hit the wires now. No, you dude, this is Mars Attacks. Not to mention he's done a lot actually. Like you've seen this guy. Oh, that's sad. Well, rest in peace. Synovis CEO warns of real estate froth from Atlanta to Nashville. SNV, Synovis Financial. Are they a REIT? CEO's just like giving warning. It's not even about his company. He's just like, hey man, we do real estate, and real estate is in a bubble. What? Damn, you said he's the first OJ, but he didn't kill anyone. Okay. That's a good way to put it. That's wild. Update on the court REIT. I do have one. We're deciding. I mean, I haven't really seen any good deals to pick up on, but the lawyer guy said we could do it right away if we really wanted to, but he recommended that we build something out and raise outside capital. And then he pretty much said the only reason we'd go right now is like, he was like, do you need money? Like, do you want money? And I was like, no. But he said, well, that's the only justification. Otherwise, he wants something smaller, but we could do it. It's going to run like $350,000 in fees a year. So that'll be your covering costs, but it's possible. But that's what he said. And then he said we need that or we get a big bank on board. And he said that's what he was asking. He's asked if that was kind of my ambition, and it's not really it. That's not what I was looking for, but that's where they're saying is the only way it makes sense. So we're still looking at different ways to do it, but we're just kind of waiting. But we're one foot in, 1 foot out, really. But I mean, I could do it tomorrow if I really wanted to. But like he said, it just kind of depends on some of the other ambitions of what we're trying to accomplish. Well, yeah, Chad would be allowed to buy shares instantly. That's what I was saying. But it's like, again, like he was saying, it's very small. Like, so he's saying why, like, he doesn't understand why I want to do like $10 million, like to IPO with a $10 million company. He's like, why don't you do more? Like, he's like, it doesn't make sense. He's like, if you only want $10 million, go raise $10 million privately. I'm like, that's not the issue. I said, we just want like a public REIT so we could actually have a way where people could invest in real estate and then we could actually have deals. And he was just saying, though, at that point, you're spending a lot to do that. So, like, you got to think, like, even interest rates or whatever. It's just like you're instantly going to be putting in at least like 4% a year right off the top base level, and then assume all of the risk and everything else. And then for what's your purpose? Like, what's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish besides get property? And then that's what he's saying. If we want to get a lot of property, he's like, well, don't you want more than 10 million? And I'm like, well, yeah, but then he's like, okay, but then now you need Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. So it's very interesting, but we could do whatever we want. It just, the question is, does it make sense? So I could have a re-up tomorrow it just really wouldn't make the most financial sense. I guess worst case, we dissolve it in a year, but it's going to cost a couple $100,000, and then again you assume all of the liability, or I would at least, or the company directors, managers, whatever. But if it does good, then there you go. That's another story. But even then, you know, at that point, doing good would mean raising significant amounts of capital. So, again, we have a great lawyer with it. The guy's super experienced. He's done this a lot. He just knows me very well. That's why he's like, if you want to raise money, you got to go big. But if not, then he said 10 million is just very high cost to raise 10 million. We're talking about a REIT. We're not talking about an ETF. ETFs are completely different. We're talking about real equity in a company and then under the formation simply to buy property. And then when do you need something in mind to buy with that money? Well, you could buy anything at any time, but how I'd want to organize the REIT, I would want big deals. Even then, that's the next thing. Even if I could get you 10 million in deals tomorrow. That one will be, we could figure that one out easy. But 200 million, 100 million, I wouldn't want to burn that. I'm not SVB. You know you know what I'm saying? Like 10 million, again, we have one property right now. It said you could do some that and that's the case too. 10 million, are we talking a couple Cali properties or are we talking 100 Ohios? So, but even then, it's like $100 million in the big capital raise. You would really need to find good deals if you wanted to deploy that right away without getting, cucked or a high cost basis or high interest costs. You want to buy Margaritaville? Convert office into residential. I would just buy residential. That's it. I wouldn't even do any crazy projects. I'm not into that. Like, I'm telling you, I would just do very good deals, high margin. If they could rent out and put literally 80%, 90% of the properties to rent, and then 10% of the amount for short-term rentals and short-term flips, and then that's it. The REIT would be 90% residential, 10% flips and short-term Airbnbs. But again, you'd have to deploy that money. If it would be hard to deploy that to get that accomplished in very, very large amounts. 7:55 to the sell side. Yeah, 30 minutes remaining. Adobe's ripping. Damn, 2.5 today through the high. Chris is still on the high. Apple's on to the low. Apple's actually about to go negative for the first time today. We were just talking about Teladoc yesterday, actually. So I think I like the telemedicine industry. I haven't looked into Teladoc enough or used them enough personally to determine how they'll stand. But I like the industry. What happens to the property if the REIT flops? I assume you just sell everything and then distribute the capital to whatever shareholders owned. Because again, I mean, REITs, you just pretty much, you're entitled to 90% of the profits. Yeah, Synovius CEO warns of froth in real estate from Atlanta and Nashville. A construction boom in hot markets led by Atlanta, Nashville, and Charleston is raising concerns that some lenders have taken on too much risk that'll end with losses, Synovius' top executive said. I think there'll be some headline losses. Kevin Blair, chairman and CEO, said in an interview on Friday. The markets that we've seen some frothiness are Nashville, Midtown Atlanta for multifamily, and Charleston for hotels. Commercial real estate fell in the first quarter for the first time in more than a decade. And yeah, they just said everyone rushed to the market. And then Adobe is running 370. And then bonds are still coming down. I'm surprised the market. I think you might get a crazier move. Again, the bonds are actively moving here. But they were kind of. Was it the same price? No, stocks were a lot higher when the bonds were here. Stream lagging. Refresh. Are we lagging? Hello. Do you hear me? They can't hear me? So nobody heard any of that? No one heard none of that? That's crazy. What if I beat them up? What if I... What's up, son? Oh, you hear me now? Okay. Bro, you're weird. I know, man. That's why I get your money up, not your funny up. Let's go. Stop playing around. Amen. He's so confused right now. I know, but it's okay. I feel you. Amen. Don't hurt your... Oh, that wasn't my... Oh, yeah, I forgot, actually. I did get injured last time. I'm still healing from the sandcastles. You just got back and heard this? That's good. Don't worry. Makes sense in context. Zillow's on the high. And if you missed it, Powell said stuff about inflation. And then we dropped from debt ceiling and Yellen in a debt ceiling meeting, bringing up the regional banks. So that's a lot happened today. Not to mention Friday. And now you got a little bit more activity in bond land than stock land. We have 30 minutes left, 24. It's going to be a good one. And then all negotiations have apparently stopped on the debt ceiling unless we get an update after hours. Trying to play League. I haven't played League of Legends in a while. Do they have a faster version yet? Do they have like a 10-minute League of Legends yet? Because that's it. Just League of Legends. I like that game up until it took like 17 hours to play one game. It was too much of a commitment. It was like building a long-term every game. You have to like start off. You have to buy the boots. You have to go back. You got to go forth. Like you have to like you know what I'm saying? It's literally just go make a long-term. You could have done a lot in that time. Aram? This is my cousin. Hello. What? Aram? Oh, I thought it was a stock. Oh, it's called... Oh, see, I didn't know. Yeah, that's why I quit. I swear that was a biotech. Aram, yeah. All random, all mid. Oh, yeah, I have no idea. I wasn't that into it. I played a lot, but I didn't. This is why I don't pick up on lingo. Like, same thing with poker. I don't fuck with that's it. You know, I learned it from Daniel. I don't pick up on their language. That's it. Even though I cuss a lot. They say, what, John, what'd you say? Crucify him. What? Abraham. But if they get a quicker version, I'm down to play a game. I'm telling you, 2K. That's it. 2K. I watched the Air movie. It was really good. I saw it last weekend. It was on Amazon Prime for free. I said, hell yeah, I'm watching that. Amen. So, yeah, it was really good. It was really, really good. If you have Amazon Prime, you could watch it too. Market strong, no sell-off. No, I'm just waiting. I think by close, wherever the bonds move, the market just may make a last-minute move. And as of now, the bonds are lower. I think your last-minute move may be up unless bonds somehow catch a random bid at the 10-minute rigged. And then gold is back to hold in the fear, and then this is pre-fear. So some of the hedges are up, but, I mean, there's been a nice correlation, but we'll see. I mean, everything's kind of matched up. Again, stocks, bonds are all down today. So the last week we've been watching an inverse. Today, everything sold off into the red. So we'll see if that flips in the next 20 minutes. That's pretty much the only thing I'm looking for. In your opinion, would the 2, 10, or 20 be the best play for the bonds? Well, I mean, technically, there's one bond that's the best if you want the more, like, the right amount of sensitivity to everything in the short to midterm, and that would be the 5-year, believe it or not. But I prefer the 10-year. I think it's the best of everything. But, again, Hugh would tell you the 20-year gets you more bang for your buck. A lot of people like the immediate short term, the 2-year. And like I'm saying, the 5-year is one where, like, as far as reacting to both short and long term, kind of would like equal weight and more to the sense of the short term. The 5-year is a very unique, is another unique one out there too. But I prefer the 10-year. I think that's the best. I think that's the best bang for your buck because you're getting all of it. And I think the 2-year and the 10-year. And the 10 years is where a lot of the action is focused when it's all said and done. I think 10 years is a nice duration. Yeah, and then gold is coming down. Again, bonds, like I'm saying, I think end of the day, bonds and gold unwinding are pointing to a little bit higher. That's, again, this was Powell, but the market last time the bonds were here, and like you were at 419.81. So, but SPX is yet to get above 40. That would be like 4,200 essentially. The bonds could help you, but we'll see. 20 minutes left. I think the market's closed on Labor Day. I don't know, actually. I always confuse Labor Day with Memorial Day. Memorial Day is the latest holiday coming up. I hope we default. That's wild, bro. Does anybody genuinely wish that? Like, seriously. Like, from the bottom of your heart, are you like, yeah, I'm the villain in the movie? Like, do you want a default? Is anybody out there, is that what you want? Like, is any... Here, you know what? Don't tell. I'll make it anonymous for you. Seriously. I want to know. I would like to hear. I want to see. This is purely anonymous. It's okay. It's anonymous. I won't... No. Please don't answer. Just keep it to yourself. No. Please. Here. There you go. There you go. You feel it? There you go. Just honestly. There you go. Let's see. That's it. It's you, between you and the poll. Nobody will ever know, except for Google, but they already know everything about you. You know that? They know everything about you. Everything you've done. Everything you do on the computer. Everything. No way. Half of you anonymous. That's only 250 votes, though. Small sample size. Small sample size of motivated. You guys are terrorists. I'm just kidding. It's okay. I'm not trying to. I'm supportive, Josh. I'm here to. I want you. You know, it's all anonymous. I don't want to hurt the integrity of the poll. I'm not trying to give any bias towards yes or no. But just be honest. Just seriously, be honest. Don't lie. Don't lie. Just why you gotta lie about it? Just don't be a liar. Don't be a liar. Just serious. Even if you're lying, I'm taking that as a real answer, because then that just means you just Like you're a terrorist. You're a trollerist. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay, but just come on, just honest. Like, be honest. The poll is there. Okay, we have 500 votes almost, 450. 48% say yes, they want a default. Wow. 52% say no. They don't want a default. Wow, the odds keep flip-flopping, honestly. You guys are very volatile. Wow. Ask ChatGPT how it passed the debt limit ceiling. I'm not giving this thing too much credit. You know, I know y'all like AI, but I have yet to resort to asking him stuff about my life or bigger issues yet. So not yet. $600 votes, 47% of you say yes, you want a default. 53% say no. Wow. It's all anonymous. Here, coming into the close as we enter the 2-week mark. I want accountability. I'm agnostic. Well, there it is, Chad. There it is. We'll see. Maybe it gets up to 1,000 people. I know you guys are. Let's see. Come on. Traders want to make money. Well, yeah. But the default is bigger than the trade. The default will... Here, I'll play Yellen and explain the default for you. I'm just kidding. No, but you already know at this point. That's it. So, the Chad. At least you guys said no. For now, the majority. A lot of people woke up and chose violence. It's okay. It's their anonymous poll. It's their anonymous poll. Oh, Microsoft, little pop. Apple is yet to go red today. Again, I'm waiting to see the bonds, either big move on bonds or big move on market. 3.5 minutes till the 10-minute rigged. $700 votes. 53% say no. 47% say yes. That's it. We'll stop it at 1,000 votes. A sample of 1,000 of your peers in the stock market community. As they were implored to be honest and anonymous, 47% of them sought violence. Okay, now I've influenced it too much. I've made too many jokes. The poll is invalidated now. I'm sorry. But not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Adobe again, and then Malincrot all day, MNK. All day, MNK. Robinhood closed their Coinbase puts. I don't know. I thought Robinhood has like 15-day options, but based on the past, I'm pretty sure they close out early for you. Deer, did they bounce? Oh. Because, again, Deer was up a lot in the morning, and then CFO came in with bad guidance. They were at 393 in the morning. Deer was actually insane. Now it's down 1.6. And then where's Target? Our puts came back a little bit. You guys ready for this? Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. CFTC positioning update. The biggest S&P short since 2007. The CFTC Commitment of Traders report being released showed that future positions as of Tuesday's close, before we got squeezed, highlights of speculative position include in fixed income, there was a pronounced tendency towards flattening as specs sold 104,000 of the 2 years, adding to the record short, and 13,000 fives while buying 39,000 10 years and 25,000 ultras, 12,000 long bonds and 12,000 ultras. The aggregate duration short sell fell by 73,000 contracts. In the STRS market, specs covered 286,000 SOFR shorts. In Forex, there was another week of euro buying. In equities, SPX shorts rose again by 13,000. The net short, the short is now the biggest since September 2007. There was also some small selling of NDX at 1.4 thousand, Dow at 1.6 thousand, and Russell 4.3. The VIX short was trimmed by 13,000. Elsewhere, specs sold gold, 16,000 gold, 25,000 oil, and 8,000 copper. It was not a good week for commodities. So they shorted gold, oil, and copper, and the S&P. That was as of Tuesday. Well, it means a lot of things. It means probably why we started even squeezing. I mean, you have a lot of shorts out there, which can make sense for some of the bigger moves up. A lot of pain. Oh, that's the 10-minute rigged. Again, going down, bonds have yet to move. This is kind of what I'm waiting for. American and JetBlue blocked by judge. Yeah, it's anti-competitive. AAL and JetBlue. Watch out for that. I think JetBlue would move the most. Then SPY coming down. Market on close. 2-2 to the sell. Ay. Again, I'm waiting for the bonds to move, but it's not doing nothing. But yeah, people are short. But then again, 2007, the market ripped before it dropped. That's the whole 2006, 2007. The pause led to a giant rip while everything was slowing down. So you could take that how you please. Yeah, American Air, JetBlue blocked by judges, anti-competitive. They're both moving up. JetBlue, they're blocking the deal. They were, I think, JetBlue or American was buying JetBlue. Oh, and Save off of that. Yeah, Save's actually moving the biggest. Spirit. I think Spirit wanted to buy one of them. All right, so 10-minute rig now. Again, bonds lower. I've been saying it's pointing to the up. We'll see if we get it. I think 4,200 close or not. I think that's going to be the kicker. And then MNK again. The long tire. Save that 10%, sir. Okay, this is the highest you've been in a couple of hours. So you're moving a little higher off that. We'll see at the final 5, but 41.93. You were last here at like 10:30. So like 2 hours ago. Meta popped through VWAP. Again, MNK, Mallinckrodt, then JetBlue and AAL are moving. You guys are saying Meta. Meta's a little bit still down. I see Apple again, didn't it? Apple was just at the cusp of going negative. Oh, yeah, I think it was. Yeah, wasn't it JetBlue and Spirit? And then AAL wanted to buy JetBlue. So I think that's why Spirit's getting more. No, I don't think Save is halted. They're both still moving. PHILO. That's been going up all day. And then even Microsoft's about to go green. Weird. Microsoft and Apple are going to just be like almost break even on the day. Yeah, debt ceiling talks till tomorrow. Debt limit brinksmanship is causing real economic damage. Rama Rudy. Biden economic aide Bharat Rama Rudy comments during briefing. I don't think that's anything but debt ceiling and government related. Still climbing up here again, 10-minute rigged. I think equities are going to do their own thing. Like I'm saying, we're looking for the pop, but we will find out in 30 seconds. Final 5. Get ready, Chatadonia. Get ready. Gold's going up as well. A little bit, but gold gave up some of the earlier run. Gold is just still holding the fear bid. So if like bonds were gold, bonds would be like up here. Gold is still holding that from earlier when we dropped. And then the yen gave up some too. We're going to close break even. I mean, you're at 0.08 on the SPY. So, I mean, I don't know. And then 0.22 on the NASDAQ, 0.26 on the Dow. The Russell's down 0.6. We're the regionals. Don't forget, they got a little news too. They're down 1.9. They were down 2.7 at the low. Yeah, Save is running still. Again, they were down a couple percent. Now they're break even. Procter & Gamble on the high too. And that's it. Final 5. Good luck. Good luck. 41.94. It's above 4,200 on the futures. We closed break evens 41.98. So you need to go slight gain on S&P to close at 4,200. It's weird. The bond premiums are holding, which is wild. They dropped earlier, but now they're holding again, which is weird considering, again, bonds sold off almost 0.5% again after buying up 0.5%, like 0.37, 0.4. So here's our first red candle after the first 10-minute rigged in 5. He's farting. Let him fart. BRKR. There's still stuff on the high ticker, though. Again, don't forget about energy's coming up right now. Healthcare is still coming up right now. XLF still isn't dying either. So, again, you still have all the big tech names today. They're doing their thing. They're barely moving, actually. SFM. Sprouts. Oh, shit. Time to bring it home. All right, softies, earmuffs. It's going to get crazy in here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time on Sunday night. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. Monday morning at a sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought options expiration meant anything other than doing nothing. But besides that, Yellen and everybody else freaked out the market. We'll see what happens on the weekend. The good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful weekend. Let's go, baby. It's perfect timing. Not much time left. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you have had to deal with a lot today. You dealt with the debt ceiling. The discussions have been called off. We're waiting for the weekend. Janet Yellen was bringing up banks in a debt ceiling meeting, and Jerome Powell says that inflation is not coming down as fast as the market thinks, and we are still holding. Oh, there's the market moving. But Chad, you have 10 seconds remaining. Speak now or forever hold your peace. If you're taking a lotto, take it. But that's it. You got to wrap it up, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn, let's go, baby. Wow, we did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Friday. Let's go. I need that GG. Good game, baby. Everybody, GG in the chat. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, everybody that brought something to the table. Good game, baby. 7 hours in the books. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, all the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Let's go. Even the haters. Let's go, GG. You made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, what a week. Another one. Another one. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Shout out all the donos, all the new members, all the people giving a membership, all the stream alerts. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody that brought something, baby. All the contributions, all the good vibes. Good game. Wow, what a week. Are you ready? Are you ready? Good game. The volatility. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Wow. Oh, yeah. It took a lot to get here. Told the dad to take care. You got at my mama. I've been hustling since daycare.
What are you doing this for?
Is that Kodak Black?
Like, ask yourself that.
Is that my Kodak Black voice? I don't know. I love Kodak Black. But, Chad, that's Friday. We did it, baby. I'm allowed to yell. You're supposed to have your earmuffs on. Chadadonia, God bless you. That is the day. Wow. How you feel? How do you feel? So listen, I'm going to tell you thank you. I'm not going to show you the description. You should explore that. You should be in exploratory mood. After this week and you should be willing to explore. So do your due diligence on the description, okay? And just pray for me and I'm going to pray for you, okay? We'll leave it there. You check that out. God bless you if you need. It's Friday, but no. How do you feel, Chad? How do you feel after this week? What do you got? How do you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel. I'm gonna come back and ask you, but tell me how you feel real quick. This is for everybody. This is for everybody before the Bible study starts hitting. This is for everybody who does not have the soft earlobes, you know? So let's go. What do you got, baby? GG, this is how you feel. Prayers. You feel great. You feel blessed. Sensational. God is great. Feel great, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's amazing. It's amazing. I got clapped. I feel good, baby. Danny, how you feel? Alive. I feel accomplished. It sucks. Feeling great. No, it sucks. Fuck this. Bullish blessings. Get yourself treated for what? For like going crazy? God, you can't hold this down, baby. It's Friday. What's wrong with you? You whack as hell on Friday. I tried, but I'm blessed. Sick. I feel good. Oh, blessed. Healthy and astute. Ooh. Amen. And eloquent as well. Oh, the stock market hates me. Oh, it hates us all. Don't worry. Don't worry. The ocean does not hate anybody individually. It's very equal in its punishment. Don't you worry. No complaints. I feel like it's gym time. I didn't go to the gym once this week. You know that? Because Sandcastles clapped me, bro. Because the Sandcastle clapped me. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. U.S. had $92 billion in extraordinary measures under May 17th. So balance went up 30 bill. That's good. That's good. Clap back. That's it, man. How you feel? I haven't been to the gym. Yeah, I know. It's sad. It's sad. That's it. I told y'all Josh be troll AF. Love it, though. On Haru, you're mad about the ban. You're unbanned. I'm going to ban you again. Stop being such a baby. Okay? I thought we were... Okay, I'm going to respond to your email, too. I actually liked your email. And now I don't, because now you're just being a little baby back... Beautiful person. I'll be now supportive Josh. Supportive Josh says, it's okay, man. Don't worry. You'll make it through it all. We love you. That's okay. Gosh, and Haru. No, I love you, though. That's all love. But, anyways, Chattadonia, it was a wild week. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for more. I hope you're ready for more. That's it. We're almost done with May. The sell in May and go away. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, baby. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good, okay? So, Chad, on that note, thank you again for all of you who are here. I told you to explore the description, but we love you, for real. You gave me an opportunity. You contributed. You came in with a good vibe. You weren't a baby back B-word. You were overall making this place a better place, and you were having a good time while doing it and picking up on some stuff and able to even help out some other people. If that's your personality, it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. So, Chad, thank you again for all of you. It don't matter, member, non-member, Stream Alert or not, but even then, if you have taken it upon yourself to support, thank you. Because, again, as you see, it's here for everybody, man. That's all it is. So, like I said, if you contributed and you provided, or if you've gotten value, I'm even thankful if you got to take something away. Even if you gave nothing back, that means the world, baby. So God bless you all. Thank you again. Enjoy your weekend. But now it is Friday. And here on Fridays, we begin to turn up. Okay? We begin to turn up. And not like a turnip, but we turn up. Do people say turn up anymore? That's very like 2016, I feel like. That's what it. Never mind. Do you say turn up? Well, listen, it's Friday. We like to hang out here on Friday, but we think it's reserved for a special group of Chads. Well, honestly, it's a heathen. If you are a heathen, you may not like it. We say, rebuke the heathens, but I'm just looking out for the heathens. The heathens may not like it, So get your cloaks. We should. No, I don't know. I think it's not. We have communion in like 2 weeks, but you should still get your cloak. I will see you guys. We'll get prepared for this. And then I think that's it. I'll see you in a little bit. And just be prepared. It still will be a good Bible study. And again, heathens, for your own benefit, you may not want to be here. If you want to help a heathen out, feel free to rebuke them. But it's okay. Maybe you end up liking it. Who knows? Who knows? But Chad, happy Friday. Please enjoy your weekend, okay? I hope you enjoy your weekend, and I hope you make the most of it, okay? And it's going to be good. It's going to be a good weekend for you. But if not, if you can't stay, then I'll talk to you later. I'll see you Sunday and Monday. But if you are staying, just be prepared. It's Friday, baby, and we made it. I can't believe it. All right, I'll be right back. I love you. We need this song. I like this song. I like this song a lot. You know that? It's a good song. It's a good one to start with.
For real, though. What are you doing this for?
Tell him.
Like, ask yourself that.
Hey, Fly J, turn this shit out.
It took a while to get here. Told the daddies take care. You could ask my mama, been hustling since daycare. So I had a lot of time to get me all these haters. Talking God in every song because he showed me favor. But don't get it wrong, Tyrone, you meet the maker. I'm a weirdo. Study coaches, ran the planet. Learned the earnings in the balance. Serve a purpose, not a man. I'm a working in the famine. I learned working from the end. I'm the sickest motherfucker that you never seen before. I care about the final score, ain't worried about the leaderboard. What the fuck you smiling for? Start acting like you been before. I'm just trying to live my life, watch all the seeds I'm planting grow. Yeah, there's some shit you probably read about. Business it can stitch you with some words to make you sleepy, yeah. But I just made $1 million trading news up off the TV, yeah. I put that shit on YouTube now, the youth is trying to be me now. So, take notes and not granted. Stay woke and upstanding. Buy hope and sell panic. That's a lesson in disguise. So you might wanna rewind that. Sell it on the high, decay time, then I buy back. I'ma take it. This flagrant, but take patience. I'm stalking, then waiting, then trade it, support it or hate it. I love your engagement. I came from the basement, like Drake said. Started from the bottom, how I get here. Lots of risk management, I focus on the 10-year. All that matters, what's not when, just patient till it get here. I'ma do this till I'm dead, I hope I'm making this clear. Feel me, you should kill me, otherwise pay me no mind. But if you wise, pay me your time up. Try to fly and pay the fine, do what you want, your life ain't mine. Ask my brother, ask my bitch, everything I take my time. You tryna ride, I'ma teach you how to move. When the only option losing, the environment is fools. Let me inspire what to do, give them some value, speak the truth. The shit I'm speaking, this ain't new. The way I speak it, make it cool. I dumb it down, I act a fool. I'ma kick this lesson in this one, encompass all of it. You only get one life to live. You blow it, then you dumb as shit. Money, you start coming in. Make sure you pay the government. Just learn the game, do what they say to teach you how to duck that shit. Yeah, I'm talking escorts, LLCs. This a loophole melody. Feel like I'm Pablo Medellin. I gave my people what they need. I told my God I had a dreamy life for real. You telling me you think it's coming that easy? So, yeah. Why you think I'm on my grind? I treat this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired, uninspired. But that's the devil, he a lie. Absence bid. Lester. Shut me your mind. I got absence bitch talking like Honda right to got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this opposite shit. They thought it was easy, like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend. Tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream. You keep on dreaming, it's gon' leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip and then I get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate and shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I hedge my shit, vested in everything from value tech to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's as impossible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope. But back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes, I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone.
I said it's fucking payday, motherfucker!
Up in a foreign, rapping about, that shit get boring. Looking around, things more important before it go down. I'm gonna short it, mama ain't proud. I ain't a lawyer, but I tell her, I got a coat, need me a castle, I want a moat. Financials are fragile, watch it real close. The technicals lagging, that shit a joke, this shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast, I got me a straddle, played on both. I always watch candles, come get the smoke, yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscent, PHILO 607 switching, then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment with shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be relief real quick. You smart, you buy where fear exists. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy made China in emerging markets rip, but oil had to dip, cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like, whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising, lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years. Currency even weaker, EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Invert the curve and set the theater. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw for meters, now it's here. So now they hear it, and I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all lucky this my favorite. Josh Answers, call me Lil Buffett. Been a decade since I made a meal, y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice piss but don't do nothing. Pull up drippin', I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fight. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the market, trading on phenomena. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon, you lucky I got cameras. Got knowledge like I'm Santa Claus, got millionaires in Canada. I'm buying gold in Africa, I weigh it, I don't count it up. The factor in the tax enough, you asking me, I'ma laugh it up. Feel like World War II, we know what that shit look like. It's a call, baby. Aye, yeah. Feel like World War II, but we know what that shit look like. I guess we really did live a good life, but now it's inside, unless you get time. People buying everything so they can sell it online. Come on, dawg, you wouldn't even need that TP. How that EDD turn into PS5s and TVs. Another enemy that can't be seen, but just believe me. Everybody lying, but that truth ain't always easy. People with all the money ain't freaking out no more. Long as you qualify, then you don't pay back the loan. Bail out they companies, not the ones that need it most. And the people with everything keep on tweeting about Doge. Whoa, this shit getting obvious. They don't really give a fuck, they care about if they profiting. I ain't never been the one to bitch about conglomerates, but this shit getting ominous. My mom won't come outside again. Some days I'm waking up and I feel hustle. Days is kinda jumbled. I know it keep me safe, but it ain't keep me safe from nothing. It left me by myself, that in itself was kinda troubling. This shit really puzzling. How a piece of paper on my face protect the public when the public is in disarray and don't follow instructions. Half the people work, the rest complain and make assumptions. I'm trying hard to see this, but it's mutating or something. Damn. So all the points I'm bringing up is sounding kinda pointless now. Why you think I do not give a fuck? It's sounding poignant now. They really test me everywhere, my patience and appointments now. I guess you never miss it till it's gone. I never had so many people tell me I was wrong. They don't want shit in your head, but they want shit in your arm. I wish a lot of bigger problems had the same alarm. But nah, you hearing what you wanna see. Started out with little shit, but now it feels like everything. Everybody wants a meme or maybe get some shit for free. It sounded dumb cause freedom means you still a leaf fell from the tree. But you can take your time and shit. We all gon' fail without objective values. I won't rhyme the shit. It's been a year, we feel the same. We still on Trump and Biden shit. The people change, the issue same. We just turn a blind eye to it. Damn, conformity is crazy. All I gotta do is lie to you and they would pay me. That they can stop the views if the truth can make them angry. It's crazy what we do in cold world like it's the 80s. So hate me, I would hate me too. It's easier to believe a lie than believe that we've been fooled. And I would love to blame the next guy, I'm just like you. But all of us to blame, we left our God in how we move.
Wow, it's debt ceiling day. Give him one more. Woo! The Marxist says the system breaks. Oh, that's an old school. That's an old school. That's an old. See, these are old school, bro. I don't know these. Said the Marxist says the system breaks. The right side says it's because trade. The left side blames the words that said. And Russians in our election, historical recession trend, incumbency Republican. The opposite of pro is con. So Congress, what is going on? We're fucked if budgets take too long. Oh, man. What's up, man? Happy Friday. What's going on, man? We made it. We made it. Oh, outstanding is a very yes. Oh, my God. I haven't heard that one in a while. I need to add that to the list. That one's the classic. Yes. Is that the one you asked me about the other day? I remember it now. If not, outstanding. Yes. It has a weird sample in the back. It's like outstanding. It reminds me of President Carter. Oh, my gosh. Sing it like the Game of Thrones. The Marxist says the system breaks. The right side blames it on the trade. The left side blames the words that is sad. And Russians in the election. Uh-huh. Maybe we could try that. I've never thought about that. That'd be kind of cool. It's the Powell put called W. Bush. We need to start a war real quick. Our top export is armaments. The land of free that sells the death. The blood and money intersect, but that will not make you stop invest. I kind of like it. It's kind of dope. Kind of dope. GG still in Europe. No trade until I'm home. Shows me that how much FOMO I have, I'm not missing out. Amen, man. You in the game. Don't worry. Came up, came down. You chilling. Amen. But Chad, oh, man, we made it. We made it. Another week. That's it. We're getting close to the deadline, too. No drama except loan updates. They gave the loan updates, the treasury updates, everything looking decent. Let's see how the weekend goes. But now, speaking of the weekend, I hope you're not just going to be watching out for government headlines. That would be awful. Please do not do that. Okay, don't worry. We'll give you an update on Sunday. But, oh, what's your plans for the weekend, Chad Adonio? We made it to this Friday. A well-earned Friday. It's like 3 in a row, too. I haven't traveled yet in these last 3 weeks. That's big. I've been doing it during the weekday. It was, oh, let's go, baby. What you got? Call real estate or bust. Amen. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. And the bitches hate it. The creators create what complain is created. Flying to Colombia this weekend. It's okay, bro. You could just tell us you're looking for a wife. That's fine. That's the new trend on TikTok. I don't judge you. It's okay, man. Have fun out there. Be safe, okay? Don't do drugs either, because that's the next assumption. Dr. Pepper Museum in Waco, Texas. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, wow, send me some pictures. What's that? Dude, with Dr. Pepper Museum? Man, my parents visiting. GG, love it, baby. Getting on the Sea-Doo Fish Pro and going fishing, baby. This sounds really fun to say, Sea-Doo. What are you doing this weekend? I'm not going to get tricked into that. I'm going to tell you afterwards, sir. Work trip Sunday, Wednesday, family pictures, playing some more Uncle. Get yourself treated, Chad. Get yourself treated. Blessings. Working on IROC. The IROC Z. Oof. Alternator issues. That's a nice car, though. Call of Duty rank play Warzone. Might stream on Sunday. Let's go. I didn't know we got so many competitive gamers in here. Maybe are you competitive or is it just for the fun of it? It sounds competitive, though. That's it. You already know. You said rank play, so that's it. Going to SD next weekend. Need food spots. Hit Taco Shop. I want to go to Taco Shop. My girlfriend don't like Taco Shop. I'm kind of bothered by it because I can't take her to Taco Shop because you can say Taco Shop like that every time you say it. But Taco Shop, definitely go. You like Josh like vacation? You mean Proudling? It's not like that. It's just that's the TikTok trend, bro. I've seen it way too many times. I stopped. I kept getting mad. I kept seeing it. Now they don't show me it, but that's what they were doing, bro. It was just straight up like just white dudes going to Colombia, and they're like, day number 2 of going to Colombia to find a wife, and then it's them, or they're like, look at the guy to girl ratio, and I'm like, dude, look at what you did to the short kings out there. Look at that, man. That's it. They said I'm gonna go play in the overseas league. That's it. Y'all priced them out of the United States market. Look what you did. Come on, ladies. Come on. That's it. You got men. That's it. They play in overseas league. They like, what's his name? Like Dwight Howard. You got him playing for the Shanghai Sharks. Man. But hey, like I said, it is what it is. Son's college graduation on Sunday. Congratulations. Nice. Are you guys going to party afterwards? Is he going to college? Is he going to work? Competitive, baby. Golfing, my dude. Selling my wares at an art show. Ooh. Art show. Where at? Going window shopping. Going to run my Vega. What's that? They priced themselves out. Yeah. You guys are delayed. Is my chat delayed? Why is my chat so delayed? You guys like reacted to that hella late. Yo, and hold on, bro. Clint and Sharbenstein? Yeah, I just saw that too. I think my chat was a little delayed. No, you guys are lagging too, though. Oh, baby. God bless you, Sharbs. Your mic should still be muted. I could do this. You should have no offense to this right now. You should be fully prepared for all of it. Let's go, baby. My stream is very laggy today. The lurkers and laggers, baby. But yeah, what else we got? What else? I'll tell you my plans. I'll tell you. We're going to see. Gonna help in an event at Calvary Chapel for the kids. Let's go, baby. Have fun with that. And God bless. Amen. Never do live performances with my rap. I only do country. Uncle has never done a live performance yet. He's a little too old for that. Lag Day, Friday. Softies don't do Bible study. You know, I like it. What did he say today? He says soft ears lead to soft hearts and like soft, it's just soft faith. And I was like, dude, I didn't even try to do my boy like that. Like I wasn't, I feel like I get it. That's it. Nowadays, like, you know, they were like, why do you cuss? Why this? Like, I've been feeling like Paul lately, man. I'm ugly, and it's like I was just able, like, that's it. The Gentiles don't like me, nor do the Pharisees. Like, that's it. I'm just, you know, and that's it. You know, and I get discouraged sometimes, and I just gotta say, hey, you know, I gotta keep encouraging. Just say, love each other. It's all about the spirit. Stop the arguing. That's what Paul did, and that's what I'm here. And I'm here to shed love and peace, and that's it. That's all I got, bro. That's all I got. I feel that's, you know. I'll be persecuted on both. Fuck it, just let's go. Let's go. Just stop arguing. Amen. If I be persecuted, so it be. Amen. Amen. New Fast and the Furious. Bro, I'm so behind on the Fast and the Furious. They bringing in the Transporter. They bringing in Aquaman. Nah, man. They doing too. I don't even know what's happening in the Fast and the Furious, bro. Like, I still, like, where's Suki at in the S2K? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still on, like, Suki and Ludacris. And, like, you know, I'm R.I.P. Brian, man. But, like, dude, like, so many, like, they robbing banks. The bank's robbing them. Their family's getting kidnapped. They get the family. They got 14 kids out of wedlock that we don't even know. He got a secret child. And then a secret wife that he's somehow really tight with. But then his old wife is chill with. And then they all meet up. And then they all got arch rivals. It's just like an anime at this point. It's like a fucked up anime at this point. So I might watch it still. But I have no idea what's going on. No idea what's going on. Yeah, right. And then he gets shot 18 times and they all miss. They even make fun of it. It's like, you know, Fast and Furious movie logic is just different than any movie logic. So, but like, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But family. Yeah, you're right. I will watch it for family. That is, I do support family a lot. So I will be going to see that for pure sake of family values, honestly. Some of you out there, you guys claim to support family values. If you don't go watch Fast and the Furious, I really doubt that. You don't really care about spreading family values in mainstream media, huh? All of that shit, huh? You were just talking all that shit for no reason. You don't even support Fast and the Furious, huh? That's family. It's family. No? Good conservative joke? No? Yes? No? No? Okay, I don't know if you are lagging, but anyways. I'll take it. I thought it was funny. But, yeah, I'm not going to watch. I'm going to try to watch it, but I'm probably not going to watch it, but we'll see. We will see. Yeah, they're at the street race. Nah, bro, because you hella accurate, and that's my problem. Exactly. They are about to street race a submarine in a volcano. That's where, like, dude, I just want to see, like, Hondas. You know what I'm saying? Like a Honda and, like, a NSX You know what I'm saying? Let me see like a street race. I want like a real race. You know what I'm saying? With some money on the line, some, you know what I'm saying? Some street racing culture. You know, it's just stuff that never happens, but like could maybe happen. You know what I'm saying? But like maybe, but not like that. I ain't been in a submarine. I've been in a Honda. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, that's it. Like, that's it. Maybe somewhere out there at midnight, there was just a group of well-behaving individuals who can organize some top-tier events, and then all the most beautiful women in the city all arrive to that event, and you know, and then maybe I'll see like a Supra. Like that's something that maybe is possible, but not. I ain't been in a submarine, sir. I've been in a Honda. That's it. That's amen, bro. Amen. Amen. Wow. But I love this series. I love the old Fast and the Furious. I love them. I love them. You have no idea. Submarines aren't that great to hang in. I know, but I had a homie who did submarines. Like, he used to go on. That's when he would get deployed. He was in the submarine. And this dude was the chillest dude ever. I'm telling you. He was the chillest guy ever. He would spend like 6 to 9 months or longer in a sub. And this dude, you could not piss him off. He was very level-headed. He was very chill. He was honestly just such a nice guy. And he loved it, but he was like, yeah, he got over it after like, I think he did it for like 6 years. And then he became a cop. But I was like, all right, man, I see you. But that was crazy. Subs. I've never been on a sub, but you have to be like a special type of peaceful to be able to do it. It's legit. It's very competitive. Really? I thought nobody wanted to be on a sub. I did not know that. Too fast, too furious. There's a drag strip in Dallas that people race. They used to have that in San Diego. It was called like Race Legal. I always wanted to take my Honda. But back in the day, driving up there seemed like a mission. Was it like that for you guys? Like when you first started driving, like anything over like 7 miles was like a mission? Because that's how it was for me until like I left to college. Like driving more than like 7 miles was like you're going far. And nowadays I'm used to now it's just like, all right, that's nothing. But when I was younger, I felt like it was like, nah, that's really far. You have to go to grad school to get into the sub program? No. Really? I feel like there's a lot of sub people out in SD. No way. The next Fast and Furious, they go back in time and they race in different eras and they start out with Model T and go forward. I can see that happening though. You broke up with a girl who lived 15 minutes away to save gas money? Amen. I didn't have a girlfriend. So you kidding me? Lucky you, bro. What are you saying, bro? I was still playing video games, even in the Honda. The car didn't help my Riz meter too much. You know, I was a late bloomer. Yeah, race wars, bro. You know. No, but that's how it was. When you were young, it was far. I don't know. I guess y'all don't know. You guys are lagging heavy today. The chat is like so behind. About 15 minutes to get to the gym. It's worth it for a good gym. I used to have one gym next to me, and I would drive 15 minutes away to the other gym just because I hated that other gym that was closer to me. I love your joke during the day. Uh-oh, which one? I say a lot throughout the day, sir. It's very hard to recall the last 7 hours. I could recall it pretty well, but, you know, sometimes I say things and it's not a joke. That's the crazy part. I could tell you guys like the saddest thing that happened to me, and like half of you would just crack up. You'd be like, "You're so funny, Josh." I'm like, "What?" That was very traumatic. Okay. Josh, log off. Why do you want me to log off? Log off and then log back on. Get some rest. Enjoy the weekend. I'm enjoying it. I just did turn on extended hours. I'm not gonna lie to you. You just saw me do that, but other than that, I'm enjoying it. I'm feeling fine. I got my nice. I'm drinking a Bay actually. I didn't mean to drink caffeine, but I'm drinking caffeine right now. It's a Bay lemonade. You know what I'm talking about? The Bays. This is not a sponsored post, but that's good. I had beef jerky while Uncle was playing. You know what I'm saying? I do gotta do some stuff today, but it's all chilling. Yeah. Oh yeah, my weekend plans. I'm gonna go see this house. So I'm very excited. I have 2 different houses to see, but one of them, it was that deal that I told you about earlier in the week where Lending Tips was like, you have to take this offer. And then he's like, I also have another house for you, sir. So they want to sell me this house for $4 million. They bought it for $7.5 million in 2006. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, Evan, is that for the joke? Did the joke not show up because it was offensive, or what was that for, baby? God bless you. Or nah. Amen. Amen. God bless you. God bless you. I know, blessings. I buy houses, yeah. Even if you wholesale or if you just want to sell a house, at the very least, I'll tell you what it's worth or what I'll pay for it. But please stay on waiting for the Chad to be bored. Oh yeah, bro, congrats. Let's go. Oh man, how long have you been there? 29 hours? Oh wow, that's a long one. I think my nephew took that long. If you go, you're not coming back to stream on Monday? If I go where? To see the house and don't come back? Oh no, well that house, but here's the thing. The guy bought it for $6.5 million, but there hasn't been a house in that area or that neighborhood that sold higher than $6.5 million ever, or since he bought it. So the houses now are selling for like 5.5. So even then, it's a good deal at like at $4 million, but then the wholesalers charging it's like a weird wholesale, not a wholesale deal. The guy who got the lead is not on the market, but it's very, very weird. So I need to take a look at it and see what's going on with it. But it's wild. I'm very interested because if it seems like he overpaid, and then I'm looking around the upside. I need unlimited upside because if this house was like down the street, there's other houses that are going for like $10-20 million. That's what I need, because if there's higher upside, then we could flip it. You know, if I could flip this for $6 million, fuck yeah. But it's not looking like it's there. But at the surface, it looks like a steal of a deal. So we're gonna do some investigating this weekend and see what's up with it. So I'm excited for that. That's my big plan for the weekend. We're gonna finalize selling the other crib. I got a game for my nephew. I'm gonna go pull up on him, watch this mother effer play sports, try to avoid him at the beach so I don't get injured. I'm taking my girlfriend out on a date. Me and the girlfriend are out. And then, yeah, that was it. The meal you made over COVID? Bro, that was beginning of last year. That wasn't COVID. That's the crazy part. That was at the beginning of the end of real estate, of everybody paying with 0 rates or cheap rates. So it's very, very, yeah, bro. That was beginning of 2022. Or was it 2021? No, 2021. Was it? Wait a minute. Yeah, no, that was beginning of last year. That was last year. So that's what I mean. I'm very patient. Like, you know, for like a home run deal like that, the last one was just like a year ago, and then we had a couple of those, but because there was like we hit like 3 or 4 of those at the same time. We had a good flip at the beginning of this year. The one I did on that condo, I didn't think I was gonna make that much, and we ended up making up a little bit more. So that one was dope. But this one would be great. But a lot of real estate, and then like I said, taking my girlfriend out, and then we chilling. Maybe play a game of 2K. I don't think there's any movies I want to watch. Definitely, you know, hanging out with moms too. So yeah. All so long ago now, I know. Scared high interest rates will be the new normal. Well, John Williams this morning, he said no. He said he does not think this is the end of pre-pandemic rates. He said that this morning. So we'll see. Can you come hang out too? I'm not, bro. I just told you I got to take my girlfriend out. You should be so mad if I was like, yo, we going out today. I brought the homies. Is that cool? She'd be like, what? I'm like, man, no. So, gotta be careful. You got homework? Oh, my. Bro, Virgin at Space Galactica. I said, tell me in a month, bro. Tell me in a month. Okay? Spaceship Galactica. Why not? I mean, I guess maybe actually. Tell Mama Answers. Chad hopes she's well. Amen. Yeah, pray for Mama Answers. Pray for the fam. We pray for you too. Amen. I checked out land for a buddy of mine. Could be a future compound. Where at? Tejas? I mean, if we get some good, I'm hoping we get some good deals on the back end. That we could always keep in mind. I clicked on the pictures. It says I need an email. Oh, I got it. I just added to your wait list. Bro, this thing's dope. Where is this? Does it come with the house? Or is it just that land plot? Oh, no house, just custom build. Very interesting. If it had that, if it came with that little property thing, that would have been nice. Your dad calls it Space Galactica too. That's good. That's good. One of the stocks at the current price, which one would you pick? Tesla, Amazon, Baba, Airbnb? I'll take Airbnb and Baba just because they're not at up 30-40% on the year. Golf course. Yeah, man. What else we got for the weekend? But yeah, I told you my plans. That's it. I think, did we get to the end? Did we get to the end? That's the key. That's it. No other plans for the weekend then? Are we all out? Are you guys are you going to actually be at peace? Are you going to enjoy your weekend? Last time I told you to rebuke it. You said you had a good weekend. I asked you Wednesday too. You got to show the Chads the video. Oh, let me see what you said. It's a golf video. Oh, wait. Golf course cops versus ex-MMA. So it's a fight? Oh, this. All right. We could show fight videos. It's not that intense. Oh, whoa, bro! I just see people getting knocked out left and right. Whoa! Stay down. That didn't even seem. That was not. Yeah, that was just not. Nah, man. That's why I run away from situations. That's it. That's your fault at that point. After the third guy is down, you do not go after that person. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just do not do that. Try and budget out weekend how I can save $1,900 for the ACAM certified. But start small, like $10 a day, $5 a day, $1 a day. I think you'll get there. That's how you can hit it. Are you gonna be a financial investigator? Oh, that's it. Man, can you just become like, can you work at the Fed? Let's go, Brenda. I would have gotten him. Nah, I mean, you're taller. You got reach. I bet on you tall guys. I would say, hey, I would be like, you first. I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you air support or something. I'll be your spotter. I'll be your spotter in the background. I'll let you know if I see anything. I got your back. I can watch your back. Oh, but that was aggressive. Did you know those people? I was just one after the next. I can't fight for shit. I mean, most people can't fight, which is kind of statistically what you could hope for. So it's okay if you can't fight. Even if you can't fight, like, I mean, I like to think I could put up a fight, but at the same time, my fighting resume has been very, very limited. But also at the same time, I wouldn't I still wouldn't want to fight. Even if I could eat somebody, even if I'm like, oh yeah, easily. I just that's it. Gotta watch out nowadays. The guys on the ground were the drunk homeowners. The MMA guy told the kids to stay off the court or they get hurt. And then the drunk moms come out and says her husband will fight the golfers. And then they fought. I'm a beginner in kickboxing. That's terrifying. Kickboxing, all I'm picturing in my head is like Hitmonchamp. Just that's it. Just nothing's more vicious than a kick to the face. That's crazy. Boxing wasn't enough. You're like, kick. I want to get kicked. I want to do the kicking too. That's crazy. I can't kick. That's one thing I don't have in my repertoire. I could throw sand. I know aiming, kicking the shins. I could do short range, quicker kicks, but I can't do any no like high kick. I got tight hips. I could box. Edgar? Father Edgar has hands. You like that Wahlberg movie where the priest is a boxer? It's Edgar. Oh. I make noises when I punch. So that's what I do. It's good. It works. It works a lot. Father Edgar, amen. Amen. Can we watch McGregor kick the fight where he breaks his leg? Nah. I don't like, dude, any like sports activity where something gets broken, I hate watching. Like where shit gets snapped. Like you ever see what was that remember that like college basketball game? And the dude just like went up for a rebound and then he came down and then his shit just fell out of his foot. It was the most wicked thing that one was it Kevin Ware? That seems familiar. That one is crazy. That one, bro. I don't know what it is, bro. I can't. I hate watching those. It's too. Or where the kids go on the bench or they go to squat and then I hate the snapping. The snapping is just I can't do anything snapping. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's just like, it's not supposed to happen. It's not. Oh no, it just snaps. I hate it. Yeah, that and the gym injury, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I pray before the gym so I don't get injured. I really do, and I'm like thankful. Like I straight up, like honestly, I'm like, Lord, I'm about to be moving these heavy weights above my head, and I've hit myself with weights a couple times in the head. I chipped a tooth on a weight. You know that? I was trying to do like back lift thingies, and like I chipped my tooth on a weight before, bro. And then the first time I put on Apple AirPods, first time with noise canceling, man, that shit was effective. My spatial awareness was so messed up. I straight up took a dumbbell to the head because I just had no idea where it was. Because it's your ears. If the first time you get noise canceling, it was bro, it was messed up. Yeah, bro, straight 30 to the dome. I'm not talking a Percocet. I'm talking a dumbbell, okay? Go to the gym. But yeah, but no. Now I need to pray before sandcastles. That one was just a silent injury. That was just overuse, and then I woke up dead. But like gym injuries, bro, God forbid. I would not wish that upon anybody. To like ever be like lifting something and like lock the bone and then it snaps and then it's like, oh. Your buddy passed out going for max on deadlift. Yeah, like, dude, that shit's terrifying. It's terrifying. I'm getting old enough to pray before I poop. No lie. Wow. I've been there at times, but it's not like an everyday thing. But I feel I could understand. Higher reps. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. But then you don't get bigger. That's it. Like I got very good form. I don't get injured anymore. But like, that's it. I'm staying at the size. Like I could be getting huge right now, bro. Just maxing out for like 4 half reps. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, that shit, I'll get huge, bro. I know I do need a foam roll. I got the foam roller. I showed it on the video. So he's came out, like he's in arm's reach. So that's good. Why do flies rub their hands together when they land? Like, what are they planning? That's a good point. I always see that. I just hate it. It's creepy. It's just nasty. I feel like they're purposely just like, let me put my hands everywhere. CNSP, you got a biotech runner on Friday, after hours? You guys down? CNS Pharma up 50%? The worst is seeing someone about to die and you go to help and they get pissed. Nah, man. You live in a new era. I'm all about the gym. I'm all about gym culture. I ain't helping nobody out. I ain't looking at nobody. I ain't helping nobody. You're on your own, buddy. That's it. I'm sorry. I can't mess with people nowadays like that. I'm being helpful is a dangerous job out in public. That's it. So I see you. They will get mad at you. Or they gonna record me like this. You understand? You read the sign. You're tall enough to be here. And that's it. That's you on your own. You are on your own. Yeah, God's plan. Amen, man. That's it. There, you got other good Samaritans in here as well. Not even recording. They'll just get mad at you. I saw that too. I saw some guy try to get. He was like, he was about to die on the bench press, and of course he was recording it. And then someone helped him out, and then he got so mad. He was so mad at the game. It was like an old guy, and the old guy was so sweet. I was like, I feel, but man, I wouldn't, let him die. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Somebody will get there. Somebody will get there. I know there's a staff shortage, but hey, we'll see what happens on the non-farms. Yeah, it's cool though. It's cool. My only interactions are the gym is whoever is brave enough to go for the fist bump. That's it. I have a lot of unspoken relationships at the gym, just fist bump or not. And then I know people see me because like I'm starting to see people and I know who they are, but I don't know them. So then I'm like, they're like, that's that Afro lizard because my hair is nuts. But when I go to the gym, you have no idea. If you only see the sides of my hair, it's like half hair. It's like half Afro, half receded hairline in the front. And then I just look crazy, and then I got a tank top on, and then I'm like half pale, half sunburned right now. I look insane, bro. I'm telling you, at the gym. But then I'm like, I know, like I see these same people every day, so I know they see me. So I'm like, it's getting weird now. It's kind of like high school. It's like we have the same class, but we never talk to each other. So there's only a couple of guys. They gave me the fist bumps, though. That's it. So we chill. Uncle Son, I could get you started, but I can't teach you the drive. That's the options trading anthem, sir. I've not had dreadlocks. I was thinking about getting it straightened. We'll see. Progressive overload. I just start at one weight and I go up 5 pounds every every set, and then I'll just do anywhere between 10 and 15 reps. I try to go 10 and then 2 more reps each set on a higher weight. No, I'm still not wearing gloves, or I don't wear gloves anymore. My hands are surprisingly still smooth, though. But then again, I'm not, like, trying to lift as much. But, yeah, my hands are beautiful still, and I don't wear gloves. But I understand if you do wear gloves. I respect the guys who wear gloves still, you know? Like, I see them in there. I still see them in the gym, and I'm like, you know, it's good. I hate going to the gym at my university. I walk in, and the school teams, they watch you work out. I have to pretend like I don't see them. Nah, then no one watches you in the gym. It's the weird. Everybody thinks they're watching you, getting you, but you're not getting watched. It's a weird thing about the gym. They see you, but they're not watching you. And then if they are watching you, then it gets a little weird, but even then. And then that's good, bro, because you could do something they could never do. You could start working out. That's their job. So enjoy it, bro. You could be like, ha, look at me. What now, athlete? Oh, I want a Gatorade with sugar. Ha, ha, ha. What now, mother effer? You know what I'm saying? So you're good. Let them envy you. Let them envy you with your freedom. You know, you get to just do whatever you want. They just don't have to go to school. I was telling my girlfriend that. She didn't. Oh, you know what I watch? I've been watching the Colin Kaepernick thing on Netflix. And then, but I was telling her about how, like, in college, like, once you get to college, like, at certain schools, like in Arizona, none of those kids did any homework. You get, like, your own, like, TA, you get you get a golf cart to class, all of that, bro. So that's it. That's the only benefit they got on you. That's it. They got school on easy mode. Is everyone off 400 milligrams of caffeine? Low key, though, for real. Don't underestimate that, bro. Everybody's tweaking out on pre-workout. It's very hard to focus on other people. Like, sometimes I'm just there, like, nodding my head, like, I don't even know what's going on. So I feel. But even without pre-workout sometimes. But I've been on, like, it's been like 8 months of no pre-workout. Real Madrid versus Barcelona. You down? It's in Dallas. It sounds like a cool event, but I don't watch soccer. I call it soccer. I think that should answer that. Bro, it's pregame every time. Good. Amen. And just laugh at them. But no, I love the college gyms, though. That's why I'm telling you this. You make the most of it while you can, bro. Those college gyms are OP. Can I get a membership? I'm going to just start doing that. I'm going to just start going to SDSU gym. Screw y'all. I'm going to get a membership. Can I get a membership? Because the college gyms are fire. They are fire. My sister had residency training in Tucson. When you go to Phoenix, everyone looks like an Abercrombie model. Yeah, kind of. Tucson's not bad. The school's good. Tucson is just Tucson. I love Tucson, though. It's weird. I have a very deep appreciation for the dirty tea. My college gym was chill. It works. Just tailgate. Why are you here 20 years late? Tailgate. Oh, okay. Is this live? Well, you're tuned into a special right now. This is Josh GPT-4. I could answer your questions live. How are you today, Adam? Is there anything I could help you with today, Adam? If not, hope you have a wonderful weekend. I'm not a financial advisor, but I could still talk to you. Are you still there? Haven't heard from you. If you still are, would love to hear back. Otherwise, I might log out of this session. Just say, hey, Josh, if you want me to return. Adam. Hey, Adam. How are you? Glad to talk with you, Adam. How is your day today, Adam? Much love, Adam. What a name, bro. How does it feel? How does it feel to have the first name ever? Technically. Do you ever hype yourself up on that? Like, I got the first name in the world. If I was an NFT, my name would be the first. I'm named after the first human alive. That's pretty cool. It's Turkish for man. All right. So still, I'm saying I think it still applies. Can you play TLT on Sunday? Not normal TLT, just the bond futures. But it's too late now. It's too late now. We need to calm down. It's the weekend. It's actually my middle name. I see why you're not as hyped. I'd be hyped. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Up in atom? Up in atom. Oh. Not up in Adam. Nice. First time I've donated to any stream. Can you reply to my email? Okay. After you guilt trip me, why not? Let's go, man. What's the email? You were saying that, but I don't think I saw your email. I don't remember Araya. What a name. Oh, why was this? Bro, they spammed you, man. I got it. Can I answer it now? Let me, it looks like you got a refinance question. I've been in the chat. When you have time. If I could answer it now, but because it's super, refinancing could be pretty quick. Yeah, let's see. So are they offering you the refinance? Did someone offer you the refinance, or did you just see that as the, what's it called? Was that just the offer through the Credit Karma? Because the thing is, if you refinance, you're like, so you pretty much do the difference now. Right now, you take your payment at the current interest rate, but now they're saying they're going to lower it, but then it adds another 21 months to your payment. So pretty much, let's see the difference. So if it's an offer they gave, they're just kind of saying, hey, you could save this money. So if if the person with your loan gave you it, that would have been better. But let's just see the difference. Again, an extra 21 months. Just do the difference. 425 minus 318. So 107 times 21 months. You're going to be spending an extra $2,200. So whatever you're saving, you're spending on the back end. And then that's 20. And then also factor in the interest as well, too. So really, you just got to see if it actually makes sense. So sometimes if you refinance, you'll lower your payment. It's good that it could be at a lower interest rate. But then if you're ending up paying 2 extra years of payments now, that's the only downside. So because then it might add up on the back end. So you're saving on interest and your payment is being lowered, but you're going to be spending an extra 21 months. That's $100 difference, though. That's how much you're saving, but that's not the full amount. That's the crazy part. So again, because do the math, 318 times 21, you're actually spending an additional $6,000. So that's both principal and interest, though. So you have to see how it amortizes and what it says, but it might make sense. It might not. Pretty much, if you could get away with the refinance with the lower interest rate, lower total payments, then go for it. Otherwise, if you end up paying more payments at a lower interest rate and a lower price, but then 21 extra payments makes the total higher, I would just keep the current loan until rates go lower, and then you could get a way better refinance down the line. So it's all that, just see how it amortizes. So again, you already figured out how much interest you pay at the end of your loan, right? And how much that's going to be. So just do the same here. But that 21 months is 21 months of payments. until the bank. But that's what most people in the back of their mind right now, like especially if you don't need to make any drastic moves, and like it'd be nice to get a lower payment, but if it's not absolutely killing you, most people are under the impression that rates will eventually be lower in the future, and that's where, you know, the amount that you'll be able to refinance and get better deals, it might be better, because in this case you're just getting 2% off in interest, but then 21 more months of payments. So you just got to add up all the math and compare it to your original loan. Insurance went up. Yeah. I'd want to say like 20% up on insurance costs. And then the cabin went up a decent amount too. Would you ever leverage home equity for credit card debt consolidation, cash out refi, or another? Those are all different scenarios. So like if it was for credit card debt, I would leverage it if it would be lower interest rate. So if I could pull out $50,000 from my house at 5% versus paying 19% on $50,000 of credit card debt, that would be a smart way to do it. Again, depending on how you consolidate your debt, that would make sense. But if you're cash out refinancing and now you're saying, let me take on more leverage just so I could have cash, well, what are you going to do with the cash? Then that becomes a different story. Do you bundle with Geico? I don't bundle with Geico, no. Maybe I should. Maybe I should bundle with Geico. Geico negotiator. No? No, okay. Jake from State Farm, Allstate. You can balance transfer if you have it available. There will be a fee on the transfer sometimes, but that's a good way to just postpone interest and get free money. But you'll have to pay it back eventually. I owe $67,000 on one of my houses. It's worth $150,000. I want to refinance and buy another one. Good idea. Unless the other house is a steal, or you could buy the other house cash if you pull money out of it. But otherwise, it would have to be a really good deal to justify it. Otherwise, I mean, it's going to be good to have a little bit of the balance, but if it's a real good deal, you could justify it. But just keep a little bit in reserves. The Lima Emu? What's the Lima Emu? The Geico negotiator? That was the price line. Well, the payment will go higher, and then it's the same thing too. Like, depending on how long you own the house, what you're going to get a new mortgage, more payments, all of the interest rates now are going to be high, and then just you're going to have, if you take on another payment, you're going to now have two payments, higher balances, and then more leverage. If you have the cash balances to even manage the leverage, you could get away with it. But right now, again, 5-10% seems to be like the minimum you should be returning on that cash. Otherwise, that's what you're going to pay for it. God bless you, Porchman. If you have Berkshires, you get 10% savings with Geico. The bank is stringing me along on the short sale. How long has it been? Short sales can take 60 to 90 days, but again, sometimes the bank will be assholes if they don't want you to. Again, they want the property. It's not, they don't want to sell it. But it just all depends how long. But just keep bothering them. Josh, should you worry that my escrow account every year keeps getting deficient? Well, what's going on with your taxes, and then are you in a new build property? So if the property is not a brand new property, your escrow shouldn't be going up or changing too much unless your local tax rate changed or other fees, or your insurance fees may have gone up too. Stereo taxis, files, mixed shelf. Man, still headlines here on Friday. No government news. Everyone went home already for Friday. My goodness. I didn't know Costco had deals on auto. Costco auto insurance? Wow. It's a new build from 2019. That could be it. Because the new builds after a new build, because most people don't realize, like when you get a new build, your escrow account, your property is appraised at land value. So once the city actually assesses your property, the escrow account needs a lot because your taxes just shoot up after it's built. So 3 years, maybe there's other stuff, maybe Melrose, but I would look into it and see why. But there should be a breakdown when you look at your mortgage payment. How much should you put down on your first house? I like to say as little as possible, but again, it just depends what kind of loan you're doing and then also the property. I'm a big fan of the FHA loan. Escrow taxes. Well, there's like taxes for escrow, but then like the escrow account on your mortgage is like pretty much the person who gives your loan, they create a separate account and they make sure your insurance and taxes are paid for to protect their investment in the mortgage that they're giving you. So they make sure by that's why they have the escrow account, and they make sure part of your payments goes there so that they can make sure that the insurance and taxes are paid for, because they don't want the property to go into tax default or anything that could threaten their investment. So that's why you have escrow accounts on your mortgage. So you're paying, you're still paying. It goes to yourself. It's just taking a portion of your monthly payment and setting it aside for taxes and all those things that will keep the property in good standing. What time is it? You guys saying it's late? Is it 2:15? A little late, but not bad. Not bad. You're paying taxes through your escrow account. You should be. So you're not paying the state tax. You're not going and paying the state taxes. You should be getting that paid through your mortgage. If your property has no mortgage, you should be paying it yourself. Some people don't. Some people do pay it themselves. Some people don't have escrow accounts, but that's the general idea. Mexico seizes part of a railway line, sending in Marines to take over. Credit, you need decent credit for FHA, but FHA is dope. 3.5% down, I'm telling you. The only thing that sucks is that you're limited. Is that you're limited to the property needs to be approved, and then limited to the amount that you could spend. But FHA is, I think, why not? If you're going to buy a house to live in it and it meets all the FHA requirements, you might as well. 3.5% down. The mortgage insurance sucks, though. Once you pay off the house, yeah, you'll have to pay the taxes on your own. There will be no escrow account for you since you don't have a mortgage. FHA is a little bit higher interest, yeah. And usually because the less down payment, the higher the loan to value, the higher the risk of the loan, the higher the yield. Accepted more cult agents? I think always, baby. Always. Always. Well, mortgage insurance is mandatory on FHA loans now no matter what. So even if you have lower than 20% down or more, you still get charged. If it's FHA, you still have to pay for PMI. It sucks. Is there any way to own a property outright, not pay property taxes after a mortgage is paid? Yeah, in certain circumstances. Or if you ever want to be like, write the letters to the IRS and say, I'm claimed based on the Constitution, and deal with the battle that ensues, you can. I think some people have done it before. Of Canada, I don't know. Ask UMAD. UMAD knows all the Canadian loans. He knows all of them. 20K down. It doesn't matter how much you put down on the FHA. That's what sucks. But it's good, dude. 3.5%. I don't think you guys realize. I could do it. I think I don't have any active FHA loans. I just have to. Let's see if I find a condo, I'll live in it and I'll FHA it and I'll show you. Because this is my plan. Let's say $500,000. $500,000 FHA loan. You get it's 3.5% down. So you would need $17,000 for the keys. Are you ready? Now you get a Colt real estate agent and just tell him it's the FHA plan. Talk your Colt real estate agent into giving you back half of the commission. I would say 75%, but I won't be too mean. But you know what I'm saying? We'll go 0, 1, 1, 5. And you get $7,000 back, right? Half of the commission from the seller because you worked with Colt Real Estate. Now, after your down payment of $17,000 and your $7,000 commission refund, look at what happens. That means your down payment for a $500,000 home cost you $10,000 to get the keys. Maybe $12,000 after closing cost. Buyers don't pay commission. I got you, Chad. Whatever. Yeah, 50% for your, but FHA. That's a first home, live in it. That's, hook them up. Hook them up on it. But yeah, buyers don't pay commission. The seller pays the commission. So the seller is the one that pays it. The buyer commission is free. So that just goes straight to the agent. That's why if your agent is the homie, if they give you back half of it, then there you go. What's the monthly payment will probably be high as shit. I didn't say it was going to be low, but I was just saying for $10,000 you could get the keys to a house worth $500,000. But for the sake of answering that question, let's pull up the handy dandy mortgage calculator. Your payment would be $3,100. At 4% interest, fuck out of here. That shit would be 5.5. They're lying to you. Minimum, it'll be 6. Yeah, $3,600 for a $500,000 home. So you couldn't even rent it out for that much. It's at 6.5 right now. Yeah, honestly, I think even 7.5 would be realistic. $4,000. So that's a far cry from the 3,000. Not too bad. It sucks though. That's the problem now with these high interest rates. This is why it takes time to slow it down. You're not renting anything for $4,100 that you bought for $500,000. You get what I'm saying? You're not renting out a home. So if that's what you wanted to live in, that's what you would be paying to buy it. This is what we were saying. It used to be where living was more expensive than renting. Now we gotta go Zillow for renting. So like, dude, you gotta think $5,000, $4,100 a month to rent. You could get anything. So you gotta ask yourself, like, here's San Diego. Let's see what $4,000 a month is. $4,500 a month. All right, let's see. We'll go inland. Damn, there's a lot of units for rent. Look at all these homes. So, literally, this house would cost 2-bedroom, Torrey Pines, $3,800. $3,800 a month, below the mortgage payment, right? So now let's go to first sale. Up to $885. Is that what they got as the equivalent? So this area, the houses are $3 million. too. So there's guess what? There's not even a condo here, even if you wanted to live there. So even if you wanted a condo where that house was for rent, you couldn't even live there unless you had $2 million. Okay, let's find somewhere else. Let's see if we could get something similar. Okay, come on. Let's see. Come on. These are a lot of you. 4.5, 5,000. Oh, there you go. What do we got here? 4.5K. Come on. That's just, oh, wow. Townhouse, 3 bedrooms, 2 bath, 1,300 square feet. Okay, so it looks like around here, University City, we're getting like 4,000, right around here is where we're at, right? Perfect. Let's see what's for sale. So you got one condo, half the size for $569. So that means your payment, again, your payment would be $4,100 plus the $400 HOA. So $4,500 to live in half the size where you could rent everything, and then nothing else is cheaper than $800,000 for those 2 bedrooms. So, point is, even then, your payment is going to be, that's what's happening right now with real estate. That's why I'm saying even, like, you're not, like, even if you get this loan, you get zero money down. But if your interest rate is really high, even then, though, it's more expensive to live in that house than to rent it. Can you get FHA loans? Yeah, they have limits. So depending on your area, there's limits. So I think in San Diego, FHA limit is like $650 now. So as long as it qualifies, and that's the thing, the building has to meet the standards as well. As it say, move to Oklahoma. Yeah, but guess what? The same thing I showed you is all numbers. It doesn't matter where you live. So that like I'm saying, you should know your area, but once you know how much it costs to finance like $500,000, that's pretty much it. So the question is, could you buy something at that? Like, could you rent it out for that price? And most places now, if you're buying at today's prices and paying today's interest rate, nothing cash flows. Literally nothing. There's nothing you could buy at 2022 price levels, even today's price levels at 7% interest, where you're like, yeah, I'm cash flowing 5%, 2%. That's just not the case. So you got to have it for a little bit, where houses are more expensive to buy than rent. That should hopefully shift the behavior a little bit. But London, I don't know much about London. It's the same numbers. It's just whatever your interest rates are and the down payment. That's it. And then whatever it rents for around wherever you want to live. So if your house cost, if the house you want is $500,000, go see how much it is to rent around there. But your $500,000 loan will pretty much cost the same everywhere, as long as the interest rates are the same minus fees. FHA limit in Sun Valley or Valley in Cali is 726. Damn. They raise it. I haven't been following up with it. But it all just depends on the area. They try to adjust it with home prices. Your bro got his first house 2022. Neighbors are asking 40 more for the same size. The market is still working. As long as you got it at a decent price and didn't get caught in that second half of the year and then the price drops, you were pretty much good. In Michigan, it's been cheaper to buy than rent. In some places like Ohio, Michigan, some areas it's still like that, but in other places, like it's getting bad. Let me see the Zillow thing. Like I got this property in Ohio, and like that shit now is worth like $350. Oh, I put 3.5 million. See, but this is the crazy part. The property I have is worth 350. Right? If I sold it today, that's what I would list it at minimum. to get that loan right now with 20% down, that would be 70 grand down, 6.7 interest, assuming very good credit. That payment would still be $2,094. Are you ready for the kicker? I have that house rented out right now for about $1,500 a month. So if the person wanted to buy it from me, they would be spending 30% more than their rent just to own that house rather than rent it. And that's in Ohio. So that's, again, though, based off of that's because the price went up. So it just all depends on the prices there. Like we're saying, you could run the same numbers. But there's a lot of stuff here where if it's at kind of these prices and the rent isn't that strong, or even if it is strong at the lower end, once the prices go up, it changes everything. I would buy an apartment complex. I have like a mini one. It's not like a full-blown gigantic skyscraper building, but it's a multi-unit filled with apartments, if that counts. Is that worth the equity though? So for me, my purchase price isn't the selling price. I'm making a shit ton on that house. My mortgage on that house is, I think, $500 or $600. I bought the house very cheap, and then even though it was cheap, I put a loan on it when interest rates were very low. So my loan on that property is very low, and the overall amount. So I'm cash flowing. I'm cash flowing almost $1,000 a month on that. Yeah, you don't think you'll build up enough equity, or if the prices hold up and interest rates go down, then you could refinance and then you'll be good to go. You could get FHA on a multi-unit. You just have to live in one of the units. Weather in Dallas going crazy. Is it going to freeze again? Or is it hot? I think they were saying hot. It's lit. But yeah, I don't know. How do we got into a real estate talk by the end of the day? That's what y'all on? What if we put price controls on house costs? Hey, Elizabeth Warren, calm down, okay? Just calm down. Once you put in price controls, you guarantee the prices will have a floor. That's the paradox of the price controls. Metaverse land is not the move, no. But Chattadonia. Chattadonia. It's 2:30, and it is time. Our Friday is coming to an end, but it's also just beginning. Very good times, man. And let's keep it going. And please have a good weekend. We got to wrap it up here. Honestly, we needed more PHILO this week. But I've still, if you know, my PHILO, I've been on it, man. That appreciation of life. Kill the dissent as well. And get ready. Get ready to fight. Get ready to be persecuted too. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for all and love it. Love all of it. And that's it. Just appreciate the good, the bad, the ugly. And just stay in the game and love what you have been blessed with. Understand the destiny too. And there's a lot to it. But let's go, man. For a lot of people before you, they have done great things. And a lot of people before you were discouraged as well. And a lot of people before you, they didn't know until it was there. And a lot of people before you also had plans. So learn from it. I told you learn from the world a couple of weeks ago. But now I'm just saying focus on the destiny a little bit. But Chad, you already know. Okay, for real. And you can't just appreciate though. Unlock it. Unlock it, okay? But enjoy the weekend. Make the most of it. We've already gone through halfway. It's already done halfway, man. We could do another half, baby. So let's go. Oh, man. Yo, Gavo. That's how we're ending. God bless you. Yeah, I tell you. Come on, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, friend. We're gonna do it good. Yeah, listen, just come on, play. Just stay blessed. Stay blessed. Stay positive, huh? Come on, you know what it is. You know exactly what I'm talking. It's not hyperbole. You gotta appreciate life. Come on, even Biden will give you the PHILO. Let's go, baby. God bless you, gavo. How you say it, gavo? I like saying it, gavo. God bless you. But no, I love you, man. God bless you. But Chattadonia, that is it, man. For real. Enjoy your weekend. Be good. Gavo. But seriously, enjoy it. Okay? And know you're blessed. And do what I told you the other day. Go read the context of the Bible verses. Go read your favorite context. That's my study. That's my study Bible for you. Okay? But stay blessed too, though. Stay blessed. And kill any dissension. That's what you do this weekend. That's what let's see. Let's see conflict avoidance. Let's see what you do. Spread love. Spread love, not an attitude of argumentiveness. That's it. Spread love. Smile all the time. That's it. Things go good, smile. Things go bad, smile. All day, baby. You feel me? All right, you feel me. I know you feel me. Let's go. But Chattadonia, that is it. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you all again for being here. I'm going to see you Sunday and Monday, God willing. And don't forget while we're here, while we keep going, baby, while we put in that work, while that faith, hope, love ain't never going out of style, and while we can find things to appreciate, and while we understand the blessing of every second and every day that we still have, and we got way more ahead of us, baby, God willing, but why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonia. God bless you all. Peace out. I will see you later. Enjoy the weekend and goodbye. What about me? I told you. Come on, huh? Let me get in on this one. Come on. What else we got, huh? Come on. Let me get some, man. Hi, come on. Yeah, come on. I told you I could do that. Let's go. You want another one? What's another one? Come on. I feel like I'm Gucci Man in 2006. Yeah. Made no sense. Yeah. Made no sense. Yeah. I've been swimming. I've been popping. No. Okay. All right, sir. I gotta get going. I gotta get to Japan. I'll see you later when I get back to Japan. I'm gonna head over there when I get back, and I'll talk to you when I'm heading over once I return, and we'll see what's up with the ceiling. Okay, I'll figure it out. We'll get a contractor. All right, I love you. Have a wonderful weekend. I'm leaving. Hello.